If you are interested in knowing more about this story, please stay until the end of this recap. You will discover the amazing tale of a wolf prince and a lovely, beautiful crow. Support the channel by clicking the subscribe button, liking the video, and leaving any feedback in the comments. This will greatly help improve the channel and its content. Now, enjoy.
The tale unfolds with a girl diligently tending to her duties at the zoo, beaming as she cleans the animal enclosures. Entrusted with overseeing the predators in her colleague's absence, she eagerly embraces the responsibility. Her admiration for these creatures, captivated by their allure and strength, adds to her joy of working at the zoo, even in a cleaning capacity. Amid her contentment, a sudden encounter with a prowling panther startles her. Before she can process what's happening, she awakens in a forest, bewildered by the sudden shift from her zoo duties to this unfamiliar setting. Despite assuming she might have been relocated to a safari zone, the environment doesn't match any known zoo landscape. Strangely, she realizes she's transformed into a crow, a development that shocks her given the usual beliefs about reincarnation. Frustrated by this transformation into a common bird, she grapples with the cruel twist of fate and the challenges of a crow's diet. Unable to consume insects and decaying matter, she opts to search for fruits and berries. Taking flight, the exhilaration of soaring through the skies provides a sense of liberty. During her flight, she overhears a conversation below, assuming it's people, which sparks an idea. Why struggle for survival when she could become someone's pet? Descending to investigate, she discovers not humans but formidable green orcs, realizing she's landed in a fantasy world, far from her previous reality. Disappointed by the turn of events, as she'd hoped to encounter a handsome man rather than a monstrous species, she grapples with the uncertainty of the world she's landed in. On a positive note, she comprehends the local language. Eavesdropping on the orcs discussing their quest to seek and slay a human who had killed one of their kind, she is thrilled at the prospect of finding this human first to warn him and possibly find refuge as his pet. Spotting a blonde-haired man by a tree, injured and believing his time is near, he regrets lacking his family's predatory abilities, which might have given him a fighting chance. Spotting the crow, the man feels a strange familiarity but misinterprets its presence, assuming it's an omen of death, unable to shoo it away for fear of alerting the approaching orcs. The orcs, following the crow's call, move closer, causing the man to scare the bird off to avoid being found. Understanding the orcs' pursuit, the crow cleverly leads them away from the man, ultimately misleading them to a cliff, where they realize their futile chase. Relieved at her successful diversion, the girl flies away from the orcs, pleased with outsmarting the monsters. In her determination, she resolves to locate the young man once more. Though she struggles to recall where she might have seen him, perhaps in a book or a game, she's certain of one thing: his survival is crucial. He holds the key to understanding this unfamiliar world, and with his help, she might discern her location. Returning to the place where she last spotted him, the crow finds only traces, notably a trail of blood, indicating he had moved on. Realizing he's lost a significant amount of blood, she feels a pressing need to aid him. In her limited knowledge, she decides to gather herbs, although she's uncertain about their efficacy for a human. Trusting her instincts, honed by her avian nature, she distinguishes between dangerous and edible plants. However, apprehensive about inadvertently harming the man, she resolves to gather the herbs first and deliberate on their usage later. Meanwhile, the young man tends to his wound near a river, grateful for the nearby water body to cleanse the blood scent, making it harder for the orcs to track him. Pondering the oddity of hoping the bird might lead his pursuers away from him despite his injuries, he acknowledges the irony that the bird, often linked with death, has paradoxically preserved his life. Yet, he realizes the folly of relying solely on chance and determines to find his own means of survival. Just as these thoughts occupy his mind, a bundle of herbs unexpectedly cascades onto his head. Perplexed by their sudden appearance, he recognizes their potential. They are herbs known for their clotting properties, crucial for stemming bleeding. Glancing upward, he spots the familiar crow perched on a branch, struck by the bird's unexpected intelligence. He entertains wild thoughts. Could it be a shape-shifting harpy or a dragon in disguise? Yet, rationality prevails. Dismissing these notions, his acquaintances lack familiars, and harpies and dragons harbor no affinity for humans. Such mythical beings are scarce. As he busies himself with bandaging his wound and donning his jacket, a shower of berries descends before the crow lands on the ground, calling out loudly. Interpreting the bird's actions as an offering, he tentatively tries a berry, surprised by its sweetness, a fleeting reprieve from his troubles. Thus commenced the peculiar shared life in the forest between a young man named Kamet and the main heroine, inhabiting the body of a crow. The bird proved invaluable, bringing medicinal herbs and forewarning danger, while the man provided sustenance by catching and cooking fish and rabbits over a fire, nourishing the crow. The girl found solace in not having to subsist on insects and decay for some time. Before long, the young man bestowed a name upon the crow, Ryan, an act that filled the girl with a profound sense of tranquility, akin to being called upon by the most renowned singer on stage. She couldn't help but feel bashful when the young man cast a smile her way. His tender gesture of stroking her head left her nearly melting, developing an attachment that mirrored his own. Previously encircled by false friends ready to betray him at any turn, the young man never fathomed encountering a creature so genuinely and selflessly supportive. He longed to abandon the life at the castle and remain with Ryan indefinitely. Regrettably, duty bound him to return to the palace. His absence would see his cruel brother, Revelan, ascend the throne, plunging the people into further bloodshed. Aware that his brother likely deemed him dead or missing, he comprehended the necessity of reclaiming his family's power, transforming into a wolf to assert his worthiness as the heir to both family and throne, regardless of the challenges ahead. Rionel soared through the sky, contemplating the urgency of gathering medicinal herbs before nightfall. Yet, a glint below caught her attention, a shiny object resembling a precious stone. Initially hesitant, her crow instincts nudged her to investigate. She couldn't resist the desire to inspect it, despite her human reservations. Descending, only to realize it wasn't a gem but a legendary stone, she remembered its name, the Croban Rock from a game she once played. This legendary stone held the power to bestow unique character abilities, a pivotal decision in the game's plot, a memory from her past experiences in a game she couldn't quite recall. 3 years ago, a deity played a cruel trick, sending her into a game's narrative. Now, recognizing Kamet as one of the available game characters, the heir to the Empire, currently navigating a tumultuous journey, she grasped her role in aiding his awakening. Delivering the Croban Rock to him might secure enough influence for Kamet to help her return to her world. Kamet, taken aback by Rionel's revelation, comprehended the significance of this rare stone. Its impact could either transform his life or lead to his demise. He urged Rionel to live freely should he consume the fruit. As he ingested the fruit, a transformative energy emanated from him, an awe-inspiring sight that attracted the attention of nearby werewolves. Although initially contemplating waiting it out in safety, Rionel, remembering Kamet's words, refused to abandon him, vowing to distract the werewolves and shield him. Kamet endured the agonies of rebirth, motivated by the sacrifices made for his survival. The divine animal's legacy, passing their power to those created in the image of God, unfolded as Kamet transformed into a majestic wolf, overpowering the attacking werewolves. Blooded but determined, Rionel held her ground, her resolve unwavering. In the aftermath, Kamet, now human again, caught Rionel as she faltered, questioning her self-sacrifice. As she teetered on consciousness, she glimpsed a blurred scene where Kamet implored a stranger to heal the bird, emphasizing her value. His loyal knight, Major Bass, swiftly healed her, prompting Rionel's attempt to call for the prince, albeit incoherently. Comforted by Kamet's proximity and the assurance of safety, she found herself in the care of his loyal knights and a mage who healed her at the prince's behest. Nestled in Kamet's arms, Rionel marveled at feeling as good as new, her gratitude and recovery evident in this moment of respite. The magician departs, and as soon as they're alone, the prince embraces Rionel warmly, expressing relief at her safety. The sudden tenderness catches her off guard, unprepared for such affection, her heart races, compounded by inhabiting the body of a crow, amplifying the impact of receiving love from such a striking prince. The thought of him finding a human companion stirs a painful fear within her, contemplating the agony of witnessing that scenario. In a whirlwind of emotions, the crow unexpectedly breaks free from the prince's embrace, leaving him concerned he may have squeezed too tightly. While she mourns her fate and rages at the deity for not making her the main character, the prince apologizes, vowing to handle her with more care in the future. He acknowledges the bird's pivotal role in saving his life and achieving his transformation, expressing immense gratitude and a deep sense of debt. Realizing her existence is a breach of the rules, she vows not to allow the prince to form any other attachments, even contemplating dealing with any potential rivals herself. Perching on the prince's shoulder, she senses his contrition, believing the bird has forgiven him. Their moment is interrupted by a visitor, Knight Delanos, a character from the game whom she vaguely recalls as a loyal warrior. Delanos, repentant for not being present during the prince's hardships, offers his sword for execution. This act shocks both the prince and the crow. The prince values loyalty but doesn't wish for such extreme sacrifices, appreciating Delanos's loyalty to the prince, not his treacherous brother. They gather at a table, and the prince narrates how the crow's actions saved his life. Delanos, taken aback by the bird's pivotal role, is inspired to match the bird's unwavering dedication. Observing the peculiar glances directed at her, the crow understands the challenge in dispelling stereotypes about crows. Curious about the situation in the capital, the prince queries Delanos, eager for updates. Delanos recounts being declared missing in action when his men's bodies were discovered, while he remained absent, concealed by his treacherous brother. Seeking the father's permission to form a rescue group, the emperor, hoping to avoid escalating tensions, allows the situation to unfold, granting the survivor the throne without further interference. The implications of such power struggles horrify Rionel. She offers solace by rubbing her head against the prince's hand, a gesture he notices and acknowledges, soothing her with reassurances. Determined not to let his hard-earned achievements crumble, the prince instructs Delanos to head to the capital and inform the emperor of his return, anticipating a potential provocation from his brother. He plans to strategically anticipate any attack, leveraging the father's joy at the son's return and anticipating a delay before any confrontation. Journeying to the capital, Rionel experiences the imperial palace firsthand, a stark contrast to the digital representations from her gaming experiences. Yet, the gravity of the situation tinges her joy, recognizing the multitude of adversaries poised against Kamet. Her avian form, she realizes, spares the prince from numerous complications, ranging from her origins to potential threats to the prince's status, preventing her from being taken hostage or targeted to harm Kamet. Despite her indignation, the prince places her in a bird cage, prompting Rionel's strong displeasure. As she feels faint in the carriage, the prince, concerned, gently opens the cage to check on her well-being. Unaware of the distress the journey has caused the bird, the prince remains unaware of her discomfort. Though Rionelle remains angry at the prince for confining her and for her condition, her frustration prompts her to bite his fingers with her beak. Yet, his soothing gesture of stroking her head brings an immediate calm, transforming her back into a gentle crow. The prince admits that he couldn't envision venturing to the imperial palace without her. Surrounded by enemies and dubious allies, he values the opportunity to reveal a more vulnerable side of himself to Rionelle, expressing a desire for her constant companionship, disregarding her true identity, whether she's a harpy or a dragon. Kissing her beak overwhelms Rionelle with a mix of emotions, embarrassment, surprise, and happiness. The prince confides in her that in the presence of his adversaries, he must remain vigilant, deciding whom to keep close and whom to distance, finding solace and calmness only with the crow. Recognizing the advantage of her avian form, she acknowledges that it allows her to be closer to him without instilling fear in him. Despite her regrets at being a crow and the limitations it entails, she's determined to stand by the prince, offering her support and assurance by perching on his shoulder. Arriving at the palace, Rionelle is captivated by its grandeur, attempting to contain her crow instinct amidst the opulence, immediately wiping away any hint of drool to keep the prince from noticing. The prince requests her to remain in place and quiet her, cautioning of potential risks, and assigns a servant to watch over her, warning of dire consequences if any harm befalls the crow. Meanwhile, the servant, feeling out of place and unsure how to handle the bird, attempts to feed her worms, prompting Rionelle's distressed reaction. As the prince walks through the castle corridors, his thoughts linger on the crow, already yearning to return to her side. His younger brother, sporting a false smile, rushes towards him, claiming deep concern for his elder sibling, supposedly turning the castle upside down in search of him. The prince no longer trusts a single word from his brother, fully aware of his character, and remains cautious, despite the younger brother's apologies for causing worry. The prince discerns arrogance and a sense of entitlement in his brother, amplified by the ability to transform into a wolf, but devoid of understanding of crucial matters. The younger sibling remains oblivious, brushing off any conversation regarding his elder brother's absence, ultimately parting ways after exchanging tense glances. Visiting his ailing father, the emperor, the prince inquires about his health. The emperor, in a moderately stable condition, cryptically indicates that he's not yet succumbing to his illness. Observing his son's transformation, the emperor intimates that it was his brother's betrayal that compelled the change. Acknowledging the role his brother played, the prince promises to reclaim his right to the throne and allow his father to reunite with his deceased wife. During their conversation, the father expresses a desire for one of his sons to succeed him swiftly, yearning to reunite with his late wife and conveying the significance of choosing a mate for life, a bond he still misses dearly. The prince departs, cautioning that any discovery of his brother's involvement in their mother's death might lead to a turbulent ascent to the throne, highlighting his father's wish for a prompt succession. Meanwhile, the crow, confined in the cage, grows increasingly hungry, unwilling to consume the offered worms and dismayed by the foolish servant's ignorance. Her desperation for the prince to provide proper sustenance intensifies, though her aversion to eating bugs, a conflict between her avian instincts and human sensibilities, impedes her from succumbing to hunger. Surprised at the bird's worsening state after a short duration, the prince chastises the servant, quickly arranging for meat and fruits. Acknowledging her hunger, he gently prods her to consider consuming the bugs if necessary. Sweets are eventually offered, and after sating her hunger, the prince presents a gift to celebrate her return to the palace. The prince reveals a whole box of precious stones, which the girl examines with awe. She even places one in the prince's hand, akin to a gift. The young man is touched by the gesture, finding her affection endearing. Despite being content in the lavish room, the crow occasionally seeks fresh air in the gardens, relishing the walks. However, this leisurely flight alarms a gardener, who attempts to drive her away. The prince intervenes, warning the gardener about the bird's significance and threatening severe consequences if any harm befalls her. As the main characters converse, young prince, the elder brother, confronts the prince about the impending decision on who will ascend to the throne. Their discussion rapidly escalates into a heated exchange, marked by visible animosity and mutual aggression, culminating in Revillain transforming into a wolf. Observing the unfolding power struggle, the crow intervenes, delivering a strike to the wolf, defying its attack. Despite his thoughts about her safety, the prince acknowledges that she acted to protect him. Yet, he reprimands the crow, stating she can't risk herself to defend him, emphasizing her safety above all. Young prince, in his anger, seeks to retaliate against the crow for interfering, unaware of her intentions to protect the prince. His fury extends to the prince, blaming him for the crow's actions. The prince refrains from scolding the bird, understanding her bravery, but emphasizes the need to avoid placing herself in harm's way. He acknowledges her act of courage, but cautions her about the potential dangers she exposes herself to. The prince considers that if Rionelle were a Chozo or a dragon, she would have easily dodged the young prince's attacks. Yet, observing how she was injured previously, he wonders why she couldn't fully utilize her powers. There's still a possibility that Rionelle is simply an intelligent crow. With this in mind, the prince resolves to protect Rionelle until all threats are eliminated. He addresses the crow, stating that from this moment on, she should not jeopardize her safety to protect him. The prince asserts that his powers have awakened, enabling him to fight back now. With a warm smile, he emphasizes that above all, he doesn't want to lose Rionelle because of someone like his younger brother. Meanwhile, young prince, furious and determined to learn more about the crow, summons a mage to understand his brother's weak spots. As he dwells on the potential threat the crow poses, the prince engages in paperwork, the crow resting peacefully on his shoulder, both contemplating the recent events and the implications of the crow's bold actions. There's a knock on the prince's door, and Count Naville has arrived. The name triggers a sense of recognition in the crowd, and upon his entrance, everything falls into place. This count is none other than the handsome main character from her beloved game. The crow immediately flies off the prince's shoulder and fixates on the count with unusual attention. The prince is taken aback by the bird's behavior, feeling a tinge of jealousy. He approaches and requests the crow's return, reminding her of her loyalty. She recalls her role and obediently returns to her place, much to the prince's relief. The count is intrigued by the unusual bird and expresses a desire to study her in his laboratory, but the prince shifts the topic to the purpose of the count's visit. It happens to be a beautifully crafted necklace, custom-made, intended as a significant gift. The girl is thrown into a whirlwind of emotions, fearing the prince might marry someone else and abandon her. However, her despair turns to delight when the count fastens the necklace around her neck. Despite its loose fit, it's a symbolic gesture of care and affection, a sign that it's meant for her, not anyone else. Earl Naville, understanding the situation, smiles and acknowledges the significance of the necklace being specifically crafted to adjust to the wearer. He respects the prince's relationship with the bird and assures he won't provoke any undue attention. Yet, he's in need of the prince's protection, seeking refuge from the aristocracy as he's chosen the path of a mage. The prince informs the count that speaking about such matters within the imperial palace could lead to trouble. He then inquires about the count's intentions. The count reveals that his father often advised against getting involved in politics. Since the count's father never awakened his power and relinquished the right of succession, he distanced himself from the imperial palace to avoid misunderstandings. Turning to magic, the Count avoided dealing with superficial nobles. But the youngest prince influenced the Count's perspective, considering magicians as mere tools. Witnessing the youngest prince's abuse of magicians under his command, the Count fears the empire will crumble under such leadership. Vowing not to let such an outcome occur, the Count is determined to prevent a horrible fate. The prince, understanding the Count's concerns, questions the Count's commitment, knowing that individuals can drastically change after ascending to power. As they converse, the Count presents a Crovan rock from inside his robe, intending to solidify his sincerity and faith in the prince. The crow, overhearing the conversation, is shocked and rendered speechless by what she sees. The disruption caused by her sudden appearance in the game world worries her, as it could potentially lead to a collapse of the entire game world. As the Count and Prince discuss the rarity of the Crovan rock, the crow is in disbelief, questioning her own luck in finding the rock. The Count shares that he was fortunate to discover one in a griffin's nest. When the prince queries why the Count didn't consume it himself, the Count explains that being a part of the imperial family, eating the rock would likely awaken his powers. However, the Count is more inclined to be a simple magician than to involve himself in the fight for the throne. The prince, understanding the Count's sincerity, Marquis Namiel, is content with the response and appreciates the Count's loyalty. With a smile, the Count requests the prince's acceptance of his support, to which the prince steps forward, pledging to fund the Count with whatever resources he requires in the future, solemnly vowing on his name. The Count respectfully bows and expresses that his knowledge and abilities will be solely at the prince's disposal once he becomes emperor. He desires a relationship without formalities, emphasizing that despite his position within the imperial family, the prince should feel comfortable speaking to a mere noble. With warmth and agreement, the prince accepts the Count's proposition. The prince was pondering who to give the received Croban rock to. He needed someone who would definitely not betray him. No one came to mind except the crow after all. There is a possibility that she is a harpy or a dragon, and it would be interesting to see what happens to her. If she eats this fruit, the main heroine was thinking about how she could break the entire plot. And look at the Croban rock for some reason. This thing fascinated her. She couldn't explain it herself. The crow approached and took the fruit in her beak. The prince in shock asked her to spit it out, as there was a significant risk that she would perish if she tried to swallow it. But the bird aided anyway, comment in shock. Try to make her spit it out. The young man, already in despair, understand that if her awakening began, simply wouldn't be able to withstand it, but all he could do was watch her agonizing death. However, strangely enough, nothing happened. The young man simply held the crow in his arms, and she was completely fine. Little later, having calmed down, the young man sat on the couch and the crow was next to him. The prince asked the bird not to take anything into her anymore, as she could die from it. The main heroine herself didn't remember how she did it. She looked at the Croban rock, and then there was just a white spot in her memory, but it seemed that she swallowed it. And since that was the case, why couldn't they make her, for example, a super crow, so that she could fight all her enemies? Although in reality she was hoping to be transformed into a human. It was probably foolish to count on that, although she would have been willing to endure any torment for this. Suddenly, she feels very ill. Her body starts to ache and she can hardly move. Is this the transformation? But she doesn't glow from within as it was with it. The princess himself also noticed the bird's condition and was genuinely frightened for her. He called a healer, but she just shrunk her shoulders. The bird's body is absolutely fine. She doesn't react to any spells. That's when Comment realized that it was because she swallowed the Croban rock. This means that there is no help for the crow, and he blames himself for it. The healer mentioned that if the crow was sick, the divine power would have seeped into its body to heal it. Finding it peculiar, the prince was speechless. As he observed Rionel's high fever, he questioned why the healer stated that there was nothing wrong with her when she was clearly unwell. Politely dismissing the healer, the prince thanked them, and they left. He sat on the sofa, contemplating the situation. He couldn't help but feel guilty, realizing that if he hadn't carelessly examined the Croven rock in front of Rionel, this might never have happened. Now, he could only stand by helplessly and watch over her, feeling frightened and overwhelmed. Desperately, he spoke to Rionel, asking her to wake up, reassuring her that even if she played tricks or caused a fire, he wouldn't be angry. As evening set in, the prince found himself drifting into sleep. Meanwhile, the crow, Rionel, began glowing with a stunning purple hue emanating from her eyes. In an altered state of consciousness, she found herself in an unfamiliar setting, contemplating whether this was a dream. Her wings appeared different, no longer those of a crow. She wondered if she was deceased, but she refuted the idea, feeling that her life as a crow had been nothing but suffering. Moreover, there were many experiences she hadn't shared with the prince. Suddenly, with a burst of vibrant light and various hues shining through Rionel's body, she heard a story. The narrative detailed how a black bird soared the skies, aiding a wolf to see distant things and feeding on human corpses, gifted by the wolf to prevent bodies from burdening the land and the living. The story continued, explaining how the bird had birthed baby crows and scattered pieces of their shells across the land. This was to ensure that its descendants would consume them, enabling them to soar higher than their ancestors. The prince awakens in confusion, unsure how he had fallen asleep. Hurriedly, he checks on his crow, only to be astounded by the sight before him. Instead of the crow, a young girl in black garments lay under the blanket. His first thought is that she might be an assassin, yet her delicate hands rule out that possibility. It's unlikely that a killer would sleep so serenely in the presence of their potential target. His attention is drawn to the necklace around the girl's neck, confirming the reality of the situation. Running his fingers through her hair, he finds that it feels remarkably similar to the crow's feathers. It's unbelievable, Rionel has transformed into a human by consuming the Crowbane rock. Startled, the girl wakes, wondering why the prince is touching her and insisting it's not yet breakfast time. She rises, rubbing her eyes, and upon realizing her hands are no longer wings, she's in disbelief. Urgently, she needs to find a mirror to assess this transformation. She rushes towards the first door she sees, eager to glimpse her reflection. What she sees is a stark departure from her previous life, a face akin to a soft doll, eyes resembling amethysts, and resplendent hair. She ponders the changes and her now fragile human form, lamenting the loss of her once strong avian muscles. Despite these concerns, she finds solace in her newfound human form. No longer confined to a cage, free from the idea of being fed worms, she's reassured. But what matters most is how the prince views this sudden transformation. The young man smiles and gently inquires if she's had her fill of inspecting herself in the mirror. The girl, now transformed into a human, feels overwhelmed by emotions and decides to express her gratitude by hugging the prince. She buries herself in his arms, her thoughts consumed with the idea of speaking with him. Overwhelmed with tears, she murmurs the prince's name repeatedly. When he asks about her tears, she struggles to explain the complexities of her existence, that she was originally a human from another world, died, and then became a crow, only to realize she was a character in a game. She recounts her journey, how she initially joined the prince to seek his power, hoping it might help her return to her world. But as a crow, she couldn't help but form a bond with him. Now, as a human, her emotions overflow. she's hesitant to disclose the truth to the prince as it might shatter his perception of his life's difficulties. The prince, in sheer delight, embraces her as he did when she was a crow, expressing his gratitude for her survival. The prince's delight at sitting beside Raynell is apparent as he expresses his joy through a heartfelt hug, thanking her for making it through safely. Raynell, overwhelmed by the situation, finds herself blushing suddenly. While the prince envelops Raynell, she's taken by the kind-hearted nature she always admired, even when she was a crow. But now, facing the prince's endearing smile, she struggles to contain a wild urge to pounce on him. The romantic scene leaves Raynell somewhat taken aback. When the prince raises the question about the appropriateness of hugging her in her human form, it stirs deep emotions within Raynell. Overwhelmed by the moment, she transforms abruptly back into her crow form, startled by the sudden change. Now, Raynell is in shock, but the prince is calming her down, mentioning that Raynell is just not used to it yet, and there's nothing practice can't fix. They finish practicing, and a delightful and delicious spread of food is laid out on the table. Raynell is beaming with joy at the sight of the meal, unable to recall the last time she had human food, and it's a full-course meal meant for a prince. The prince is delighted to see Raynell thoroughly enjoying her meal. Suddenly, the prince asks Raynell if she is great at using cutlery, inquiring if she already knows how to use them. Raynell, caught off guard, pauses in her eating, realizing that she was supposed to keep the fact that she used to be human a secret. However, the tempting array of dishes clouds Raynell's mind, and she uses cutlery too proficiently. Nervously, she claims she learned from watching the prince do it many times. The prince finds it fascinating, and Raynell decides she needs to be more careful from now on. After finishing her meal, the prince mentions that he will call for a maid to clean the table. He then asks Raynell to turn into a crow for a moment. Raynell agrees, concentrating her mind and transforming back into crow form. Raynell is pleased that she has mastered the transforming skill. As the maids start cleaning and clear the room, the prince falls silent and apologizes to Raynell, who asks for the reason. The prince, with a strong grip on his hand, mentions that Raynell has to hide her human form because of him. Raynell, anticipating something more dramatic, wonders if the prince wants her to act as a crow spy or dress up as a maid to assassinate his younger brother. However, the prince surprises her by asking Raynell to look out for herself. Raynell is a bit shocked by this unexpected request. The prince explains that his younger brother's greed may make it dangerous for Raynell to stay in her human form in the imperial palace for now. He promises to turn the palace into a safe place for her, whether she's in human or crow form. Until then, he asks Raynell to be patient. Blushing, Raynell agrees, expressing her willingness to help the prince achieve his dream quicker. The prince happily accepts her assistance, sealing the moment with a lovely and romantic hug.
Man is sitting on the sofa alone, deep in thought. This man is Marquis Wilhelm, the mastermind behind the incident involving the prince. He is depressed, wondering where he went wrong. He believed his plan was perfect and that it should have been impossible for Prince Camuda to survive. The Marquis waited until his trusted knight, Galenus del Windsor, was far away. He received a report that all the knights with him had died and that the prince was severely injured. Marquis Wilhelm was confident that the prince was going to die. Yet, Prince Camuda Evel de Volfric survived. Not only that, but he told His Majesty that he would seize the right of succession. Nothing is going according to plan. Now, Marquis Wilhelm questions whether his calculations were incorrect. The nobles support Prince Llywelyn, who isn't fit to become emperor, just because his power has awakened. That's how important the world is in this empire. This belief stems from the myth that those with holy wolf blood are destined to rule the land, a myth further supported by the strong and free-spirited shapeshifters. The wolves and tigers are teaming up, scared of Prince Kamut's existence, and they won't attack the Empire. The one who said this was none other than the leader of the shapeshifters, Carlian, a war-tiger soldier. He was one of the 5 Platinum Shield soldiers, so his words held a massive amount of weight. Therefore, we had no choice but to support Prince Llywelyn. Though he wasn't fit to be emperor, his followers believed they could guide him into becoming one. Everyone believed this was the only way to uphold the empire's legacy. Now, Marquis Wilhelm's situation is dire. His life might be in critical danger because the first prince came back alive and Prince Llywelyn has tossed him aside. Things couldn't be any worse. The Marquis needs to make a decision. Will he shut himself up inside his house, not knowing when he will be assassinated, or will he choose another path? Now Rionelle is showing a mad expression because the Marquis is in front of her, and the Marquis feels her gaze. A crow. Why is the bird of death on his highness' shoulder? Now, Prince Kamut asks why the Marquis Wilhelm wanted to meet him and wonders why Llywelyn's right-hand man would come looking for him. Are you here to beg me to forgive you for the attack? The Marquis is nervous and sweating. I see, he's trying to hint at something. Granting an audience to someone who tried to finish you doesn't make any sense. He's threatening me with the bird of death, but I've come too far to back down now. The Marquis speaks up for the reason for this meeting. I'm not here to apologize. When I was a follower of Prince Llywelyn, I had no other choice. Prince Kamut hears this and smiles while asking, when you were? Sounds like things have changed. Prince Kamut starts walking toward the Marquis. Yes, this is exactly what I imagined. You were planning to devote yourself to Llywelyn and continue to guide him once he became emperor because you believed that only the one whose power has awakened will rise to the throne. But you failed to finish me and got abandoned. So you had no choice but to come crawling to me. Prince Kamut and the Marquis gaze at each other, and Kamut asks, am I wrong? The Marquis steps back a bit, nervous. He knows everything. He is the one fit to be emperor. The Marquis kneels and bows to pay respect. Prince Kamut asks if the Marquis realizes what he looks like right now, and the Marquis replies with a calm expression, even if you criticize me for being a two-faced snake, I have nothing to say. I clearly made the wrong choice, and I'm paying for the consequences. I leave my fate in your hands. Prince Kamut knows how capable the Marquis is, but apart from that, the Marquis is utterly useless. A heart that changes sides once is bound to change sides again, and caring for your country doesn't mean you are a loyal person. Your loyalty will always be questioned if I keep you by my side. Even so, you wish to go through with this. The Marquis, happy with the statement, replies, yes, this is what I want to do. Now Rionelle and Prince Kamut are sitting and having a conversation about the earlier meeting with the Marquis. Rionelle asks why Prince Kamut let the Marquis, who tried to finish him, live. Kamut answers, to put it simply, there are more pros than cons to having him on my side. This will surely cause a stir among the nobles that sided with Llywelyn, and more people will change their minds and start supporting me. Rionelle is a bit sad about this and says, but you must still be angry. He agrees that he is still angry, but he can't afford to let his emotions get the best of him. Prince Kamut touches Rionelle's hair and smells it, thanking her because the Marquis is the reason why Prince Kamut met Rionelle. They both laugh at this sweet moment. Prince Kamet then asks, "Back in the forest when I was injured, why did you help me? Why did it matter to you if a human died?" Rionelle panics, wondering how she should answer, since she can't tell him it's because she didn't want to eat bugs or carcasses for the rest of her life. She remembers something shining in the forest, like the shining and sparkling hair of Prince Kamet, which is why she was able to find him. With a beautiful smile and eyes, she replies, "In the forest, your blonde hair glittered so beautifully under the sun." Prince Kamet stands up and gently bows. "Since you told me that you like my blonde hair, I'd better take good care of it so you'll continue to like me." He kisses Rionelle's forehead, causing her to blush and transform into a crow. Rionelle knows she must find a way to help Prince Kamet from afar. From now on, Kamet will become very busy, and having the bird of death won't be good for his reputation. Now, in the office room of Prince Kamet and his guard knight, Prince Kamet has a problem. A shift occurred because of Marquis Wilhelm's change of allegiance. He was Llywelyn's right-hand man, so nobles who claimed to be neutral came to Kamet privately and declared their support for him, causing Kamet's following to grow day by day. The knight saw the expression of Prince Kamet, who was really troubled. He pulled out his sword, but Prince Kamet's problem was that Miss Rionelle was not following him around. He thought earlier that Miss Rionelle mentioned she just wanted to stay in her room again today. The knight trembled with anger because the reason for Prince Kamet's problem was a crow that didn't want to go out and rejected Prince Kamet's offer for a date. The knight worried about how he could fill the empty space for Kamet. "If you want me to cut off a stick, or if you want me to pull my beard out, just say so. Please choose what you want." Prince Kamet's expression was not interested. "None of the above." "Now get out," he said, becoming even more worried. Miss Rionelle, in the upper cabinet, was thinking about the day Marquis Wilhelm changed his allegiance. She made up her mind to distance herself from Kamet for a while. What would it look like if the bird of death is sitting on top of his shoulder, she thought. So until I figure something out, I should distance myself from him. Rionelle then got an idea. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Since I'm limited in so many ways, it's obvious that I won't be able to do anything big. But the least I can do is befriend those whom I see often. She grabbed a blue rose and tried to give it to the maid who was busy cleaning the room. The maid was shocked. Why is the bird of death flying toward me? Out of all people, why me? I can't swat it away because His Highness cherishes it. But Rionelle dropped the rose into the maid's hand, and the maid asked if this rose was for her. Rionelle agreed. Rionelle thought that while she wouldn't be able to change the reputation of crows right now, if she could make someone happy with an act of kindness, then good things were bound to happen in the future. The maid, still confused, asked if it was all right to accept such a precious flower. Prince Kamet entered the room and answered that question, but he spoke to Rionelle first. Did you give that flower to the maid, Rionelle? It looks like my crow likes you. You may have that flower. The maid was nervous about the gift because it was worth more than her salary. But Prince Kamet mentioned that she worked hard for him and deserved it. I hope you'll work hard from now on as well, he said. The maid accepted the flower, thinking she just did her job as a maid and His Highness gave her this for it. I would have never imagined something like this to ever happen. Well, would you look at that? Because of the bird of death, something wonderful happened. Perhaps I was too judgmental. I mean, That crow named Rionel and the first prince are so different from Prince Llewellyn. Now Rionel and Prince Kamet are having a conversation. You wanted to play with that maid, Prince Kamet said. Rionel denied it, feeling like she had been caught cheating for some reason, so she explained, well, the other people don't really like me, and if I keep staying by your side, I may drive people away. Prince Kamet's expression was surprised and sad. Rionel explained further that she thought it would be better if she distanced herself from him and acted kindly to others. She also mentioned their first meeting. You two were wary of me when we first met, don't you remember, Kamet? Prince Kamet remembered this and felt bad and regretful. Rionel continued, explaining that if she put in the same effort as she did with Prince Kamet, she thought that someday other people would think favorably of her as well. Prince Kamet looked at the ground with a sad expression on his face. She isn't disheartened because other people don't like her, rather, she does what she can to make things better, he thought. He stood up and stepped forward to Rionel. No matter what others think, you're my lucky charm. If anyone avoids me because you're nearby, I don't feel the need to keep that person close either. You're my oasis in this desert-like palace, Rionel. You're my safe haven, so please don't distance yourself from me just because of other people. I'll do whatever you want. If you like shiny things, I'll give you all of my treasures. If you want food, I'll bring you all the delicacies in the world. And if you want a comfortable palace to sleep in, I'll build one for you until you're satisfied. Just say the word. Prince Kamet's expression was filled with sincere concern for Rionel's feelings, both for other people and especially for him. Now, Miss Rionel felt this sincerity, and she didn't want shiny things or delicacies. She was about to say what she wanted when suddenly her crow instincts took over, leading her to blurt out, "Could you find another crow to be my mate?" She panicked in her mind. Why are my crow instincts popping out even when I'm in human mode? The lovely and sincere expression on Prince Kamet's face changed to surprise and a sweaty look. Another crow. Now she cried inwardly but couldn't say it loudly. I've lost my mind, Kamet. That's not what I meant. Prince Kamet replied that he couldn't fulfill the request. Rionel asked why, and Prince Kamet tried to answer, but it was hard for him to say it. He thought he might be selfish. Even though Rionel was in her human form right now, she was born a crow and had lived her whole life as one. It was natural for her to want to mate with a crow. However, he couldn't let some random crow take his precious Rionel's heart. If she really wanted one, he would carefully select the finest crow from the entire empire, but to be honest, he wasn't happy doing that either. It was because no one was as special as Rionel in this world. Prince Kamet moved his head closer and said, "If you really do need a mate, tell me. As long as you can transform into a human, I can be your mate." There was a moment of silence as Miss Rionel slowly blushed and turned red. The wild beast in her awakened. She thought, if I stay as a human, who knows what nonsense I'm going to blurt out. Miss Rionel transformed back into her crow form and quickly flew towards the chandelier to hide. Prince Kamet was surprised by this, trembling and shaking, and then started laughing loudly at Rionel's action. Why do you get so embarrassed every time? Prince Kamet asked, while Miss Rionel trembled in embarrassment. You just wait. I have zero dating experience, so I keep freezing up in front of you. But one day, you'll be the one who gets embarrassed. Prince Kamet returned to his normal behavior and happily thought, whenever I'm with Rionel, I feel free from all worries. I don't feel stressed about seizing the throne or the power struggle among the nobles. Even my deep-rooted distrust of others and my fear of death all feel meaningless. Whenever I hold hands with her and look at her pure smile, while stroking her midnight black hair and eyes that resemble morning glories, it's as if I'm being favored by death. All my fears wash away, and I feel like I can do anything. You left the freedom of soaring through the vast sky to stay by my side, and you want to help me reach the future I dream of as quickly as possible. One day, my lovely Raynell, once all danger has vanished, I want to tell you one thing. Now Raynell and Prince Kamet were in the office room when he suddenly noticed the changes in the room's decorations. For example, a single vase had been replaced with 2 books, a flower vase, and a wine vase. She thought that something felt off. It was normal to change the adornments in a prince's bedroom often, but was there a need to do that to his office as well? It seemed like Kamet was so busy these days that he didn't have a second to recognize or appreciate them. Raynell transformed into her human form and whispered to Prince Kamet, "I have a question. You know those new pieces that were placed in the office? Did you order for them to be put here?" Prince Kamet was confused by this question, and Raynell said that something about them felt off. Hearing this, Prince Kamet stared at the new items on display, and they began checking each piece. "I never ordered for these to be placed here," said Prince Kamet. He called for the Knight Galenus, who was happy, thinking, "His Highness came looking for me." With a serious expression, Prince Kamet ordered, "Call for Marquis Namuel immediately." The knight called for Marquis Namuel, who began checking the pieces and using a detection spell. He discovered something. "Goodness, this has a video recording device hidden within it." "How troublesome," said the Marquis. The knight didn't understand and asked, "A video recording device? What's that?" Marquis Namuel explained about it, saying, "Even a video is enough to expose a critical weakness." Prince Kamet already had a hunch about who planted it there, and Marquis Namuel agreed, yes, it was probably put here under his command, but there's one more problem. Any noble can get their hands on a video recording device, but this one is under a recognition prevention spell as well as a disappearing spell. These are extremely strong spells that even a skilled knight like Sir Galenus wouldn't be able to detect. Marquis Namuel suggested one person who could do that, saying, "There's a high chance that an archmage even more powerful than myself was involved." A total of 5 video recording devices were found in the office, and Miss Raynell was surprised by this many devices. Even though Kamet is a prince, he's always caught in dangerous situations because he hasn't yet secured the right of succession. "I'm starting to taste what it's like to be in the middle of a political power struggle, and it's a bit frightening," Marquis Namuel said, "Judging from how there weren't any other video recording devices in the rest of the ornaments, it looks like they were mixed with ordinary pieces. But just in case, I'll get rid of all of the ordinary-looking ornaments as well." Prince Kamet stressed, "Things will become more complicated if they find out that we discovered these devices." Marquis Namuel explained, "The maximum amount of time this device can record is 1 day. It looks like all of these have already filled their capacity. There's no way for them to find out that we found them." Prince Kamet said, "Maybe they couldn't exchange them for new ones because I've been spending so much time in my office these days." Marquis Namuel agreed and said, "Then we must first come up with a countermeasure and decide what to do next." The knight was standing and listening to the conversation, feeling angry with himself for failing to protect his highness yet again. "If I'd been more vigilant, I could have prevented this from happening. I've come in here numerous times and yet didn't detect a single device. How dare I consider myself His Highness's right-hand man, he thought. Marquis Namu explained that they need to check if any magical items had been placed in His Highness's room as well. Prince Kamet agreed with the plan and trusted the search task to Marquis Namu. Suddenly, Prince Kamet felt something, gazed at the night, and decided to act. I must calm Galenas down, Prince Kamet said. In the end, several video recording devices were found in Kamet's bedroom as well. This stirred up a commotion within the imperial palace. The butler commanded the knights to confine every attendant who had recently entered Prince Kamet's bedroom and office. Do not leave out a single person. Use force if they resist. They began questioning the people who had last entered the office but seemed to be targeting the wrong individuals. The maids, who were responsible for cleaning and adding new items to the office, were still standing freely. One example was the maid with light brown hair who nervously watched the scene of the knights. I guess this is the end for me. I should have rejected Prince Llywelyn then, she thought, recalling Prince Llywelyn's order. Miss, these adornments among those that will be placed in Kamet's room are under a recognition prevention spell, but he is so slow-witted that he'll never find out. If you refuse to follow or tell others about this, your sick brother will be in the flower garden, Prince Llywelyn had said. The maid had no choice but to comply. Prince Llywelyn had added, nothing has been going right for me recently. I've been looking for something to take my frustration out on anyway, so do as I command. Now, the maid was in prison, kneeling and thinking about what she should do. She couldn't let anything happen to her poor, younger brother. She cried in the dark place. The butler reported to Prince Kamet, we have imprisoned all of the attendants, and we are about to begin the interrogations. Prince Kamet said, considering Llywelyn's personality, it wouldn't be surprising if he resorted to using cruel methods. If you find anyone who was threatened or forced to follow his orders, make sure to protect them. The butler bowed and agreed to follow the order. Yes, Your Highness. He stepped out of the room, and at the same time, Prince Kamet used his ring to call the servant from the shadows, who slowly appeared. Did you call for me, Your Highness? The shadowy figure asked. Prince Kamet gave an order, monitor the chamberlain to see if he carries out my command. The shadow agreed and instantly vanished into the air. The butler from earlier was not just a butler but Marquis Welheim. Now Prince Kamet is stressed out. Since he got rid of the magical items, there's no more immediate danger, but the problem is he doesn't know which archmage has sided with Llywelyn. Normally, powerful magicians hate meddling with others and pride themselves on not getting involved in politics. But now, I understand why such a useful person like Wilhelm was thrown out. Llywelyn secured another extremely powerful accomplice. But why didn't he use that power to assassinate me? Is it because he wanted to have a fair fight between the wolves? Well, as long as His Majesty is still alive, things should be kept fair within the walls of the imperial palace. But I can't let my guard down. There are still so many problems left to take care of. I'm not sure how many of my secrets Llywelyn found out through those magical items, but thankfully, he hasn't figured out that my power has awakened. If he did, he would have done something about it by now. Since he hasn't made a move, I must have transformed when the devices were not recording. Now Prince Kamet turned his eyes to Raynell, the real current problem. She spent most of her time in the room and transformed into her human form numerous times. Judging from how she keeps hiding and distancing herself from others, perhaps she's been shocked by all this. So Prince Kamet tried to talk to Raynell and inform her that everything was alright. We destroyed all of the video recording devices and increased the room's security. From now on, Galenas and his subordinates will guard this room. Also, attendants under Llewellyn's command won't be able to enter here. So, can you come down just for a moment? Raynell just gazed and then turned her head back. Prince Kamet, feeling sad, thought that maybe she needed time to calm down. So he said, "Alright, Raynell, I can wait until you're ready." In Raynell's subconscious space, where she lay down and could control her crow body, she thought, "I need to turn into a human and tell Kamet that I'm fine, but my body isn't listening to me. I wasn't like this when I was checking the devices with Kamet, but perhaps this started when I began to feel afraid. Is my crow instinct warning me of danger and preventing me from transforming?" Raynell talked to her crow inner spirit, "But if I keep hiding like this, I won't be able to do anything. Let me out." The spirit crow denied that request. "No, it's dangerous outside." Raynell replied, "You can say that about anywhere, but at least I'm safe if I'm with Kamet." The spirit crow looked into Raynell's eyes. "Says who?" Raynell answered, "Since Kamet will become emperor in the future." The spirit crow responded, "That's Kamet's future, not mine. Have you forgotten about the different ways in which this game can end? None of them included a bird of death named Raynell. So you shouldn't trust anyone, Raynell, not a single person." Now Prince Kamet has been waiting all day, and it's already evening, but Raynell is still refusing to come down. She won't eat either. What if she passes out? Come to think of it, animals that are wary don't eat in the presence of others. So now he stood up and walked out of the room. "Raynell, I'll leave you alone now. Don't forget to eat something." Raynell saw him leave and peeked out. She instantly went down to the table to eat the food, but suddenly, a dark purple string of magic wrapped around her body. It was the Archmage. Staying curled up in the prince's bedroom is quite difficult to pull off, even for me. But what could Prince Llewellyn want with this bird that has merely a handful of mana in it? Well, this should amuse him for a bit. He vanished, carrying Raynell, and left behind only the necklace that dropped to the ground. Now, Raynell was in pain as she slowly regained consciousness and heard people talking. "I told you to be careful with her. What were you going to do if you hurt her?" The Archmage apologized for his actions, explaining that Raynell had put up a fight. The Archmage suggested calling a priest to heal her, but Prince Llewellyn rejected the idea. If it gets better, it could run away. Though it's a shame it's wounded, perhaps this was for the best. "You can go now. Don't come back here unless I call for you. I don't want to be interrupted." Now only Prince Llewellyn and Raynell were in the room. As the prince went about his business, Raynell thought he might have captured her because he had fallen for her human form. She smacked the prince's face. "Are you out of your mind? You don't have any friends, do you? If we were back in my world, you wouldn't survive a day in society." The prince, even more enraged by Raynell's action, put her back in the cage and began lecturing her. Raynell, already aware of Prince Kamet's awakened power, thought, just as I expected, he is completely unaware that Kamet's power has awakened. I have no idea when he started planting the video recording devices, but it's a relief that Llewellyn found out only about me. If I knew this was going to happen, I would have kept a better watch on those who came into Kamet's room. But it's probably too late now. A magician more powerful than Namuel put a recognition prevention spell on the devices. There's no need to beat myself up for not being able to detect them. Let's just focus on making it out of here alive for now. The prince proudly announced that he had put a spell on the room so only those given permission could enter. Meanwhile, outside the room, Marquis Namuel was trying to break the spell. It's such a strong blockade that only elders of the Magician Tower can make, he said. The knights tried to use brute force to destroy the spell, but nothing happened. I can't open it with force, one knight admitted. Prince Kamet, now at the prison, was out of breath from running with all his strength. He urgently addressed the maids, I know among you there is one who can enter Llywelyn's room. Some of you must have cooperated to gain something, while others were threatened until they obeyed. The maid who heard this was nervous about the outcome of her actions. But her worries changed as soon as she heard Prince Kamet's words. But I understand that you all were victims. I know it is difficult for the weak to rebel against someone in power. That's probably why you couldn't help me until now, since my power hadn't awakened. But there is something you must know. Prince Kamet continued, there is no guarantee that the third prince will spare your brother. But no matter what happens, I will never desert my people. I swear on my life. So help me. Prince Llywelyn has captured someone very precious to me. The maid realized he was talking about the crow. She thought, if Prince Kamet cherishes a bird that everyone avoids and goes out of his way to ask lowly people like us to help save that bird, wouldn't it be all right to trust him? On top of that, that crow did give me a present. Fully aware of the situation, the maid knew what she needed to do. Now Prince Llywelyn was mad, but Raynell was uninterested, thinking that if she wasn't injured, she would have pecked 1,000,000 holes into his face. She spit a liquid, making Prince Llywelyn even more furious. He grabbed the cage, trying to throw it to the ground, but suddenly the door opened and a voice echoed through the room. I'm sorry it took so long, but your joke went too far this time, my brainless brother. The entrance was amazing, just looking at their faces. Now Prince Llywelyn was mad and shouted at his brother, just look at how you brought a group with you to save some crow. A vile bug like you used to say there wasn't anyone you could trust, but now you reach out for help from such lowly people. You really can't do anything by yourself. Prince Kamet sighed upon hearing these words from his brother and replied, Raynell means that much to me. Also, I'm only human, so of course, there are things I'm not able to do by myself, and I need my subordinates' help at these times. Who are you to look down on me for getting help? It's obvious you received help as well. You know nothing about magic, there's no way you made that blockade by yourself. Planting recording devices in my room and office and kidnapping Raynell, did you do any of these things on your own? You're the one that can't do anything without receiving help from others. Prince Llywelyn heard this and was speechless and surprised. Prince Kamet continued, the only thing you have is that your power awakened. You don't even realize the situation you are in now. Prince Llywelyn remembered his younger self, the moment he and his mother were very happy when he announced that his power had awakened. He was the first one before Kamet, and his mother praised him, saying, that's marvelous, Llywelyn. It must have been quite difficult, but I'm very proud of you. Young Llywelyn was happy and asked, right? Aren't I better than Kamet? But his expression changed when he heard his mother's words, but I want you to get along with your brother." His eyes sharpened, and his calm, happy voice turned loud and sharp. In the present, Prince Llywelyn grabbed Raynell with strength. Prince Kamet saw this and changed the original plan, which was to create a distraction while Namuel and Galenus subdued Prince Llywelyn. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Prince Kamet transformed into his wolf form and faced his brother, who was also in wolf form. With rage, he smacked his brother and attempted to bite, but he stopped when he heard Raynell and the maid calling his name. The maid, with tears in her eyes, said, "Your Raynell, is severely hurt. She needs to be treated right away." Prince Kamet saw this, smacked his brother's face, transformed back into human form, and slowly talked to Raynell, asking for permission to get treated. Raynell agreed and passed out. Prince Kamet hugged Raynell, thankful for her trust. In the room where Raynell lay in bed, still sleeping and being treated by the healer, Prince Kamet asked why Raynell was still not waking up. The healer reported, considering how she was covered in wounds, she might have some damage to her mental state as well. That can also be healed with divine power, but the mind is quite sensitive, so it would be best to let her recover on her own. They asked Prince Kamet what he intended to do, and he answered that he was going to declare Bozkurt.
Bozkurt is an ancient tradition passed down through the Volfric imperial family. It is a sacred duel held under the direct supervision of the emperor. The candidates for the throne must transform into their wolf forms and fight one another until a victor emerges. The duel is dangerous, risking both severe injury and death. This method excludes any noble interference, ensuring that the rightful heir is determined by strength alone. Bozkurt is regarded as the final resort for selecting a successor when two or more candidates' powers have awakened, and no clear choice can be made. In a hall where nobles gathered, Kamut walked in confidently. Quiet murmurs spread across the room as the nobles whispered about the fight between the two princes that had occurred the night before. Rumors suggested that the first prince had finally awakened his power. Many were surprised, as there had been no prior signs of this awakening. One noble remarked, "How could he have managed this? I won't believe it unless I see it myself." Amidst the whispers, Kamut transformed into his wolf form. His large, imposing figure with golden fur captured everyone's attention. As he stood tall, he declared, to announce Bozkurt, one must transform into their wolf form and prove that the holy blood flows through their veins. With a powerful howl, Kamut unleashed an intense wave of energy that shook the room, leaving many panicked. Some nobles fell to the ground, trembling with fear, while others remained frozen in silence. The immense pressure left no doubt about Kamut's seriousness, as he aimed to send a clear message, particularly to one individual who had yet to step forward. At that moment, another wolf appeared, a striking figure who turned out to be Kamut's father. The older wolf approached and confirmed that Kamut had officially declared Bozkurt. He addressed the gathering, explaining the rules of the tradition. Kamut would only be allowed to use his own power during the duel, and no outside help would be permitted. The consequences for the loser would be severe, as Bozkurt carried a significant punishment. Kamut's father asked if Kamut was prepared to follow through with these terms. Kamut affirmed his decision without hesitation. However, the third prince, Llywelyn, was gravely injured from a recent surprise attack. He was undergoing treatment from healers, but the pain left him in a critical state. His screams echoed through the chambers as the healers worked tirelessly to stabilize his condition. Observing this, Kamut's father suggested postponing the duel until Llywelyn had fully recovered. He emphasized the need for fairness and sought to avoid future criticism of the tradition. Standing before the nobles, Kamut's father issued a strict decree. From this moment until the winner of Bozkurt is decided, I forbid any interference or trickery. All nobles are under the watch of the imperial family. Anyone who dares disobey will face death as punishment. The room fell silent. One knight, loyal to a noble house, trembled nervously, realizing that he and his allies would be unable to assist their prince during the duel. Elsewhere, Renyl's maid was caring for her, wiping her wings clean. The maid was experienced in tending to others, having cared for her younger brother, who often fell ill. She expressed gratitude to the prince for sending a priest to aid her brother, who had since recovered. The maid now felt a deep sense of duty to help Renyl recover and devoted her efforts to nursing her back to health. While Renyl's body remained unconscious, her consciousness drifted into another dimension. She found herself floating in a vast, empty space. Confused and frustrated, she shouted at the crown-shaped entity nearby, demanding to be released. The crown, sitting motionless, replied calmly, "It is not yet time." This response angered Renyl. She argued that if the crown had acted differently earlier, she wouldn't have been kidnapped in the first place. The crown admitted partial responsibility but insisted that she remain in this space for her own safety. "If you return now," the crown explained, "you might fear Kamut. Those who have been attacked often develop an instinctive fear of anyone resembling their attacker." Renyl considered this for a moment but firmly rejected the notion. She stated that Kamut was nothing like Llewellyn and that she trusted him. She expressed her desire to face any fears that might arise, insisting that avoiding the situation wouldn't solve anything. The crown, seeing her determination, relented and allowed her to leave. Before doing so, it reminded her that it was a part of her consciousness and a reflection of her inner thoughts. Renyl awoke from her long sleep and immediately embraced Kamut, signaling her trust and readiness to stand by his side.
Renyl is so overcome with emotion that she falls down along with her lover boy, and apologizes for making him worry about her. She also thanks Ivel for coming to save her from Llewellyn, so the blonde prince hugs her out of relief. The couple doesn't realize that the maid is watching them, and she panics after seeing our hero in her human form. Her shock results in a wet mess when she drops the water bowl, so she apologizes for her mistakes. Ivel and Renyl reassure the maid that all is well, but she is still feeling guilty for allowing the crow girl to get kidnapped. Our hero consoles the maid and says that it must have taken a lot of courage for her to lead Ivel to Llewellyn. However, she makes it a little funny by comparing this action to that of a rabbit confronting a wolf. The maid is confused to hear this, but then the crow girl holds her hands and thanks her for everything she's done. This makes the maid very emotional. And then Ivel asks Renyl if she would like her to be her personal maid. The couple immediately agrees to the idea because the maid already knows their secret and it would be difficult for Llewellyn to come after the crow girl because the maid has his permission to enter his secret room. This is great news for our hero, so she hugs the maid and plays around with her while Ivel watches them. Now, Renyl asks the maid for her name, and she finally lets us know that it's Nadia. The maid girl is very thankful to the couple for showing her kindness, and she becomes a bit dramatic by saying she will never tell on them even if a sword is pointed at her neck. This even makes Ivel wonder if Nadia has learned this kind of lingo from Windsor, who is the biggest drama queen. Now, Renyl drops to the couch for some relaxation after consoling Nadia. Her lover boy also believes that the maid girl is trustworthy and will be extremely loyal to Renyl. However, our hero is hilariously surprised by the fact that Nadia doesn't want to leave her side and refuses to even take a day off. This is particularly surprising because all the other staff members have been complaining about working in front of Renyl while she was a crow. The blonde prince doesn't appreciate this, so he decides to punish the staff members, but the crow girl makes a puppy face and tells her lover boy not to do such a thing. Of course, Ivel was only joking, but he still needs to set a standard, so he decides to give everyone a fair warning. There isn't much to worry about because of the state of Bosgard, but the blonde prince needs to be wary of spies. Renyl is confused by this term because she wasn't conscious when Bosgard was declared, so her lover boy explains everything to her. As expected, the crow girl is shocked because she never came across something like this in the game she played. She enters vibration mode and feels guilty for making Ivel pull out such a move. But the blonde prince reassures her that it was going to happen sooner or later. He goes on to caress Renyl's cheeks, but she starts twitching uncontrollably. This makes her remember what her crow instinct had said about fearing those who resemble her attacker. Ivel seems to understand this, so he uses his wolf form to console his princess. Renyl is then told that they have time to deal with this because Llewellyn has asked for extra time to recover from his injury. Now, the blonde prince tells Renyl that she can pour her heart out to him, so she hugs her lover boy and starts crying out of love. She starts talking about how scared she was when she was captured. But then we move to Windsor, who is fighting the other knights with a serious rage. The flashback shows Windsor confronting Namuel because the magician boy didn't react to Ivel's wolf transformation with shock. He explains that he had given a power berry to the blonde prince, so he assumes it was the berry that gave him his wolf powers. However, this makes Windsor upset because he believes that his prince doesn't trust him despite him pledging his life towards his protection. He explains to us that he's always wanted to be Ivol's knight, and it took him a lot of effort to gain his trust, especially after he had sealed himself off from others when he was a child. Windsor convinces himself that this must be a misunderstanding because Ivol is still keeping him by his side. He enters the blonde prince's room and sees him in his wolf form with Raynell, who is in her crow form. This makes Windsor even more jealous of the crow girl, but then Ivol transforms into his human body and asks him why he's feeling upset. Now, Windsor takes us to a flashback where he was asked to serve Llewellyn instead of Ivol due to his exceptional skills. Of course, the blonde prince didn't have his wolf powers then, but Windsor still chose to serve him over the third prince. This led everyone to mock the knight for being stubborn. And then we move forward to the time when Ivol was attacked by Wilhelm and his men. Windsor wanted to go find his prince and even ignored the words of the nobles who had asked him to change sides while he still could. All of his efforts were eventually a waste because Ivol came back safe with a crow and has been making strange decisions ever since then. Now, we're back to the present, and Windsor asks Ivol why he risked his secret for Raynell. He goes on to say that he has sworn his devotion to the blonde prince, but was still not informed about his wolf powers awakening. What's more baffling is the fact that Ivol transformed into a wolf in front of everyone, just to save his crow girl from harm. The blonde prince understands what his knight is saying, so he apologizes for his behavior and says that he's well aware of how important Windsor is to him. He appreciates how much the night warrior has sacrificed for him, even at a time when he had no powers. However, Ivol maintains that he had to become secretive because of the attack that was planned on him. Then, he proceeds to the topic of Raynell and explains that while Windsor might find it odd that he loves a crow so much, she means the world to him. Our hero shows her human form to Windsor, and he is shocked beyond imagination, even thinking of her to be a demon bird. Raynell doesn't know if this is a good idea, but her lover boy asks her to change back into a crow for now. Now, the blonde prince tells Windsor that Raynell had eaten Namuel's power berry, which is why she can shift bodies now. She was the one who had saved him from the evil soldiers and has stuck with him all the time since then. Ivol then tells Windsor that keeping Raynell's identity a secret is extremely important to him and he wants his knight to protect her. This showcases how much Ivol trusts Windsor. And even the night warrior explains to us that the blonde prince was always cold to women. This made him guard him against pretty ladies all the time. But now that he has been asked to protect Raynell, it signifies a level of trust which is beyond measure. Windsor's anxiety melts away like snow on a sunny day, and he starts imagining all kinds of fantasies wherein he's protecting Ivol and Raynell from danger. He also realizes that the couple might get married and give birth to cute children who will eventually ask him to teach them sword fighting. This honor is too much for Windsor to handle, so he has another breakdown and excessively promises to protect and guard Ivol and Raynell. He swears his life on this, and his words are so loud that Raynell willingly accepts the death of her earbuds. Ivol calms him down, and then Windsor says that he must be even more loyal to his prince. He tries to read up on Boskert to offer assistance to Ivol, but is unable to find anything of use. Windsor goes crazy because it's hard to believe such an important practice is not covered in the history books. But then Namuel hilariously humbles him by finding some information in his own book. However, it's just a single sentence that everyone already knows and unleashes Windsor's inner beast, which wants to slice up the book for making him look like a fool. Namuel brings him back to his senses, and then Wilhelm shows up to offer his support. Neither Namuel nor Windsor is interested in listening to him, and Wilhelm understands why. However, he says he's their best hope for understanding Boskert because he knows that the current emperor was the last one to win this challenge. Is Wilhelm going to expose some dirty secrets? Now, Wilhelm takes us to a flashback where we can see the king taking on his previous opponent in his wolf form. It turns out that such an incident is restricted from being recorded in the history books because the people didn't want such a tragedy to end up becoming a spectacle. The flashback continues with the wolves staring at each other with deadly intent, and then we see the king's wolf version taking down his opponent with a nasty bite to the neck. Wilhelm continues by saying the royal family has lost too many people to Boskert challenges, which is why he believes it's a terribly cruel way to settle issues. Now, we move back to the present day where Windsor and Namuel are both listening to Wilhelm. They don't really look all that impressed, as Windsor believes this is the traitor's way of trying to scare them. However, Wilhelm knows very well that they are not the kind of men to be intimidated with ease. He actually wants Ivol to come out of the Boskert battle safe and sound, because he wants him to be the next leader of the kingdom. Despite wanting the blonde prince to shed as little blood as possible, Wilhelm feels that Llewellyn will try to cheat in order to win the duel. Windsor and Namuel are surprised to hear this, and then Wilhelm states that he wants to help Ivel against his brother. But the problem is that the rules of Boskert prevent any kind of trickery or deception. So, before he leaves, Wilhelm asks Windsor and Namuel to look up the records of the staff that served the royal family, rather than those of the royal family members. These records will help our heroes confront Llewellyn and his cheating tactics with ease. Windsor and his cheating tactics with ease. Windsor and Namuel look at each other with conviction and get to work immediately. Later, we see the night boy asking to spar with Ivel as early as sunrise. The blonde prince and Raynell are a bit surprised by this behavior, especially considering the rules of Boskert. However, Windsor states that there's a way around everything because the king's personal knight would duel with him every single day till he became bedridden. This means that both of them were dueling even during the Boskert challenge. Windsor also reassures his prince that Namuel is keeping an eye on the magician's tower to check whether any of them is helping Llewellyn. Ivel is surprised to see how eager his team is to help him and also worries for their safety considering how they're trying to bend the rules. However, his crow girl reassures him by turning into her human form and saying that Windsor is right. The night boy is overjoyed to hear Raynell agreeing with him, but Ivel is still a little doubtful. That's when our hero tells him that a beast can be struck down no matter how powerful it might be. She remembers her time in the human world taking care of animals like panthers and wolves, most of whom had been struck down by something as small as an infected wound. Raynell knows that Llewellyn is going to pull some dirty trick out of his sleeve, so it would be good for Ivel to train for his duel. She then hugs her lover boy in an emotional sequence and says that it's necessary to pull out dirty tricks in order to survive. She also tells Ivel that she wants him to make it out alive, and it melts his heart. It's hard for him to say no to his crow girl, so Ivel tells Windsor to prepare the sparring sessions. Now, we see the men dueling each other with intent, but Windsor can easily spot that Ivel is a little nervous.
He tells his prince that he must not let his thoughts take over his actions because the enemy can exploit such a weakness with ease. Of course, Ivel can't help his nervousness because he is fully aware of what Llewellyn might do if he were to win the duel. Watching the spar from on top of a tree is Raynell, who looks at her lover boy with dreamy eyes. However, she is even more impressed by Windsor, who has some impressive skills. The crow girl comments that she thought he was just a funny side character, but can actually walk the talk as well. Of course, Raynell also wants to be of use to Ivel, and that's when it strikes her that she is neither a noble nor a human. This means that she can carry out her spy crow fantasy and help Ivel by telling him what Llewellyn is up to. However, our hero isn't the strongest crow in the world, and she doesn't want to risk a repeat of what happened earlier. In the middle of all these thoughts, we see a couple of tweeting birds arguing with each other over some berries on the tree. It's a rather hilarious sight as the cute birds get into an ugly argument, but Raynell gets an idea after seeing them. She calls out to the angry birds and asks them to listen to her suggestion. However, the little birds look at her with creepy faces and tell her to get lost, which makes Raynell funnily intimidated by them. In the meanwhile, we see Llewellyn, who is simply crying like a little baby because he knows he doesn't stand a chance against Ivel. The third prince is aware of the size and power differences, so he believes that he might just lose within the blink of an eye. Along with Llewellyn is his archmage, who seems to be plotting something sinister. He looks at the brat prince and reassures him that he is going to win the duel and become the future emperor. Llewellyn isn't confident about this idea, but then the archmage uses his powers and seemingly transforms into a prince himself, after which he comments that Ivel is going to regret what he did to his brother. While these evil plans are being hatched, Raynell goes to Nadia and asks her to bring some snacks which are for small birds. The maid girl is a little confused by this, but assumes that these are for Raynell's friends. Our hero awkwardly acknowledges this statement, although the angry birds are far from being her buddies. Now, we see a brief flashback to the crow girl's negotiations with the little birds, both of whom are rather rude. She proceeds to have a conversation with them in bird language, which has been translated for our convenience. At first, the angry birds are a little suspicious because Raynell is able to understand them. This shouldn't be possible because even though they're birds, Raynell is a different species. That's when one of the birds asks our hero if
She had eaten the power berry. The crow girl is shocked to hear this and asks them how they know about it, but the birds simply scoff at her and say that she is a kid. The birds go on to say that they have lived much longer and have seen a lot more than Raynell. This prompts our hero to wonder if there is another crow human who is living inside the royal palace. The birds state that the crow person doesn't live at the palace, but does visit from time to time with its human friend. This is big news for Raynell, because if she meets this crow person, she'll finally be able to master her crow form. She even imagines a scene where she is being given a crash course on how to be a crow after eating the power berry. Primarily, Raynell just wants to unlock her secret superpower, which she is personally hoping to be the Crowzilla atomic beams from the movie she had imagined earlier. Our hero quickly asks the angry birds if there is a way for her to meet this crow person, but they both reject the idea with scornful faces. They don't seem to know the location of the crow person, and also say that it does not like other people talking about it. The birds tell Raynell that she should look into the matter herself rather than asking them to do something for her. Raynell thinks that this effort will only be worth the risk once Boskert ends, but then the angry birds ask her what she initially wanted to tell them.
Our hero switches the topic to Llewellyn, and then we see Ivel falling to the ground after getting defeated by Windsor. The night boy tells his prince that he got distracted, and shouldn't allow this to happen. That's when Ivel reveals that he noticed Raynell talking to the angry birds, and it makes Windsor upset because this isn't really the time to be showing jealousy. However, Ivel is fascinated to see Raynell talking to other birds for such a long time. As a matter of fact, he even fantasizes about the birds flirting with her in a fancy fashion. Windsor is not at all impressed by his prince's behavior, and tells him that he still has a long way to go in his training. If the birds are really distracting Ivel that much, then Windsor will be more than happy to slash his apparent rivals in half. Of course, it's only natural for the night boy to become dramatic, so Ivel tells him the birds are too small to cut anyway. Also, he reaffirms that the term rival is a bit of an exaggeration. Despite this, Windsor is still eager to slice up the birds and activates a shady smile which forces Ivel to continue with his training to avoid a possible tragedy. Even Raynell hilariously feels something ominous, and worries that something bad will happen if she continues talking to the angry birds. By now, she's already told the birds about spying on Llewellyn, and they're happy to do this because they don't like the brat prince either. It turns out that Llewellyn would throw pebbles at the birds for no good reason, which has led them to remember his bratty face, even though birds aren't really good at identifying humans. Of course, our hero finds this extremely childish, which is all the more reason for her to find out what the third prince is planning for the duel. However, the angry birds strike a savage pose and tell Raynell that they expect a handsome reward for their efforts because nothing in life comes for free. The crow girl accepts their demands like a timid child and goes on to tell Ivel everything. The blonde prince is somewhat amused to hear this, especially when Raynell reveals that she's promised to bribe the birds with some snacks, which was why she had asked Nadia to make some bird treats earlier. The whole situation is quite funny for us as the audience, but Ivel doesn't seem to feel the same way. As a matter of fact, he clenches his fists and apologizes to Raynell because he thinks that she's not been living a good life ever since she was kidnapped by Llewellyn. Ivel is of the opinion that he is getting in the way of Raynell and her freedom because his involvement with her is almost like a curse. Now, the blonde prince remembers his time as a child and tells his crow girl that he had always felt anxious from an early age. This was because there was doubt about his legitimacy as a ruler due to his powers not awakening. Such a dreaded childhood would obviously have adverse effects on a young prince, so Ivel confesses that he couldn't even believe in himself after he awakened his wolf powers. The lover boy sheds a few tears and laments that he is not dependable. He feels that all his efforts only cause more pain to those he cares for. If that is the case, then he is really clueless as to how he can help Ivel. An intense shot follows as we see a reflection of Ivel as a child in the same hopeless form while he curses himself for being a burden to Raynell. This is too much for the crow girl to handle, so she holds Ivel's hand and tells him that she loves him. Our hero states that the only reason she is here is that she wants to, otherwise she can fly off to wherever she wishes. Raynell further explains to her lover boy that she had asked the other birds to spy on Llewellyn because she wanted to help him, and not because he wasn't dependable. The blonde prince is pleased to hear this, so he thanks his crow girl for always being there to rescue him from the dreaded shackles of his own past. Now, we shift from the romantic couple to Nemuel, who is having a hard time with the other magicians of the palace. As expected, most of the magicians don't want to get involved with the politics of the royal family, and it's difficult for Nemuel to get in touch with the elder magicians. At the same time, He suspects that one of the elder magicians is helping Llewellyn, but he still hasn't been able to identify who he is. All he wishes for is one tiny clue, and then we see the third prince with the archmage. The next morning, we see the angry birds enjoying their bird snacks while Raynell caws at them. Ivel, Windsor, and Nadia are all peeping on the birds, and the night boy is impressed with Raynell for using other birds as spies. Nadia is also proud of her mistress for being so smart, but her gesture only inspires Windsor to turn her into the female version of himself. He is ready to teach Nadia the ways of excessive praise and sacrifice, but Ivel comments that he cannot afford to have another Windsor roaming around him. The night boy hilariously takes this as a compliment, but Ivel and Nadia run towards Raynell after assuming that she's done with her spy chat. Everyone is eager to learn what information has just been shared with the Crow Girl, and Raynell strikes a savage pose as if to show that her idea was nothing short of a genius plan. We're all waiting for the big reveal, but then our hero simply caws as a human when she starts narrating the spy intel. Ivel and his team are visibly surprised to hear this, so the blonde prince asks Raynell to explain the information in a little more detail. Raynell gives it another shot and even turns into her chibi form for added drama. However, it's the same cawing sound, and Ivel reveals to her that she's speaking in bird language. This takes our hero by surprise, so she reaches out to her crow instinct for translation assistance. The crow instinct is upset that Raynell only approaches her when she needs help, but will happily allow the translation because she doesn't like Llewellyn either. Now, our hero finally explains that the third prince is regularly meeting someone in private, who has a beard and a creepy voice. Since birds aren't very good at telling people apart, they were not able to describe the archmage any better, but we as the audience know exactly who they're talking about. On top of this, the birds could feel a deadly aura emanating from the archmage, which made them want to exit the scene as soon as possible. Raynell adds that the archmage didn't look as if he was from this world, so Ivel wonders if this much information will be enough for Namuel to identify the mystery magician. He is confident in his magician boy's ability, so he goes to Namuel and describes the archmage to him. Namuel is made to ponder for a while, and then he comes up with a possible match to the description. This person's name is revealed to be Vafilos, who is one of the elder magicians. Namuel remembers a rumor which claims that Vafilos has been experimenting with dark magic, which makes it all the more important for everyone to be alert during the Boskert battle. There's no telling what kind of trick Vafilos might pull out of his sleeve, so a backup plan is most definitely necessary. Namuel wants to know how Ivel got hold of such critical information because it wouldn't have been easy to do so. He asks his prince if he used his secret shadow informant for this, but Ivel states that he is unable to do this because of the rules of Boskert. He does state that he's found a new informant but doesn't reveal the name to Namuel, quite frankly because he doesn't know them. That's when we see Raynell hilariously fending off the angry birds who are charging at the windows asking for more snacks. Our hero is in visible discomfort, but Nadia mistakes this to be a cute moment between her mistress and her enthusiastic friends. The next day, Raynell and Ivel sit down for a meal, but she senses something off about her lover boy. That's when it comes to her mind that today is the day of the Boskert challenge, and this could very well be Ivel's last meal with her if things don't go as planned. Now, some narration explains to us that Boskert might be a battle between wolves, but because of the human factor, it can lead to severe consequences. Normally, a wolf should usually just surrender and accept defeat if things get too tricky for him. After all, if the injuries are too deadly, he might not even be able to hunt for the rest of his life. However, Boskert is better understood as a battle between humans in their wolf costumes, which means that the winner will keep biting till his opponent drops dead. Of course, the Crow Girl doesn't want her lover boy to be drenched with blood, and Ivel can notice the frown on her face. He promises Raynell that he has made a backup plan thanks to the information she has managed to obtain through the spy birds. However, our hero is still feeling anxious, so Ivel gets her to agree to perform a ceremony for good luck. She just has to close her eyes, and then Ivel switches to Playboy mode where he kisses her lips, but with his palm in between them. The lover boy asks his princess if he can do the real thing upon winning the duel, but this overwhelms Raynell with emotion, and she transforms into a crow once again. Ivel is visibly amused to see how shy his Crow Girl is, and he thanks her for taking away his nervousness. The blonde prince promises Raynell that he will make it out of the duel alive because she is his motivation to do so. Now, we shift to the battle dome where both Ivel and Llewellyn are getting ready to face off for their battle. The king shows up and begins the proceedings, thus setting us up for an eventful encounter. Everyone in attendance starts talking about the battle, but they don't think that Ivel has that much of a chance because his brother has been a wolf for longer. Obviously, Windsor doesn't take too kindly to these words, but Wilhelm tells him to calm down. Namuel also suggests punishing the gossip mongers later, but Nadia understands Windsor's feelings because she would feel the same way if anyone spoke about Raynell the same way. Raynell is also here in her crow form, and she prays for Ivel as Bosgard begins. The king lays down the rules for the contest, which is basically that the winner shall become the next emperor, and no cheating or additional intervention is allowed. If there is anything suspicious to be inspected, then the elder magicians are in attendance to investigate it. In the case that they find something odd, the cheater will simply have to accept the fate bestowed upon him by the other participant. However, Phafilos is among the elder magicians, so it's fair to assume that there's an evil plan lurking around somewhere. Now, Ivel and Llewellyn change into their wolf forms, and an intense battle begins. However, we have to wait for the results because we are now taken to a flashback. Here, Ivel becomes a narrator, and talks about how his family was peaceful and happy at one point of time, but things quickly fell apart once his mother fell ill. Priests and healers from all over the kingdom were summoned to cure her, but it was of no use. This led the king to devote all his time to his beloved wife, but he ended up neglecting his sons in the process. Eventually, Llewellyn awakened his wolf powers, but the problem was that he also became more arrogant with it. As expected, the nobles saw this as a chance to divide the empire for their own selfish reason. That's when we learn that there was a middle child, called the second prince, who had unfortunately met an early end due to what was claimed to be a horse-riding accident. Of course, nobody really believed this to be an actual accident, because it was common knowledge that the children would be fighting for the throne now. It is heavily implied that Llewellyn was the one who ended his brother during this fateful incident. And to make matters worse, the queen followed soon after, due to the shock of hearing the tragic news. It was this very moment that split up the imperial family, and nothing was the same after that. Now, we are back to the present where both Ivel and Llewellyn are going at each other in the duel. However, the Wolf Prince is upset because he is fighting his own brother in a power struggle for the throne. He wishes for things to go back to the way they were when the queen was still alive, but such dreams can hardly become a reality. The fight wages on for a while, and Nadia covers her eyes because she's seen a bit too much bloodthirsty wolves. Namuel explains that both brothers are fighting with their lives, so it's expected for the battle to be drawn out. However, Wilhelm is a little confused to see Ivel talking so long to finish his brother. It's obvious that the Wolf Prince is the more overpowered fighter, but Wilhelm assumes that Llewellyn is pulling out his hidden powers because he's been pushed into the corner. Of course, he also knows that Phafilos might have played a dirty trick, which is why the duel is going on for hours. That's when an old maid makes her appearance and comments that Wilhelm has a good eye. She asks how the battle is going on, because she has a weak eye and isn't able to see things clearly. Windsor allows the old maid to sit with his team but senses something odd about the old maid. He can feel some mysterious energy emanating from her, so he decides to keep an eye on the maid for now. Back to the battle. It looks like Ivel is the one dominating his brother, and the old maid passes a comment. Wilhelm seems to know who she is, but chooses not to say anything alarming. Instead, he says that Ivel might have a problem in the long run, if this fight carries on for a while. Even Namuel senses something odd, and then he makes a critical observation. Llewellyn doesn't look like he's feeling any pain from any of the attacks Ivel is hitting him with. The third prince has red eyes that glow like a demon, which hints at the fact that he has been boosted by dark magic, thanks to Phafilos. Raynell starts to worry because she makes an even deadlier observation. It's bad enough that Llewellyn is behaving as if he has no survival instinct, but whenever he bites Ivel, he reacts a bit differently. Raynell is able to understand this because of her experience working with animals. She remembers a critical weapon when it came to dealing with animals that would escape from time to time. This weapon was a taser, and Ivel's current reaction to Llewellyn's bites is like that of an animal that has just been struck by a taser. It all starts to make sense for the crow girl, but then the old maid looks at her with an evil smirk. She seems to be able to read Raynell's mind but comments that she has not come here for the crow girl. Instead, she will just sit and observe proceedings for now. The Battle of the Wolves continues to unfold, and Ival's body starts to develop black scars due to his brother's electrical bite. It doesn't take long for Ival to realize that Llewellyn is under a spell that not only increases his strength, but also his speed and overall stamina. In addition to this, Llewellyn also has been boosted by a spell that removes the sensations of fear and pain. This is exactly why the third prince has been able to fight Ival for so long without flinching or showing any signs of slowing down. On top of that, Llewellyn also has an electricity spell casted upon him, which explains the taser attacks. Ival knew that his brother was going to cheat, but he never thought he would use so many spells to gain an advantage. The third prince has also chosen spells which cannot be detected easily, which makes things even more tricky for Ival. However, he only has to wait and stay calm, because of what Namiel told him earlier. We're taken to a brief flashback where Namiel tells Ival that he's going to give him some advice, which is technically against the rules, but there's a loophole. Informing someone on how to deal with animals affected by dark magic has nothing to do with Bhaskar, so Namiel can offer a short explanation. Basically, the key strategy is that Ival should not unleash all his powers upon Llewellyn, because then he will not have any energy left when his brother will unleash the hidden dark magic. Also, he must avoid getting any of Llewellyn's blood on his body, because it might lead to a curse. This explains why the Wolf Prince has not been going all out against his brother. It's a rather tricky situation because it's hard not to spill blood during a duel, but Ival needs to minimize the damage as much as he can. Back to the battle, Namiel can observe that Ival is following his advice, but is still unable to detect what kind of spell has been cast upon Llewellyn. The magician boy runs through some possible scenarios, but he knows that Philos is an elder magician, so suggesting something suspicious to him will only get dismissed. Basically, Ival needs to win the duel, or the king will have to bring someone in with more authority. The problem is that the other elder magicians might also be in on Llewellyn's plan, so the only person with higher authority is the chief imperial magician. However, this person does not show himself in public, and only works secretly, so it's going to be tough to call him here. Namiel knows that he'll have to bet his life on this, but he needs to collect reliable evidence because he can't just say that he has a hunch. As he wonders what to do, Raynell tries to tell him that Llewellyn is using some kind of electricity spell. However, she can only call like a crow, and it leads to a hilarious moment. Our hero laments that Namiel isn't as smart as she thought he would be, and even goes on to play a game of charades to try and get her point across. Windsor seems to realize that Raynell wants to pause Bhaskar, and she agrees because Ival will get into trouble because of the electricity spell, no matter how strong he might be. Windsor cannot understand bird language, but he sides with Raynell and charges with her to stop the fight. Namiel and Wilhelm try to calm them down because there is no solid evidence to back their claims. Wilhelm even doubts Raynell's advice and calls her a bird of death, but Windsor angrily defends her, even though he used to do the same thing before. Wilhelm says that everyone needs to discuss their argument, but Nadia doesn't know what to do. The old maid tells her to wait it out for now, and then Nadia asks her which part of the palace she works at. The old maid changes the topic and brings our attention to Ival, who is now holding down Llewellyn. Namiel figures that the Wolf Prince has figured out the spells, and is going to win the duel without spilling any blood. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief, especially Raynell, but then a shocking twist unfolds. Llewellyn turns into a human and tells the king that Ival has been cheating. A flashback shows Philos telling Llewellyn that if he is unable to win against Ival despite all the spells that have been cast upon it, then framing his brother is the only option to win. The useless prince tells the king that Ival has been receiving assistance from Namiel in the form of dark magic, so judgment needs to be passed. Everyone is in shock and disbelief over this unbelievable twist, and even Raynell is lost for words. And then we see the third prince with the archmage. The next morning, we see the angry birds enjoying their bird snacks while Raynell caws at them. Ival, Windsor, and Nadia are all peeping on the birds, and the night boy is impressed with Raynell for using other birds as spies. Nadia is also proud of her mistress for being so smart, but her gesture only inspires Windsor to turn her into the female version of himself. He is ready to teach Nadia the ways of excessive praise and sacrifice, but Ival comments that he cannot afford to have another Windsor roaming around him. The night boy hilariously takes this as a compliment, but Ival and Nadia run towards Raynell after assuming that she's done with her spy chat. Everyone is eager to learn what information has just been shared with the Crow Girl, and Raynell strikes a savage pose as if to show that her idea was nothing short of a genius plan. We're all waiting for the big reveal, but then our hero simply caws as a human when she starts narrating the spy intel. Ivel and his team are visibly surprised to hear this, so the blonde prince asks Raynell to explain the information in a little more detail. Raynell gives it another shot and even turns into her chibi form for added drama. However, it's the same cawing sound, and Ivel reveals to her that she's speaking in bird language. This takes our hero by surprise, so she reaches out to her crow instinct for translation assistance. The crow instinct is upset that Raynell only approaches her when she needs help, but will happily allow the translation because she doesn't like Llewellyn either. Now, our hero finally explains that the third prince is regularly meeting someone in private, who has a beard and a creepy voice. Since birds aren't very good at telling people apart, they were not able to describe the archmage any better, but we as the audience know exactly who they're talking about. On top of this, the birds could feel a deadly aura emanating from the archmage, which made them want to exit the scene as soon as possible. Raynell adds that the archmage didn't look as if he was from this world, so Ivel wonders if this much information will be enough for Namiel to identify the mystery magician. He is confident in his magician boy's ability, so he goes to Namiel and describes the archmage to him. Namiel is made to ponder for a while, and then he comes up with a possible match to the description. This person's name is revealed to be Vaphilos, who is one of the elder magicians. Namiel remembers a rumor which claims that Vaphilos has been experimenting with dark magic, which makes it all the more important for everyone to be alert during the Boskert battle. There's no telling what kind of trick Vaphilos might pull out of his sleeve, so a backup plan is most definitely necessary. Namiel wants to know how Ivel got hold of such critical information because it wouldn't have been easy to do so. He asks his prince if he used his secret shadow informant for this, but Ivel states that he is unable to do this because of the rules of Boskert. He does state that he's found a new informant but doesn't reveal the name to Namiel, quite frankly because he doesn't know them. That's when we see Raynell hilariously fending off the angry birds who are charging at the windows asking for more snacks. Our hero is in visible discomfort, but Nanya mistakes this to be a cute moment between her mistress and her enthusiastic friends. The next day, Raynell and Ivel sit down for a meal, but she senses something off about her lover boy. That's when it comes to her mind that today is the day of the Boskert challenge, and this could very well be Ivel's last meal with her if things don't go as planned. Now, some narration explains to us that Boskert might be a battle between wolves, but because of the human factor, it can lead to severe consequences. Normally, a wolf should usually just surrender and accept defeat if things get too tricky for him. After all, if the injuries are too deadly, he might not even be able to hunt for the rest of his life. However, Boskert is better understood as a battle between humans in their wolf costumes, which means that the winner will keep biting till his opponent drops dead. Of course, the crow girl doesn't want her lover boy to be drenched with blood, and Ivel can notice the frown on her face. He promises Raynell that he has made a backup plan thanks to the information she has managed to obtain through the spy birds. However, our hero is still feeling anxious, so Ivel gets her to agree to perform a ceremony for good luck. She just has to close her eyes, and then Ivel switches to Playboy mode where he kisses her lips, but with his palm in between them. The lover boy asks his princess if he can do the real thing upon winning the duel, but this overwhelms Raynell with emotion, and she transforms into a crow once again. Ivel is visibly amused to see how shy his crow girl, and he thanks her for taking away his nervousness. The blonde prince promises Raynell that he will make it out of the duel alive because she is his motivation to do so. Now, we shift to the battle dome where both Ivel and Llewellyn are getting ready to face off for their battle. The king shows up and begins the proceedings, thus setting us up for an eventful encounter. Everyone in attendance starts talking about the battle, but But they don't think that Ivel has that much of a chance because his brother has been a wolf for longer. Obviously, Windsor doesn't take too kindly to these words, but Wilhelm tells him to calm down. Namuel also suggests punishing the gossip mongers later, but Nadia understands Windsor's feelings because she would feel the same way if anyone spoke about Raynell the same way. Raynell is also here in her crow form, and she prays for Ivel as Boskert begins. The king lays down the rules for the contest, which is basically that the winner shall become the next emperor, and no cheating or additional intervention is allowed. If there is anything suspicious to be inspected, then the elder magicians are in attendance to investigate it. In the case that they find something odd, the cheater will simply have to accept the fate bestowed upon him by the other participant. However, Phofilos is among the elder magicians, so it's fair to assume that there's an evil plan lurking around somewhere. Now, Ivel and Llewellyn change into their wolf forms, and an intense battle begins. However, we have to wait for the results because we are now taken to a flashback. Here, Ivel becomes a narrator, and talks about how his family was peaceful and happy at one point of time. But things quickly fell apart once his mother fell ill. Priests and healers from all over the kingdom were summoned to cure her, but it was of no use. This led the king to devote all his time to his beloved wife, but he ended up neglecting his sons in the process. Eventually, Llewellyn awakened his wolf powers, but the problem was that he also became more arrogant with it. As expected, the nobles saw this as a chance to divide the empire for their own. Now, the Crow Girl is finally taken back to the fantasy world and she becomes a human, after which she rushes to her Prince Charming and hugs him with joy. Raynell is so overcome with emotion that she falls down along with her lover boy, and apologizes for making him worry about her. She also thanks Ivel for coming to save her from Llewellyn, so the blonde prince hugs her out of relief. The couple doesn't realize that the maid is watching them, and she panics after seeing our hero in her human form. Her shock results in a wet mess when she drops the water bowl, so she apologizes for her mistakes. Ivel and Raynell reassure the maid that all is well, but she is still feeling guilty for allowing the Crow Girl to get kidnapped. Our hero consoles the maid and says that it must have taken a lot of courage for her to lead Ivel to Llewellyn. However, she makes it a little funny by comparing this action to that of a rabbit confronting a wolf. The maid is confused to hear this, but then the Crow Girl holds her hands and thanks her for everything she's done. This makes the maid very emotional. And then Ivel asks Raynell if she would like her to be her personal maid. The couple immediately agrees to the idea because the maid already knows their secret and it would be difficult for Llewellyn to come after the Crow Girl because the maid has his permission to enter his secret room. This is great news for our hero, so she hugs the maid and plays around with her while Ivel watches them. Now, Raynell asks the maid for her name, and she finally lets us know that it's Nadia. The maid girl is very thankful to the couple for showing her kindness, and she becomes a bit dramatic by saying she will never tell on them even if a sword is pointed at her neck. This even makes Ivel wonder if Nadia has learned this kind of lingo from Windsor, who is the biggest drama queen. Now, Raynell drops to the couch for some relaxation after consoling Nadia. Her lover boy also believes that the maid girl is trustworthy and will be extremely loyal to Raynell. However, our hero is hilariously surprised by the fact that Nadia doesn't want to leave her side and refuses to even take a day off. This is particularly surprising because all the other staff members have been complaining about working in front of Raynell while she was a crow. The blonde prince doesn't appreciate this, so he decides to punish the staff members, but the Crow Girl makes a puppy face and tells her lover boy not to do such a thing. Of course, Ivel was only joking, but he still needs to set a standard, so he decides to give everyone a fair warning. There isn't much to worry about because of the state of Boskert, but the blonde prince needs to be wary of spies. Raynell is confused by this term because she wasn't conscious when Boskert was declared, so her lover boy explains everything to her. As expected, the Crow Girl is shocked because she never came across something like this in the game she played. She enters vibration mode and feels guilty for making Ivel pull out such a move. But the blonde prince reassures her that it was going to happen sooner or later. He goes on to caress Raynell's cheeks, but she starts twitching uncontrollably. This makes her remember what her crow instinct had said about fearing those who resemble her attacker. Ivel seems to understand this, so he uses his wolf form to console his princess. Raynell is then told that they have time to deal with this because Llewellyn has asked for extra time to recover from his injury. Now, the blonde prince tells Raynell that she can pour her heart out to him, so she hugs her lover boy and starts crying out of love. She starts talking about how scared she was when she was captured. But then we move to Windsor, who is fighting the other knights with a serious rage. A flashback shows Windsor confronting Namuel because the magician boy didn't react to Ival's wolf transformation with shock. He explains that he had given a power berry to the blonde prince, so he assumes it was the berry that gave him his wolf powers. However, this makes Windsor upset because he believes that his prince doesn't trust him despite him pledging his life towards his protection. He explains to us that he's always wanted to be Ival's knight, and it took him a lot of effort to gain his trust, especially after he had sealed himself off from others when he was a child. Windsor convinces himself that this must be a misunderstanding because Ival is still keeping him by his side. He enters the blonde prince's room and sees him in his wolf form with Raynell, who is in her crow form. This makes Windsor even more jealous of the crow girl, but then Ival transforms into his human body and asks him why he's feeling upset. Now, Windsor takes us to a flashback where he was asked to serve Llewellyn instead of Ival due to his exceptional skills. Of course, the blonde prince didn't have his wolf powers then, but Windsor still chose to serve him over the third prince. This led everyone to mock the knight for being stubborn. And then we move forward to the time when Ival was attacked by Wilhelm and his men. Windsor wanted to go find his prince and even ignored the words of the nobles who had asked him to change sides while he still could. All of his efforts were eventually a waste because Ival came back safe with a crow and has been making strange decisions ever since then. Now, we're back to the present, and Windsor asks Ival why he risked his secret for Raynell. He goes on to say that he has sworn his devotion to the blonde prince, but was still not informed about his wolf powers awakening. What's more baffling is the fact that Ival transformed into a wolf in front of everyone, just to save his crow girl from harm. The blonde prince understands what his knight is saying, so he apologizes for his behavior and says that he's well aware of how important Windsor is to him. He appreciates how much the night warrior has sacrificed for him, even at a time when he had no powers. However, Ival maintains that he had to become secretive because of the attack that was planned on him. Then, he proceeds to the topic of Raynell and explains that while Windsor might find it odd that he loves a crow so much, she means the world to him. Our hero shows her human form to Windsor, and he is shocked beyond imagination, even thinking of her to be a demon bird. Raynell doesn't know if this is a good idea, but her lover boy asks her to change back into a crow for now. Now, the blonde prince tells Windsor that Raynell had eaten Namuel's power berry, which is why she can shift bodies now. She was the one who had saved him from the evil soldiers and has stuck with him all the time since then. Ival then tells Windsor that keeping Raynell's identity a secret is extremely important to him and he wants his knight to protect her. This showcases how much Ival trusts Windsor. And even the night warrior explains to us that the blonde prince was always cold to women. This made him guard him against pretty ladies all the time. But now that he has been asked to protect Raynell, it signifies a level of trust which is beyond measure. Windsor's anxiety melts away like snow on a sunny day, and he starts imagining all kinds of fantasies wherein he's protecting Ival and Raynell from danger. He also realizes that the couple might get married and give birth to cute children who will eventually ask him to teach them sword fighting. This honor is too much for Windsor to handle, so he has another breakdown and excessively promises to protect and guard Ival and Raynell. He swears his life on this, and his words are so loud that Raynell willingly accepts the death of her earbuds. Ival calms him down, and then Windsor says that he must be even more loyal to his prince. He tries to read up on Boskert to offer assistance to Ival, but is unable to find anything of use. Windsor goes crazy because it's hard to believe such an important practice is not covered in the history books. But then Namuel hilariously humbles him by finding some information in his own book. However, it's just a single sentence that everyone already knows, and it unleashes Windsor's inner beast, which wants to slice up the book for making him look like a fool. Namuel brings him back to his senses, and then Wilhelm shows up to offer his support. Neither Namuel nor Windsor is interested in listening to him, and Wilhelm understands why. However, he says he's their best hope for understanding Boskert because he knows that the current emperor was the last one to win this challenge. Is Wilhelm going to expose some dirty secrets, and Namuel that the current emperor was the winner of a Boskert challenge? Now, Wilhelm takes us to a flashback where we can see the king taking on his previous opponent in his wolf form. It turns out that such an incident is restricted from being recorded in the history books because the people didn't want such a tragedy to end up becoming a spectacle. The flashback continues with the wolves staring at each other with deadly intent, and then we see the king's wolf version taking down his opponent with a nasty bite to the neck. Wilhelm continues by saying the royal family has lost too many people to Bosgert challenges, which is why he believes it's a terribly cruel way to settle issues. Now, we move back to the present day where Windsor and Namul are both listening to Wilhelm. They don't really look all that impressed, as Windsor believes this is the traitor's way of trying to scare them. However, Wilhelm knows very well that they are not the kind of men to be intimidated with ease. He actually wants Ivel to come out of the Bosgert battle safe and sound, because he wants him to be the next leader of the kingdom. Despite wanting the blonde prince to shed as little blood as possible, Wilhelm feels that Llewellyn will try to cheat in order to win the duel. Windsor and Namul are surprised to hear this, and then Wilhelm states that he wants to help Ivel against his brother. But the problem is that the rules of Bosgert prevent any kind of trickery or deception. So, before he leaves, Wilhelm asks Windsor and Namul to look up the records of the staff that served the royal family, rather than those of the royal family members. These records will help our heroes confront Llewellyn and his cheating tactics with ease. Windsor and Namul look at each other with conviction and get to work immediately. Later, we see the night boy asking to spar with Ivel as early as sunrise. The blonde prince and Raynell are a bit surprised by this behavior, especially considering the rules of Bosgert. However, Windsor states that there's a way around everything because the king's personal knight would duel with him every single day till he became better. This means that both of them were dueling even during the Bosgert challenge. Windsor also reassures his prince that Namul is keeping an eye on the magician's tower to check whether any of them is helping Llewellyn. Ivel is surprised to see how eager his team is to help him and also worries for their safety considering how they're trying to bend the rules. However, his crow girl reassures him by turning into her human form and saying that Windsor is right. The night boy is overjoyed to hear Raynell agreeing with him, but Ivel is still a little doubtful. That's when our hero tells him that a beast can be struck down no matter how powerful it might be. She remembers her time in the human world taking care of animals like panthers and wolves, most of whom had been struck down by something as small as an infected wound. Raynell knows that Llewellyn is going to pull some dirty trick out of his sleeve, so it would be good for Ivel to train for his duel. She then hugs her lover boy in an emotional sequence and says that it's necessary to pull out dirty tricks in order to survive. She also tells Ivel that she wants him to make it out alive, and it melts his heart. It's hard for him to say no to his crow girl, so Ivel tells Windsor to prepare the sparring sessions. Now, we see the men dueling each other with intent, but Windsor can easily spot that Ivel is a little nervous. He tells his prince that he must not let his thoughts take over his actions because the enemy can exploit such a weakness with ease. Of course, Ivel can't help his nervousness because he is fully aware of what Llewellyn might do if he were to win the duel. Watching the spar from on top of a tree is Raynell, who looks at her lover boy with dreamy eyes. However, she is even more impressed by Windsor, who has some impressive skills. The crow girl comments that she thought he was just a funny side character, but can actually walk the talk as well. Of course, Raynell also wants to be of use to Ivel, and that's when it strikes her that she is neither a noble nor a human. This means that she can carry out her spy crow fantasy and help Ivel by telling him what Llewellyn is up to. However, our hero isn't the strongest crow in the world, and she doesn't want to risk a repeat of what happened earlier. In the middle of all these thoughts, we see a couple of tweeting birds arguing with each other over some berries on the tree. It's a rather hilarious sight as the cute birds get into an ugly argument, but Raynell gets an idea after seeing them. She calls out to the angry birds and asks them to listen to her suggestion. However, the little birds look at her with creepy faces and tell her to get lost, which makes Raynell funnily intimidated by them. In the meanwhile, we see Llewellyn, who is simply crying like a little baby because he knows he doesn't stand a chance against Ivel. The third prince is aware of the size and power differences, so he believes that he might just lose within the blink of an eye. Along with Llewellyn is his archmage, who seems to be plotting something sinister. He looks at the brat prince and reassures him that he is going to win the duel and become the future emperor. Llewellyn isn't confident about this idea, but then the archmage uses his powers and seemingly transforms into a prince himself, after which he comments that Ivel is going to regret what he did to his brother. While these evil plans are being hatched, Raynell goes to Nadia and asks her to bring some snacks which are for small birds. The maid girl is a little confused by this, but assumes that these are for Raynell's friends. Our hero awkwardly acknowledges this statement, although the angry birds are far from being her buttons. Now, we see a brief flashback to the crow girl's negotiations with the little birds, both of whom are rather rude. She proceeds to have a conversation with them in bird language, which has been translated for our convenience. At first, the angry birds are a little suspicious because Raynal is able to understand them. This shouldn't be possible because even though they're birds, Raynal is a different species. That's when one of the birds asks our hero if she had eaten the power berry. The crow girl is shocked to hear this and asks them how they know about it, but the birds simply scoff at her and say that she is a kid. The birds go on to say that they have lived much longer and have seen a lot more than Raynal. This prompts our hero to wonder if there is another crow human who is living inside the royal palace. The birds state that the crow person doesn't live at the palace, but does visit from time to time with its human friend. This is big news for Raynal, because if she meets this crow person, she'll finally be able to master her crow form. She even imagines a scene where she is being given a crash course on how to be a crow after eating the power berry. Primarily, Raynal just wants to unlock her secret superpower, which she is personally hoping to be the Crowzilla atomic beams from the movie she had imagined earlier. Our hero quickly asks the angry birds if there is a way for her to meet this crow person, but they both reject the idea with scornful faces. They don't seem to know the location of the crow person, and also say that it does not like other people talking about it. The birds tell Raynal that she should look into the matter herself rather than asking them to do something for her. Raynal thinks that this effort will only be worth the risk once Boskert ends, but then the angry birds ask her what she initially wanted to tell them. Our hero switches the topic to Lul, and then we see Ivel falling to the ground after getting defeated by Windsor. The night boy tells his prince that he got distracted and shouldn't allow this to happen. That's when Ivel reveals that he noticed Raynal talking to the angry birds, and it makes Windsor upset because this isn't really the time to be showing jealousy. However, Ivel is fascinated to see Raynal talking to other birds for such a long time. As a matter of fact, he even fantasizes about the birds flirting with her in a fancy fashion. Windsor is not at all impressed by his prince's behavior, and tells him that he still has a long way to go in his training. If the birds are really distracting Ivel that much, then Windsor will be more than happy to slash his apparent rivals in half. Of course, it's only natural for the night boy to become dramatic, so Ivel tells him the birds are too small to cut anyway. Also, he reaffirms that the term rival is a bit of an exaggeration. Despite this, Windsor is still eager to slice up the birds and activates a shady smile which forces Ivel to continue with his training to avoid a possible tragedy. Even Raynal hilariously feels something ominous, and worries that something bad will happen if she continues talking to the angry birds. By now, she's already told the birds about spying on Llewellyn, and they're happy to do this because they don't like the brat prince either. It turns out that Llewellyn would throw pebbles at the birds for no good reason, which has led them to remember his bratty face, even though birds aren't really good at identifying humans. Of course, our hero finds this extremely childish, which is all the more reason for her to find out what the third prince is planning for the duel. However, the angry birds strike a savage pose and tell Raynal that they expect a handsome reward for their efforts because nothing in life comes for free. The crow girl accepts their demands like a timid child and goes on to tell Ivel everything. The blonde prince is somewhat amused to hear this, especially when Raynal reveals that she's promised to bribe the birds with some snacks, which was why she had asked Nadia to make some bird treats earlier. The whole situation is quite funny for us as the audience, but Ivel doesn't seem to feel the same way. As a matter of fact, he clenches his fists and apologizes to Raynal, because he thinks that she's not been living a good life ever since she was kidnapped by Llewellyn. Ivel is of the opinion that he is getting in the way of Raynal and her freedom because his involvement with her is almost like a curse. Now, the blonde prince remembers his time as a child and tells his crow girl that he had always felt anxious from an early age. This was because there was doubt about his legitimacy as a ruler due to his powers not awakening. Such a dreaded childhood would obviously have adverse effects on a young prince, so Ivel confesses that he couldn't even believe in himself after he awakened his wolf powers. The lover boy sheds a few tears and laments that he is not dependable. He feels that all his efforts only cause more pain to those he cares for. If that is the case, then he is really clueless as to how he can help Ivel. An intense shot follows as we see a reflection of Ivel as a child in the same hopeless form while he curses himself for being a burden to Raynal. This is too much for the crow girl to handle, so she holds Ival's hand and tells him that she loves him. Our hero states that the only reason she is here is that she wants to, otherwise she can fly off to wherever she wishes. Raynell further explains to her lover boy that she had asked the other birds to spy on Llewellyn because she wanted to help him, and not because he wasn't dependable. The blonde prince is pleased to hear this, so he thanks his crow girl for always being there to rescue him from the dreaded shackles of his own past. Now, we shift from the romantic couple to Namuel, who is having a hard time with the other magicians of the palace. As expected, most of the magicians don't want to get involved with the politics of the royal family, and it's difficult for Namuel to get in touch with the elder magicians. At the same time, he suspects that one of the elder magicians is helping Llewellyn, but he still hasn't been able to identify who he is. All he wishes for is one tiny clue, and then we see the third prince with the archmage. The next morning, we see the angry birds enjoying their bird snacks while Raynell caws at them. Ival, Windsor, and Nadia are all peeping on the birds, and the night boy is impressed with Raynell for using other birds as spies. Nadia is also proud of her mistress for being so smart, but her gesture only inspires Windsor to turn her into the female version of himself. He is ready to teach Nadia the ways of excessive praise and sacrifice, but Ival comments that he cannot afford to have another Windsor roaming around him. The night boy hilariously takes this as a compliment, but Ival and Nadia run towards Raynell after assuming that she's done with her spy check. Everyone is eager to learn what information has just been shared with the Kroger, and Raynell strikes a savage pose as if to show that her idea was nothing short of a genius plan. We're all waiting for the big reveal. But then our hero simply caws as a human when she starts narrating the spy intel. Ival and his team are visibly surprised to hear this, so the blonde prince asks Raynell to explain the information in a little more detail. Raynell gives it another shot and even turns into her chibi form for added drama. However, it's the same cawing sound, and Ival reveals to her that she's speaking in bird language. This takes our hero by surprise, so she reaches out to her crow instinct for translation assistance. The crow instinct is upset that Raynell only approaches her when she needs help, but will happily allow the translation because she doesn't like Llewellyn either. Now, our hero finally explains that the third prince is regularly meeting someone in private, who has a beard and a creepy voice. Since birds aren't very good at telling people apart, they were not able to describe the archmage any better, but we as the audience know exactly who they're talking about. On top of this, the birds could feel a deadly aura emanating from the archmage, which made them want to exit the scene as soon as possible. Raynell adds that the archmage didn't look as if he was from this world, so Ival wonders if this much information will be enough for Namuel to identify the mystery magician. He is confident in his magician boy's ability, so he goes to Namuel and describes the archmage to him. Namuel is made to ponder for a while, and then he comes up with a possible match to the description. This person's name is revealed to be Phafilos, who is one of the elder magicians. Namuel remembers a rumor which claims that Phafilos has been experimenting with dark magic, which makes it all the more important for everyone to be alert during the Boskert battle. There's no telling what kind of trick Phafilos might pull out of his sleeve, so a backup plan is most definitely necessary. Namuel wants to know how Ival got hold of such critical information because it wouldn't have been easy to do so. He asks his prince if he used his secret shadow informant for this, but Ival states that he is unable to do this because of the rules of Boskert. He does state that he's found a new informant but doesn't reveal the name to Namuel, quite frankly because he doesn't know them. That's when we see Raynell hilariously fending off the angry birds who are charging at the windows asking for more snacks. Our hero is in visible discomfort, but Nadia mistakes this to be a cute moment between her mistress and her enthusiastic friends. The next day, Raynell and Ival sit down for a meal, but she senses something off about her lover boy. That's when it comes to her mind that today is the day of the Boskert challenge, and this could very well be Ival's last meal with her if things don't go as planned. Now, some narration explains to us that Boskert might be a battle between wolves, but because of the human factor, it can lead to severe consequences. Normally, a wolf should usually just surrender and accept defeat if things get too tricky for him. After all, if the injuries are too deadly, he might not even be able to hunt for the rest of his life. However, Boskert is better understood as a battle between humans in their wolf costumes, which means that the winner will keep biting till his opponent drops dead. Of course, the crow girl doesn't want her lover boy to be drenched with blood, and Ival can notice the frown on her face. He promises Raynell that he has made a backup plan thanks to the information she has managed to obtain through the spy birds. However, our hero is still feeling anxious, so Ivel gets her to agree to perform a ceremony for good luck. She just has to close her eyes, and then Ivel switches to Playboy mode where he kisses her lips, but with his palm in between them. The lover boy asks his princess if he can do the real thing upon winning the duel, but this overwhelms Raynell with emotion, and she transforms into a crow once again. Ivel is visibly amused to see how shy his crow girl, and he thanks her for taking away his nervousness. The blonde prince promises Raynell that he will make it out of the duel alive because she is his motivation to do so. Now, we shift to the battle dome where both Ivel and Llewellyn are getting ready to face off for their battle. The king shows up and begins the proceedings, thus setting us up for an eventful encounter. Everyone in attendance starts talking about the battle, but they don't think that Ivel has that much of a chance because his brother has been a wolf for longer. Obviously, Windsor doesn't take too kindly to these words, but Wilhelm tells him to calm down. Namuel also suggests punishing the gossip mongers later, but Nadia understands Windsor's feelings because she would feel the same way if anyone spoke about Raynell the same way. Raynell is also here in her crow form, and she prays for Ivel as Bosgard begins. The king lays down the rules for the contest, which is basically that the winner shall become the next emperor, and no cheating or additional intervention is allowed. If there is anything suspicious to be inspected, then the elder magicians are in attendance to investigate it. In the case that they find something odd, the cheater will simply have to accept the fate bestowed upon him by the other participant. However, Phafilos is among the elder magicians, so it's fair to assume that there's an evil plan lurking around somewhere. Now, Ivel and Llewellyn change into their wolf forms, and an intense battle begins. However, we have to wait for the results because we are now taken to a flashback. Here, Ivel becomes a narrator, and talks about how his family was peaceful and happy at one point of time, but things quickly fell apart once his mother fell ill. Priests and healers from all over the kingdom were summoned to cure her, but it was of no use. This led the king to devote all his time to his beloved wife, but he ended up neglecting his sons in the process. Eventually, Llewellyn awakened his wolf powers, but the problem was that he also became more arrogant with it. As expected, the nobles saw this as a chance to divide the empire for their own selfish reason. That's when we learn that there was a middle child, called the second prince, who had unfortunately met an early end due to what was claimed to be a horse-riding accident. Of course, nobody really believed this to be an actual accident, because it was common knowledge that the children would be fighting for the throne now. It is heavily implied that Llewellyn was the one who ended his brother during this fateful incident. And to make matters worse, the queen followed soon after, due to the shock of hearing the tragic news. It was this very moment that split up the imperial family, and nothing was the same after that. Now, we are back to the present where both Ivel and Llewellyn are going at each other in the duel. However, the Wolf Prince is upset because he is fighting his own brother in a power struggle for the throne. He wishes for things to go back to the way they were when the queen was still alive, but such dreams can hardly become a reality. The fight wages on for a while, and Nadia covers her eyes because she's seen a bit too much bloodthirsty wolves. Namuel explains that both brothers are fighting with their lives, so it's expected for the battle to be drawn out. However, Wilhelm is a little confused to see Ivel talking so long to finish his brother. It's obvious that the Wolf Prince is the more overpowered fighter, but Wilhelm assumes that Llewellyn is pulling out his hidden powers because he's been pushed into the corner. Of course, he also knows that Phafilos might have played a dirty trick, which is why the duel is going on for hours. That's when an old maid makes her appearance and comments that Wilhelm has a good eye. She asks how the battle is going on, because she has a weak eye and isn't able to see things clearly. Windsor allows the old maid to sit with his team but senses something odd about the old maid. He can feel some mysterious energy emanating from her, so he decides to keep an eye on the maid for now. Back to the battle, it looks like Ivel is the one dominating his brother, and the old maid passes a comment. Wilhelm seems to know who she is, but chooses not to say anything alarming. Instead, he says that Ivel might have a problem in the long run, if this fight carries on for a while. Even Namuel senses something odd, and then he makes a critical observation. Llewellyn doesn't look like he's feeling any pain from any of the attacks Ivel is hitting him with. The third prince has red eyes that glow like a demon, which hints at the fact that he has been boosted by dark magic, thanks to Phafilos. Raynell starts to worry because she makes an even deadlier observation. It's bad enough that Llewellyn is behaving as if he has no survival instinct, but whenever he bites Ivel, he reacts a bit differently. Raynell is able to understand this because of her experience working with animals. She remembers a critical weapon when it came to dealing with animals that would escape from time to time. This weapon was a taser, and Ivel's current reaction to Llewellyn's bites is like that of an animal that has just been struck by a taser. It all starts to make sense for the Crow Girl, but then the old maid looks at her with an evil smirk. She seems to be able to read Raynell's mind but comments that she has not come here for the Crow Girl. Instead, she will just sit and observe proceedings for now. The Battle of the Wolves continues to unfold, and Ivel's body starts to develop black scars due to his brother's electrical bite. It doesn't take long for Ivel to realize that Llewellyn is under a spell that not only increases his strength, but also his speed and overall stamina. In addition to this, Llewellyn also has been boosted by a spell that removes the sensations of fear and pain. This is exactly why the third prince has been able to fight Ivel for so long without flinching or showing any signs of slowing down. On top of that, Llewellyn also has an electricity spell casted upon him, which explains the taser attacks. Ivel knew that his brother was going to cheat, but he never thought he would use so many spells to gain an advantage. The third prince has also chosen spells which cannot be detected easily, which makes things even more tricky for Ivel. However, he only has to wait and stay calm, because of what Namiel told him earlier. We're taken to a brief flashback where Namiel tells Ivel that he's going to give him some advice, which is technically against the rules, but there's a loophole. Informing someone on how to deal with animals affected by dark magic has nothing to do with Bosker, so Namiel can offer a short explanation. Basically, the key strategy is that Ivel should not unleash all his powers upon Llewellyn, because then he will not have any energy left when his brother will unleash the hidden dark magic. Also, he must avoid getting any of Llewellyn's blood on his body, because it might lead to a curse. This explains why the Wolf Prince has not been going all out against his brother. It's a rather tricky situation because it's hard not to spill blood during a duel, but Ivel needs to minimize the damage as much as he can. Back to the battle, Namiel can observe that Ivel is following his advice, but is still unable to detect what kind of spell has been cast upon Llewellyn. The magician boy runs through some possible scenarios, but he knows that Philos is an elder magician, so suggesting something suspicious to him will only get dismissed. Basically, Ivel needs to win the duel, or the king will have to bring someone in with more authority. The problem is that the other elder magicians might also be in on Llewellyn's plan. So the only person with higher authority is the chief imperial magician. However, this person does not show himself in public, and only works secretly, so it's going to be tough to call him here. Namiel knows that he'll have to bet his life on this, but he needs to collect reliable evidence because he can't just say that he has a hunch. As he wonders what to do, Raynell tries to tell him that Llewellyn is using some kind of electricity spell. However, she can only call like a crow, and it leads to a hilarious moment. Our hero laments that Namiel isn't as smart as she thought he would be, and even goes on to play a game of charades to try and get her point across. Windsor seems to realize that Raynell wants to pause Bosker, and she agrees because Ivel will get into trouble because of the electricity spell, no matter how strong he might be. Windsor cannot understand bird language, but he sides with Raynell and charges with her to stop the fight. Namiel and Wilhelm try to calm them down because there is no solid evidence to back their claims. Wilhelm even doubts Raynell's advice and calls her a bird of death, but Windsor angrily defends her, even though he used to do the same thing before. Wilhelm says that everyone needs to discuss their argument, but Nadia doesn't know what to do. The old maid tells her to wait it out for now, and then Nadia asks her which part of the palace she works at. The old maid changes the topic and brings our attention to Ivel, who is now holding down Llewellyn. Namiel figures that the Wolf Prince has figured out the spells, and is going to win the duel without spilling any blood. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief, especially Raynell, but then a shocking twist unfolds. Llewellyn turns into a human and tells the king that Ivel has been cheating. A flashback shows Philos telling Llewellyn that if he is unable to win against Ivel despite all the spells that have been cast upon it, then framing his brother is the only option to win. The useless prince tells the king that Ivel has been receiving assistance from Namiel in the form of dark magic, so judgment needs to be passed. Everyone is in shock and disbelief over this unbelievable twist, and even Raynell is lost for words. As everyone stands frozen in shock, Llewellyn gives us an evil smirk because he knows he's bamboozled us all. The third prince realizes that he is nothing compared to Ivel, because he got overpowered by his brother despite cheating with all kinds of boosted spells. However, he states that he was the winner of this battle before it even began. Now, the elder magicians start talking amongst themselves, and they believe that Namuel should not have been able to deceive them, considering he is not at their level. However, Llewellyn knows this is all a fraudulent play to trick everyone into thinking that a fair evaluation is being given. Soon enough, Phelos is handed over the honors and he is to make the final decision. We all know what this means, because he has been assisting Llewellyn right from the start. The Archmage begins his deceptive speech and acknowledges that he has been experimenting with dark magic. He declares that his endeavors have prevented demons and other dark creatures from venturing into this world, because he wants to establish credibility in front of the king. Then, Phelos strikes a grand pose and calls out Ivel for using dark magic to awaken his powers. He also accuses the blonde prince of using dark magic in this battle, and it doesn't look good for our heroes. As expected, Raynell is absolutely livid with Phelos for making such a stupid decision, and even states that he would make for a great politician considering he's left his logic behind in the dark world. Phelos adds more drama by saying the battle looked suspicious right from the very beginning. He believes that Ivel's wolf form is much larger and more powerful than that of a standard prince, and his powers had awakened after his adulthood, which is a rare occurrence. It doesn't just end there, as he also points out that Ivel went missing a while ago, which means that he could have staged his own disappearance. This would have allowed him the time to awaken his powers with dark magic using Namuel's help. Phelos shamelessly accuses Namuel of helping Ivel even during the battle, but the magician boy says this is all a wicked lie. He reasons that he gave a power berry to Ivel, so it doesn't make sense for him to require dark magic. However, Phelos turns this around on him and states that it's nearly impossible to find a power berry. The other elder magicians agree with him, and ask for a witness because Namuel's reasoning seems a bit too convenient given the timing. The magician boy counters Phelos and claims that the Archmage doesn't have any evidence to prove his wild accusations either. However, Phelos proudly says that an elder magician would never give false testimony, especially during Boskert. Namuel starts to panic because all his arguments are being used against him, so he only has one final choice. He jumps into the battle ring and kneels before the king, much to the surprise of both Windsor and Nadia. Namuel swears his life on Ivel's innocence, and requests the king to summon the chief imperial magician to reveal the truth of the matter. Windsor gets inspired and joins Namuel, along with Raynell. He naturally asks the king to take his life first, but hilariously requests him to keep the Crow girl safe because she is cherished by Ivel. Seeing his friends risking their lives for him makes Ivel feel bad about not being able to predict Llewellyn's cowardly tactics. However, Phelos remains arrogant and mocks our heroes by saying they will never be lucky enough to see the chief imperial magician. Things are not looking good for the blonde prince, but then the king sneakily calls upon the chief imperial magician, whose name is revealed to be Mirrodin. Now, we are treated to yet another twist as the suspicious old maid sitting next to Nagia gets up and answers the king. Everyone looks on in awe and disbelief as the old maid decides to finally introduce herself. In a happy turn of events, she is revealed to be the chief imperial magician, Mirrodin. This is bad news for Llewellyn, who scolds Phelos because he had promised him that Mirrodin would not show up. As expected, the chief imperial magician traps Phelos in chains and shames him for his disgraceful methods of cheating. It turns out that Phelos had also created ghosts of the other elder magicians to pull off his grand scam. Now, the king scolds Llewellyn for using such a basic cheating method and tells him that it's been used many times before. The bratty prince tries to plead ignorance, but the king shuts him up with grace and proceeds to explain his point. While it is true that there are no records of Boskert, the king was part of one, so he knows what happened during his own battle. He reveals that his opponent had also cast similar spells to help him win the big duel. The king had caught on to this immediately, but chose to remain silent about it. This is because he felt that a true leader should push himself to the very limits of his own strength when faced with a tricky situation. The king believes that the use of magic in battle is a cowardly act, and berates Llewellyn for not even having any loyal followers, unlike Ivel. He points out that the third prince would actually have been better off if he had kept Wilhelm by his side, because of his wit and intelligence. Wilhelm feels honored to hear this, but also expresses his humility because he doesn't know what he would have done if he was on Llewellyn's side. Even so, the king knows that Wilhelm wouldn't have let the third prince act so brainlessly, but Wilhelm states it's better to forget about what might have happened. Instead, everyone should focus on the future, so the king ridicules Llewellyn once more for using trickery to win his battle. He raises his hand and is about to end Bosker, but then we see Vafilos trying one last trick by using his dark magic. Suddenly, the third prince transforms into a demon wolf and shouts at his own father. He is not ready to have his evil dreams taken away from him, so he says that he will get rid of all the imperial family members, till he's the last one standing. Llewellyn forgets all sense of logic and attacks the king in his demon form, so Mirrodin goes to help him with his magical powers. However, Vafilos states that Boskert has still not been officially ended, so nobody can get in between the imperial family members because it might lead to controversy later on. The Archmage goes on to summon his dark magic which keeps Windsor, Namuel, and Ivel restrained as well. It's a simple case of rotten luck as Ivel calls out to his father who is about to get attacked by his own son. The Wolf Prince feels helpless because of his injury and curses himself for not being able to save the king. However, the twists keep coming and the crowd goes wild as our very own Raynell comes to the rescue and blocks Llewellyn's attack, much to our relief. This angers the bratty prince and he keeps thinking about ripping everyone to shreds in the middle of this chaotic sequence. It prompts him to go one step even further, and he awakens his ultimate dark powers so that he can finally fulfill his true desires. Technically, this is supposed to be a serious scene, but our hero always likes to add some hilarious drama, regardless of the stakes. She states that she has just saved her father-in-law from her supposed brother-in-law, which is a pretty big deal for her. Raynell also comments that Llewellyn is turning over to the dark side only now, whereas she had believed he had already done this during puberty. Of course, Mirrodin is not in the mood for jokes, so she demands to know what Vafilos did to Llewellyn in order to trigger such rage. The Archmage takes this as a chance to brag about his dark magic, but he reveals that he didn't really have to do much for Llewellyn. He had simply awakened what was already lying dormant inside the third prince for all these years. This means that the true source of darkness was none other than the useless Llewellyn himself. Now, Vafilos realizes that he's used up too much of his power, so he makes an escape because he is actually using a temporary body. Mirrodin rushes to the king to help him, and he thanks the Crow Girl for saving his life. Mirrodin apologizes for not being able to stop Vafilos and also admits to not knowing much about the dark shadows that are still fighting our heroes. The king seems to be fine with everything that is currently happening because he had somewhat anticipated this, but Windsor and Namuel are not looking as comfortable against the dark shadows. The Night Boy is confused as to why these shadows are still here despite Vafilos' vanish, so Namuel explains that they are feeding off the mana in Llewellyn's body. The only way to stop this madness is to knock out the third prince, but that's easier said than done. Mirrodin asks the king if he still wants to see how the battle plays out, and he says that it'll be interesting to observe how Ivel handles this situation. The Wolf Prince is in a spot of bother as the dark shadows are holding him down, and his shock wounds are only getting wider and deeper. Ivel laments that things are only getting tougher for him, and he is starting to lose his sense of judgment because of all the pain and suffering he has to witness around him. However, he takes a look at Raynell, who is doing her best to fight off Llewellyn even though she is no match for him. This motivates Ivel, and he realizes that there's no point feeling sorry for himself when he has to protect his loved ones. This kicks off a thrilling sequence of events as the Wolf Prince goes into overdrive and frees himself from the dark shadows. He viciously charges at Llewellyn and bites his neck without any mercy at all. Ivel proceeds to smash his brother to the ground in an emphatic display of dominance, as Raynell, Windsor, and Namuel watch on in amazement and admiration. With such a brutal demonstration ending the battle, the king is confident that he can safely choose his successor without any doubt in his heart. He proceeds to declare Ivel as the winner of Bosker, and the Wolf Prince lets out a victorious roar with the pathetic Llewellyn incapacitated and unable to react. Loud cheers echo all over the kingdom, because the right decision has definitely been made. It finally puts an end to all the tension that was on everyone's minds leading into Bhaskar, and now with Ival chosen as the new king, peace has been restored to the imperial palace. Of course, all the elder magicians who had gone into hiding during Bhaskar are now feeling guilty about letting Philos operate without any kind of supervision. They start tracking him down as a means to make up for their past mistakes, and then we see Llewellyn, who has been chained up inside a prison cell like he rightfully deserves. The third prince's fate is still uncertain, so he has to wait till a decision is made on a punishment that should fit the nature of his crimes. However, there is still some cause for concern, because the reason for this delay in judgment is that Ival needs to give it. Unfortunately, the injuries he sustained from Bhaskar have kept him bandaged and unconscious for a while. This makes Raynell upset, and she is seen resting on Nadia's lap as she tries to reassure the crow girl that all will be well. She explains that the priests have already healed Ival, and Midden is looking after him as well, so it's only a matter of time before he wakes up. We even see the chief imperial magician with Namuel and Windsor as they check up on Ival. However, his hands show some kind of evil mark, which means that he could be cursed by the same dark magic as Llewellyn was. What's going to happen to Ival? Will he also give in to the dark side and create problems for the kingdom he so dearly fought to protect? After the events of the Bhaskar battle, we see Ival in his bed, resting from the injuries he sustained from his brother's illegal use of dark magic. We can see that the curse of the dark magic is slowly trying to take over the Wolf Prince as well, but Mirden doesn't seem to be bothered by it. She reasons that Ival has holy wolf blood running through his veins, and it is suppressing the effects of the dark magic. However, she does maintain that the curse might be hard to control if it lingers on an Ival's body for long. Mirden feels that the dark magic can turn the charming Ival into a menacing monster because it can accentuate his thoughts. Windsor and Namuel don't seem to have a problem with this, because they both know that the Wolf Prince is a good and noble man. It's a reasonable assumption. But the chief imperial magician decides to clarify her statement. She explains that Ival's good intentions might become misguided in the quest for peace, and he might even turn into a tyrannical ruler if things were to proceed the way they currently are. This shocks both Windsor and Namuel, because they had no idea that extreme goodness could also lead to a disaster. Mirden is supremely experienced, so she knows the importance of moderation and how humans can never live freely in a world of darkness or even a world of light. Basically, the curse needs to be removed, but it isn't as easy as it sounds because Mirden isn't very familiar with this field. She laments that Philos is the only one who can save Ival from such a situation, but then Namuel reminds her that he also has holy wolf blood running through his veins. This is exactly what the chief imperial magician needed to hear, so she gets to work immediately. It's a lengthy and tiresome process, as is pointed out by Nadia, whom Windsor instructs to observe her master from a safe distance. In the middle of all this, our hero Raynell is feeling bad for her lover boy and wishes for his speedy recovery. Tensions rise, but then Mirden and Namuel both step out of Ival's room and gladly announce that the curse has been removed from his body. This puts a smile on everyone's faces, and Nadia asks Mirden if she and Raynell can enter the room. Even Windsor follows suit, but Namuel decides to head back to his room for some rest. He states that he used up too much magic for the curse removal, but he doesn't sound very convincing. The sun rises upon the palace with full force, and we can see that Nadia, Raynell, and Windsor are all keeping watch on Ival. The blonde prince finally awakens from his slumber, but all he can remember is how the Bhaskar battle ended. He quickly remembers his crow girl, and calls out to her in a panicked state. Luckily for him, she's just taking a nap next to him, and there's nothing to worry about. Ival happily pats Raynell, and the others also realize that he's woken up. Windsor asks the blonde prince how he's feeling, and then he quickly rushes to get both Mirden and Namuel. Now, Raynell turns into her human form, but instead of showing her lover boy some affection, she simply screams in frustration and calls him an idiot. This is obviously a hilarious moment for Ival because he didn't expect his crow girl to get so angry. She funnily smacks him on the shoulders while he tries to convince her that he's a patient. Raynell doesn't just stop there. She also mistakenly calls Bhaskar yogurt and then berates Ival for being so reckless during his battle. Windsor and Nadia are listening in on this conversation, but don't really know what to do about it, considering the crow girl's ferocity is because of her love. They do the right thing and rush towards the magicians before they hear some more of Raynell's lecture. Our hero does realize that she's overreacting to the whole situation. But things have been tough for her as well. She's had to sit and watch an unconscious Ivel for days, so all her emotions are now bursting out without any filters. She tells her lover boy that he almost broke his promise to her, so he decides to apologize for making her worry so much. The couple shares a romantic moment as Ivel wipes away Raynell's tears and even tells her to release all her anger upon him. He doesn't mind if she remains mad at him for his actions and goes on to say that he's never treasured anyone the way he's treasured Raynell. This is enough to put the Crow girl's mind at ease, and she apologizes for being so dramatic. It leads to a cute moment as our hero realizes how silly she must have sounded, but Ivel manages to console her. Suddenly, Mirrodin and Namiel come to the scene, so Raynell turns into a crow to avoid further drama. After confirming the Wolf Prince's health, Mirrodin is told about how the king would narrate countless stories about her, because she was his mentor. This comes as a shock to Raynell, but the biggest surprise is yet to come, as Mirrodin points out that the Crow girl is able to understand human language. This makes our hero panic because her secret identity has just been exposed. There's a brief moment of panic, but then Ivel confesses that he can't keep anything hidden from Mirrodin. The chief imperial magician also says that there's no reason to hide Raynell anymore because the blonde prince is soon going to become the new emperor. Keeping this in mind, Ivel asks Raynell if she wants to show everyone her human form, and she gets a little confused. He reassures her that nobody can harm her now because he's won Vosgard, and Llewellyn is a prisoner now. This gives the Crow girl confidence, and she quickly transforms in front of everyone. Our hero's appearance takes Mirrodin by surprise because she had only assumed that Raynell was a smart bird. However, she quickly regains her composure and tells Ivel that his Crow girl had eaten a power berry. The blonde prince is surprised to hear this, but then Mirrodin explains that she's been studying the berries for a while. As a matter of fact, it was because of this research that she had met a new friend, who also transformed due to the power berry. We finally get to see the other crow person of the story, so Raynell abruptly cuts off Mirrodin to ask her if this person is still alive. The Crow girl is asked not to be polite because of her bird genes, but it only makes Raynell feel hilariously awkward. She asks once again if this crow person is still alive, but then Mirrodin states that she had only met her when she was young. Since crows live for around 10 to 20 years, there isn't much hope for Raynell, and Ivel tries to comfort her. Now, Mirrodin gets ready to answer the question. But she also asks Raynell something important. If our hero also has the same lifespan as a crow, then it means that she will pass on earlier than everyone else, including Ivel. If that is the case, what is she going to do? This puts the Crow girl in a spot of bother, but she eventually regains her confidence and says that she is going to make the most of her time here with the people she cares about. She looks into Ivel's eyes with dreamy intent, and reconfirms that she is going to enjoy every second she has with him. This makes Ivel a little emotional, but then Raynell switches the mood and says that she is going to look for ways to live longer. This makes the blonde prince optimistic, and he vows to use every person in the empire to look for a solution to Raynell's lifespan. The couple's behavior entertains Mirrodin, but then she says that such efforts will not be necessary. First of all, she answers Raynell's question about the crow person and reveals that she's still alive. Her name turns out to be Hempel, and she even knew about Raynell, but wasn't able to make it to the palace with Mirrodin because she was feeling a bit under the weather. Basically, this means that crow people can live longer than crows, because Hempel is still breathing. Ivel becomes overjoyed as Mirrodin says that the power berry might be responsible for increasing a crow's lifespan, even though there is some more research that needs to be done. This is great news for Raynell, who drops down to the floor feeling relieved about the whole thing. Her behavior with Ivel actually reminds Mirrodin of the time she was also anxious about Hempel and her lifespan. The chief imperial magician goes on to state that Hempel is actually a very dear friend of hers, which is why they live together. Basically, she did not want to lose Hempel at an early age either, which is why she conducted a lot of research on the power berries. However, she faced limitations due to the fact that she couldn't find any other crow people. Now that she has come across Raynell, she can breathe a little easier. The chief imperial magician then asks Ivel and his crow girl if they can assist her with her research, and Raynell immediately agrees to it because even she has a lot of questions that need answers. However, the blonde prince wants to keep things clear, so he presents a couple of conditions. He brings out the necklace that Raynell was wearing before she got kidnapped and asks Myrden to fix it. He also wants her to add more protective spells on the necklace so that Raynell won't ever have to face difficult situations again. Myrden can identify that Namuel has already added some spells to the giant sapphire, and states that she can do a lot more. This means that the necklace can be used to make a pact with an elemental, more particularly an air elemental. This obviously makes sense because Raynell is a crow girl, but Namuel is only worried because such a pact would require mana and elemental affinity. He does realize that Raynell has eaten a power berry, so it might be different with her, but the risk still remains. Luckily, Myrden reassures him that such an issue will not occur because Raynell is an animal at the end of the day. This is good news because animals have the highest elemental affinity, even more than humans. Also, considering the fact that Raynell can easily transition between human form and crow form, she should have a lot of mana within her. Myrden then goes on to explain a secret about the power berries. It turns out that they've never been seen attached to a tree, and have always been found on the ground or other such mysterious places. Basically, this means that the power berry cannot be considered to be a fruit. Ivel becomes curious and asks what to call it then. Myrden then states that the origin of the Volfric imperial family has always been the holy wolf, but there's a secret attached to it. The animal that was the most attached to the holy wolf was actually a black bird. This seemingly holy bird had scattered pieces of its egg all over the kingdom so that its descendant crows could gain access to it. This means that the power berries are actually fragments of the black bird's eggshell. Essentially, this implies that the power berries are meant for crows to unleash their true potential. Now that all the explanation is out of the way, Myrden decides to begin the process of Raynell's pact with the air elemental. She says that it shouldn't be a problem, but everyone still needs to exercise caution. Windsor and Nadia agree to stand guard while Namuel is asked to clear the mana around the area. He is a bit hesitant to do this but gets reassured by Myrden. As the chief imperial magician begins her spell, Ivel asks Raynell if she's alright because the look on her face is rather indicative of her nervousness. Our hero reassures her lover boy that all is well and she's just a little excited. After all, a pact with an elemental is every fantasy lover's dream, and the crow girl is finally getting to live it out. This also means that she'll be able to protect herself rather than having to depend on Ivel and the others for support. Now, Myrden takes Raynell to the world of elementals and asks her to remain calm because it might get a bit chaotic at first. She simply needs to focus on the right elemental to choose for her pact and everything will be alright. Now, Raynell is transported to an alternate dimension which feels amazing and terrifying at the same time. She is amazed to see the number of elementals around her, and the sight is a rather beautiful one. Myrden reminds her to call out the name of the elemental she wishes to make a pact with, and then our hero finally finds someone she likes. In a tense sequence, she gives the name Mui to this elemental and asks if she can form a pact. An engaging sequence follows, after which the crow girl is sent back to the real world where everyone is awaiting her. Myrden is quite impressed to see Raynell in a graceful new attire along with her elemental, who looks like an angel mouse. Our hero notices her clothes and realizes that this is something that happens every time she gains a new power. It's almost like a game character gaining a new level. She then looks at Mui and asks if this new relationship is acceptable. The angel mouse gives a cute look but is unsure of the whole thing for now. Raynell hugs her elemental and says that they will work things out with Myrden, even though she is exploding with excitement from within. The chief imperial magician also agrees to drop by whenever she can to help our hero with her new buddy. At that point, Ivel decides to hop in with his playboy instincts and asks Myrden not to take up too much of Raynell's time. This is because he would also like to be alone with his crow girl, and he hugs her with total confidence. Of course, this makes Raynell shy again, so she looks at Mui and starts talking about Ivel's amazing face. The blonde prince is still amazed to see his crow girl's modesty, but Raynell is now determined to make the most of her time here with her lover boy. Now, Ivel goes to the dungeon that's holding Llewellyn and wonders what to do with him, especially since he's been weakened by the dark magic. Ideally, he would like to get rid of him, but also needs to extract as much information out of his brother as possible. How is this going to unfold in the grand scheme of things? After all the drama that has passed by, the wolf prince Ivel looks down upon his useless cheat of a brother, Llewellyn. Despite their differences, Ivel still thinks of a way to help Llewellyn. but this doesn't sound very noble to the evil prince. He even states that an act of kindness from Ival isn't change his mood, and he will continue to be the same if freed from his imprisonment. With that, Llewellyn angrily yanks his chains and screams at his brother without any regard. He openly declares that he has no regrets over his actions, apart from the fact that he was unable to take Ival's life. It's a rather rude and obnoxious gesture, but the Wolf Prince maintains his calm, even as Llewellyn challenges him. He even says that he will end Ival's life in the most painful way possible after getting freed. However, the bratty prince is ignored by Ival as he turns to the chief imperial magician, Myrddin, for advice. Basically, since Myrddin had asked Ival what he wanted to do with Llewellyn, he had assumed there was a way to save his brother from his evil tendency. Llewellyn feels insulted over being ignored and calls out to his brother, but it's of no use. Myrddin confirms his assumptions and says that she does intend to cure Llewellyn. However, since he was exposed to dark magic for such a long time, it will take a lot more effort to help him out. She brings out a fancy collar and says that it can be used to extend Llewellyn's life. Ival takes a look at it and is confused at first, but learns that he can infuse it with light magic. Hence, he can place this collar around his brother's neck and make him obey his commands like a faithful dog. This will be possible because of Ival's powers as the Wolf Prince, which will also be used to suppress the dark magic residing within Llewellyn. Of course, the bratty prince will never willingly put on something like that, and he declares it with confidence. Once again, his words are ignored in hilarious fashion as Ival confirms with Myrddin that the collar will be effective regardless of what the wearer wants. This is a great chance to learn more about Philos, who has already awakened the dark forces within Llewellyn. Also, Ival feels that the collar would be a great way to punish his brother, because he deserves to live and be humiliated rather than be given a quick death. The Wolf Prince says this with a smile on his face that terrifies Llewellyn, especially because he has a huge debt he needs to pay for his tomfoolery. Now, the scene shifts to our hero Rhaenell, who is unable to control her laughter over the sight of Llewellyn cleaning the floor like a faithful servant. Ival is also present and explains that he stripped his brother of all nobility, and has given him the lowest job in the palace. Llewellyn can only mutter and groan, but has to obey Ival because of the collar. Rhaenell is glad her lover boy came up with such a nice punishment because the bratty prince shouldn't be let off so easily. Rhaenell continues to mock and insult Llewellyn by saying he couldn't defeat Ival even after cheating to such a shameless degree. On top of that, she also says that Llewellyn is useless without Philos, and it triggers him to the point where he tells her to shut up. However, he continues to clean the room while telling Rhaenell and Ival that he is going to do everything in his power to kill them. The Crow Girl finds this hilarious and carries on with her mocking, which frustrates Llewellyn immensely. The maid Nadia walks into the room and is surprised to see Llewellyn in his current state. She refers to him as a prince, but Rhaenell tells her he doesn't have that rank anymore. Ival rubs more salt on his wound by saying Llewellyn is actually a much lower rank than Nadia. The Wolf Prince then asks her if she would be willing to teach Llewellyn how to be a good slave, since he doesn't know how to work properly. This puts an evil smile on Nadia's face as she now has the chance to have some fun with the bratty prince. She kicks things off by taking her new apprentice to the storage room, which is quite messy. She tells him that he needs to clean it completely and also organize the items in the room, which is going to be a hardcore task. To make things worse for him, Nadia says that she'll make him repeat the whole thing if she finds even the smallest speckle of dust. Llewellyn starts to contemplate his own existence and lets out a scream in anguish. Rhaenell can hear this, but Ival simply brushes it off as strange noise, and the couple proceeds to enjoy some tea together. Of course, Ival is still concerned for his Crow Girl, but she has the wind elemental Mui for protection, so he can be a bit more relaxed than usual. After a brief moment of thought, Ival puts down his cup of tea and decides to move ahead with his next plan of action. He tells Rhaenell that he needs to introduce her to some aristocrats now that she can move around freely in her human form. It will just make things a whole lot easier for her, because she had to hide in the imperial palace all this time. Ival maintains that there will still be people who will engage in idle gossip, because Rhaenell is neither a human nor an aristocrat. Having said that, these will just be jobless people, so there is no threat towards our hero's life. Raynell understands that people are going to be uncomfortable around her since she is the bird of death, and then Ivel comes up with a solution. He decides to have her blessed by the most powerful person in the Empire, which will help keep her protected against the gossip mongers. Basically, Ivel is trying to come up with a way to introduce Raynell to his father, and he eventually brings it up. This makes the Crow girl extremely nervous, and even Mui is left speechless. As expected, this gesture makes Raynell spiral out of control and she loses her sense of composure. An official meeting with Ivel's dad to receive his blessings is definitely a big step, and it makes her wonder if her relationship with the Wolf Prince is moving too fast. She's particularly worried about the king because he seems to be a cold person. After all, he had no hesitation in making both his sons fight till the death in order to claim the throne. Once again, our hero goes into another one of her dramatic fantasies, where she imagines the king as some fancy mob boss who tries to pay her off so that she can stay away from his son. The nervous look on her face says it all as she asks Ivel what will happen if his dad says no to her. The Wolf Prince tries to keep her calm by saying there's no way the king will reject a girl like her. He even goes on to say that he'll find a way to get his dad to say yes, but he looks a little creepy, so Raynell asks him to use nice and friendly methods of persuasion. Now, we shift to Ivel going to meet his dad with Raynell in her crow form. Our hero is amazed to see the king's room, and can sense the power exuding from its four walls. She wonders if she'll be able to put up a brave face against the man. But things take a rather unexpected turn. The king is seen coughing aggressively, and he doesn't look like he's in a good state of health. Ivel rushes to him and comments on how he's looking much worse than before. The king reassures him that this is only natural, and then he asks Ivel why he's brought his beloved crow here. Ivel figures it's best to let his lover girl do the talking, so she transforms into her human form. Of course, Raynell has to be cute and awkward, so she starts babbling nervously about how they met for the first time during the Bosgert battle. Our hero feels like she's messed it up, but the king reassures her that he's not going to be mad simply because she doesn't know how to behave like a royal. This is a relief for Raynell, but the king says that she should try to learn the imperial etiquette because if Ivel is introducing her to him, then it can only mean that she is going to be around her for a while. This statement makes both Ivel and Raynell a bit awkward, but the king is relatively relaxed. He already had some idea about them, but is happy that his son has come here to make it official. What this means is that he can finally leave his empire to Ivel as he sets out to join his wife in heaven. Raynell is a bit upset to hear this, but the king says this is a good sign, because he has faith in Ivel to rule the kingdom with his lady. Also, the king figures that Ivel has arranged this meeting so that he can bless Raynell and protect her from the judgmental aristocrat. However, he tells his son that he is already a respected wolf, and should not worry about the opinions of others, especially when it's about the woman he wishes to mate with. He tells Ivel to protect Raynell with his life, and the Wolf Prince agrees with his words. The king then shifts his attention to Raynell, who worries that he's going to scold her as well. However, he simply holds her hand and gives her the license to boss Ivel around. This behavior takes the crow girl by surprise, because she never expected the king to have such an emotional side. She smiles at him and says she will try her best. This is all the king needs to hear, so he blesses both Ivel and Raynell, after which he passes on to the next life. It's a rather intense moment, but the only thing going on in Raynell's head is the fact that she will now officially be marrying Ivel. The Wolf Prince asks her if this has made things difficult, so she tells him not to take her antics so seriously. In her head though, Raynell worries whether it's all right for her and Ivel to get married. This world is moving on its own, but at the same time, it's exactly like the game she was playing. In this game, Ivel is supposed to fall in love with someone else, so our hero wonders if that is going to happen here as well. It's not about trusting her lover boy, but Raynell doesn't know if Ivel has the ability to defy the rules of the game. Such thoughts can only raise her anxiety, and to top it off, she doesn't even know how her life is going to eventually turn out in this world. Technically speaking, she's only a side character in the game who has no role to play. What really bothers her is that if the main female actually shows up in the game, she might just disappear from its reality. The true problem, though, is not about whether Raynell will survive, but rather about what will happen to Ivel if she disappears. They're clearly in love and deserve to be with each other, so Raynell doesn't want to hurt his feelings by marrying him, only to vanish later. Ivel has no idea what's going on with his lover girl, and then Raynell makes it even more difficult for him. She says that she needs some time to think about this, because she doesn't know if their relationship is romantic or familial. Of course, this is only till she figures out if there is another woman who is going to come into Ivel's life. However, for the time being, she has to keep her feelings on hold, and the marriage we all wanted to see might not happen for a while. Kamut could already see through the words said by Raynell, and he decided to express his feelings to her. He leaned into her and held her close, insisting that it had been a long time since the direction had been set. According to him, even looking at her is beautiful, and it is beautiful no matter what she does in the first place. Despite the feeling of hiding her from everyone else, he feels like he cannot stand without showing her to everyone to express that she is his. But the whole subject of the first prince of Wulfric trusting people becomes rather blurry to Raynell, and he has been unable to trust someone else other than himself for obvious reasons. Even his own master tried to finish him off, changing a big part of his heart in childhood, making him feel like nobody wanted to have him beside them. Now Kamut explains that it was rather different from the moment he met her in that forest, as if his fate started to move, and he no longer felt like sitting alone. The sole reason why Raynell is rather precious to him, even though the beginning of it was a little different than what it is currently since she only looked like a crow at that time. The whole thing changed in Kamut when he realized that she could transform into a human being, and he insisted that he was not about to force her to feel the same about him. The tension between them starts to rise, and she can't stand it without knowing, which makes her almost express her feelings to him. Even though she knows what she has to say, she feels like the rejection will only turn into a bad picture for Kamut, so she allows him to do whatever he wants. As soon as she accepts it, Kamut kisses her cheeks while promising that he will work as hard as possible, hoping that they both can rest assured. Then after 2 weeks, the Emperor of the Empire decided to leave the world looking a little tired while remembering the same woman once he loved in his life. Instead of crying over his father's death, Kamut only hugged Raynell the whole time and stayed like that. Soon enough, he became rather busy with all the paperwork since he would have to think about a lot of things as the next emperor as a means of stabilization. The wizard comes in saying that they have to deal with the remnants of Llewellyn, as even after unlocking all the guild members, they couldn't find any traces, as if it has been evaporated in thin air. The whole time Raynell kept on sitting near the windows, not being able to see Kamut for a long time, and she knew that there was too much to handle for Kamut, even with his people. While she is busy hoping that his work will finish soon, Kamut's little sister comes in banging on the door, calling her brother a liar for some unknown reason. The little girl comes in complaining about her brother not being inside the room, and it seems that he didn't keep his word to meet her. While the girl is constantly jumping up and down while blaming it all on her brother, she reminisces the words of her nanny. Not only she is the younger sister of Carmute, but she is actually the youngest princess of the Wulfric house. At the time of the deaths of the second prince and the empress, they had to whisk the youngest daughter Sapphire to a faraway place to keep her hidden and protected. For ages, she had to grow up alone and far away from her family, only to grow up in the arms of her nanny, only led her to become incredibly attached to Carmute, who would visit her every now and then. Now, after the death of the emperor, Sapphire is finally in the palace to live in here, and she comes in to find her brother every single day. While she sits on the ground hoping that she will finally get to meet her brother by waiting around, Raynell continues to admire the beauty of the little girl as she closes her eyes. Just when everything was going well, Sapphire noticed Raynell sitting near the windows and began complaining about it, calling her a bird of death. She immediately opened the windows and started flying her away from the palace. As she begins to say something to the girl gets angrier and starts calling her out to leave the palace as soon as possible. Knowing that the transformation would lead to even more serious accusations, she thinks of hiding for the time being, which is the best available solution at hand. Seeing that the bird is hidden behind the wardrobe, Sapphire takes out a chair to climb above and continues to insist that she has to leave no matter what. Just when everything is about to go horribly wrong, Carmute comes in to see what is actually happening inside his bedroom in his absence, only to see that his little sister is trying to climb the wardrobe using a chair. In excitement, the girl tries to move, but is about to fall down, only to be saved by Raynell and her swift wings. Even after understanding that Raynell is the one who has saved her, she doesn't seem to be interested in thanking her at all, assuming that she is a bird of death in the first place. But when Carmute begins to explain how he could have been dead without her, Sapphire starts to look a little bit differently at the bird with kind and understanding eyes. When Carmute starts to push once again to say thank you to Raynell, Sapphire finally thanks her for saving her and her brother's life. Then she insists that Raynell shouldn't be taking away her big brother, adding that she has heard bad things about black birds, which made her rather suspicious. Sapphire starts crying almost unbearably, remembering the deaths of her family members one by one, leaving her all alone. Not knowing if she will be able to help the situation, Raynell uses her butterfly magic to astonish the little one while Carmute explains how it works in the first place. After being explained by her brother, Sapphire realizes that her big brother is not at risk, as Raynell will never try to take him away. When Sapphire finally leaves, Carmute apologizes to Raynell and notices that her hair has been messed up by Sapphire, while she is smothering her with love. Then, after thinking for quite a while, Raynell asks Carmute if she can ask for a favor from him, as if she is in need of something. Carmute claims that he will gladly grant her request if she asks for anything, and Raynell feels like the prince was not being dishonest about the way of seduction in the first place. Raynell only asks if she can play with Sepia sometimes, and Carmute begins to wonder if she is serious at this point, but it seems that she is really asking for that. Raynell explains how she likes the little children to have fun and live their lives, and according to her, she cannot stand someone living like they are the loneliest being ever. The only thing she desires is that the child will be a little bit happier while acting as her protector at the same time, which is her only personal desire in the first place. After seeing this kind of dedication, Carmute couldn't say no to her and claimed that she was allowed to take good care of the child. Soon enough, he holds on to her, saying that she might have to care for him at the same time, which makes Raynell blush rather hard, as she didn't expect this kind of reaction out of him. Even though everything is going so smoothly, Raynell feels like it is only about to be tough standing it. And this whole time Carmute thinks of the difference between them once again. At this time, he thinks it might be better for him to approach her in the form of an animal, while remembering how the last time went. Later, Wilhelm comes into the chamber of Carmute with a matter to ask him for a review, as it is rather important, and he is allowed inside. The old man immediately looks at the crow once again to remind himself of the past incident, and he feels some kind of an eerie vibe from the bird, no matter how many times he looks at it. When Carmute realizes that the guy is staring at the bird the whole time, he asks him to report what he wanted to say in the first place, which shakes the man rather terribly. He places a huge pile of paperwork ahead of Carmute and elaborates that this whole thing is a list of candidates for the next empress who is interested in marrying him. But Carmute insists that a wolf's companion cannot be decided that way, at least that is what Carmute thinks, and opposes the idea of marriage. Even the old man knows that it cannot be decided like that, since he has looked after Carmute's father the whole time. The old man still wants Carmute to take a look at the current state of the empire, no matter what, assuming that there are too many twists, and they are not able to ignore them anymore. Even though the old man insists that the throne shouldn't be empty, Carmute assumes that the whole situation is rather useless to think of right now. There are still some things to talk about. For example, people like the Princess Sepia or the Marquis in the tree are still a concern for all of them at this moment. The old man thinks that to prevent and protect those who are disrespectful to them from adhering to them, Karmut will have to take a vow of marriage as soon as possible, no matter what. At this point, Karmut realizes that there is no other way, so he asks the old man if there is someone more special than anyone else at this point, which makes Raynell think. The old man only claims that if someone else has such perfect conditions to fit in for the time being, he can surely bring them along, as he will be glad to take a look. The only thing going on inside Karmut's mind is that he will be able to do everything to put her in the position of the Empress. While Karmut and Raynell are both alone on the balcony in the afternoon, he asks if she will be able to do something for him if he asks her without any exceptions. Instead of rolling around the conversation, Raynell realizes that he wants her to become the next Empress, and he could guess that she easily understood the issue from the conversation with the butler. Knowing that a wolf is never able to change their companion, Karmut feels like it will be his worst nightmare if he has to marry someone else, which he cannot think of allowing to happen in the first place, as it might be better to obey Llewellyn. Despite the mockery of Raynell for the time being, Karmut asks her to become serious so she can imagine if someone else standing near him looks cool to her or not. Even so, Raynell feels like she is not that sure about this whole situation. Besides, she is still unable to answer his questions that easily right now. When Karmut feels like he will be okay with the rejection, Raynell claims that he cannot stand waiting forever to marry someone like her. After going through the thoughts of how it should happen, Karmut believes that with her help, he might be able to buy some time, which is the only path that is open to him for the time being. Everyone is excited to be in the Emperor's inauguration, and the whole situation feels rather heavy on the guests as they continue to see how the Republic members are crying their eyes out to make the whole situation look rather heavy. While some might try to represent the whole situation with laughter, it doesn't get much better for the guy who has been busy crying. Suddenly, Sapphire begins to haggle, holding her nanny's red dress as soon as she notices that the priests are pouring into the place and the trumpets are being blown by the musicians. Just as the priests enter, they start reminiscing about the vow of the Wolf of the Divine, since Karmut is about to become the 25th Emperor of the Empire to gain the throne's eligibility. Karmut then walks in and accepts his staff and other accessories from the priests, and he decides to present the most precious existence to him, the one and only who saved his life. Suddenly, the bird of death appears out of nowhere in the air in front of the audience, and it seems that the whole thing has been planned by Karmut and Raynell beforehand. This is the moment when Sapphire starts training herself to become the next Empress, and Karmut really makes the vow to choose her or no one else on that day. This whole time, Raynell hopes that the real heroine appears at the perfect time, and since this is the moment when the real heroine appears, Raynell waits for her patiently. While she is thinking too hard about everything else around the consequences of the game, Karmut realizes that she is rather distracted and asks her to be patient. But Raynell promises that she will continue to stand by him until this whole thing has calmed down. Soon enough, the servants continue to carry the items for the Emperor for his new room, and they think that the room will look better than ever. On the other hand, Merdin and Namuel had to leave knowing that they had to study, while Wilhelm was being questioned by everyone for the next Empress's identity being a crow. Suddenly, the little one rushes inside the room, and she feels like Raynell and Karmut decided not to reveal anything in front of her almost intentionally. She calls them both liars this time, and there seems to be no end of it at all. She carefully explained to them, detailing the reasoning behind the way everyone seemed to treat her, citing her perceived youth and the assumption that she lacked sufficient knowledge, a point often repeated to her. But Princess Sephia harbored a deep dislike for those very words, a growing resentment towards the phrase. Every time someone uttered them, it felt as if everyone else possessed a premonition of her actions and words, a sense of being predictable, as if her responses were already known, predetermined. That was the most detestable feeling she endured, a sense of being boxed in. She reminded them that she was grown up now, no longer a child, and questioned why no one was willing to include her in the conversations of adults, why she was constantly relegated to the periphery. Renal, listening intently and remembering that Cephia had been raised separately from her family for her own protection, a measure taken for her safety, understood why she felt left out, why she perceived herself as excluded from crucial discussions. So, with a gentle and deliberate movement, Renal knelt down, lowering herself to Cephia's level, and apologized for hurting her feelings, for causing her distress. She then proceeded to reveal the truth, the core reason behind her actions, explaining the hidden secret. The reason she had deliberately concealed the fact that she possessed the ability to transform into a human was because of Llywelyn, a factor that dictated their strategic choices. To prevent things from escalating into a more dangerous situation, to mitigate potential risks, they had collectively planned on revealing Renal's ability after Camelot successfully defeated his younger brother, a calculated move in their overall strategy. After contemplating the timing, carefully considering when would be the most opportune moment to make the announcement, Camelot had thought it would be a good idea to tell everyone at once, to deliver the information in a unified and comprehensive manner. Now, Renal, having revealed this information, was asking for forgiveness, seeking absolution for her perceived deception. The princess, after listening to the explanation, had an idea, a solution to the perceived slight. If Renal were to transform in front of her, demonstrating her ability, she believed she would be fine, the initial hurt would dissipate, and she could forget everything, moving past the perceived exclusion. Renal, after a moment of consideration, agreed to the request, consenting to the demonstration, and transformed, her form shifting, and landed gently on the princess's lap, a physical manifestation of her ability. The princess, witnessing the transformation, was truly happy with this moment, a sense of wonder and excitement filling her, and she made another request, a heartfelt desire, for Renal to be her sister, a bond of kinship. The princess's maid, observing the interaction, was worried about this request, concerned about the implications of such a bond, but the knight and guard, standing nearby, gave assurances that everything would be fine, that there was no cause for alarm, and that Renal would surely become an excellent sister to the princess, a promise of unwavering support. Renal returned to her human form, the transformation reversing, and was deeply honored by this request, a gesture of acceptance. She couldn't believe such a lovely girl like the princess would want her as a sister, a bond she never anticipated. Even the thought of it, the mere concept, made Renal happy, a warmth spreading through her. So Renal wished they could get along from now on, that they could foster a close and amicable relationship. Now, the wish was granted, the desire fulfilled, and everyone was happy and smiling, a collective sense of joy filling the room. This was a total game changer for Renal, a significant shift in her understanding of her situation. The more she experienced things that didn't happen in the game, the more this world felt real to her, the more she perceived it as a tangible reality, a place of genuine experiences.
The assembled group, composed of individuals bound by trust and shared purpose, had convened. The atmosphere within the room was one of focused deliberation. A report was delivered, its contents detailing the source of the burgeoning discontent. The information revealed that the voices of dissent, the complaints that had begun to circulate, were traceable to those individuals whose allegiance had never been firmly established. These were the ones who had held back, their commitment wavering. In contrast, those who had pledged their support to the prince from the outset, the steadfast loyalists, had accepted the fundamental nature of their leader. They understood and accepted that a wolf, by its very nature, chooses a mate for life, a bond unbreakable. Those who had aligned themselves with Llywelyn's cause had reached a state of resigned acceptance. Their focus had shifted, their efforts now dedicated to the protection of those individuals who possessed the ability to transform, those who carried the wolf's gift. However, a third group existed, those who occupied a precarious middle ground. These individuals harbored ambitions, believing they possessed a chance, however slim, of forging a connection to the imperial family. Among these, Duke Howard had emerged as the most vocal and persistent in his complaints. He had begun to actively cultivate a new noble faction, his goal the erosion of the emperor's authority, a direct challenge to the established power structure. Each member of the assembled group contributed their observations, their insights, and their proposed solutions to the pressing issue at hand. Their collective objective was to devise a strategy, a means by which the Crown Prince and Raynell could be shielded from the relentless scrutiny of public opinion regarding their relationship. They sought to demonstrate, through action and persuasion, that Raynell was, without question, the most fitting mate for the Emperor, a man whose veins pulsed with the blood of the wolf. One man, a member of the group, raised a pertinent question, his voice laced with pragmatic concern. He inquired about the process of educating Raynell, the bird who had entered their midst. He noted the necessity of providing her with the knowledge and skills required to navigate her new reality. He also emphasized the importance of allocating sufficient time for the preparation of the Empress's heirs, a matter of paramount importance for the continuation of the imperial lineage. A knight, his demeanor suddenly shifting, reacted with a surge of anger to the man's words. However, the man, remaining composed, offered an explanation. He clarified that his intentions were rooted in a desire to protect the Empress, to safeguard her well-being. He argued that it was in her best interest to be equipped with the means to defend herself, to possess a strategic plan to counter any potential threats. He reasoned that Raynell, having lived her life as a crow, would be unfamiliar with the intricate tactics and subtle schemes that the nobility might employ, the machinations that could pose a danger to her and the imperial family.
The Crown Prince, with a measured tone, conveyed the assembled group's suggestions to Raynell. A genuine expression of delight spread across Raynell's features as she absorbed the news that she would be granted the opportunity to receive formal lessons. She had harbored a keen interest in acquiring a deeper understanding of the Empire's intricate culture, a desire born from her recognition that she had yet to fully acclimate herself to its complex lifestyle and customs. However, beneath this general interest lay a more specific and pressing aspiration. Raynell's paramount desire was to amass a comprehensive body of information concerning the nobility. This particular focus stemmed from the knowledge that the original female lead, a pivotal figure in the narrative she found herself within, resided within the ranks of the nobility. This presented a unique and invaluable opportunity for Raynell to naturally and discreetly gather information about this crucial individual. This was a golden opportunity, a chance she deemed too significant to forego, a moment to be seized and utilized to its fullest potential. Yet, despite the surge of excitement and the firm resolution that had filled her on the inaugural day of her new existence, Raynell found herself unable to sustain that initial fervor for even a fleeting 3 days. By the time the first day of her scheduled lessons arrived, a nascent desire to escape, to flee the impending instruction, had already taken root within her. Now, the teacher, a figure of authority and knowledge, stood directly before Raynell, poised to commence a month-long course of instruction. This rigorous program was designed to impart upon her a substantial foundation of knowledge concerning the Empire's history, its customs, and its political landscape, among other vital areas of study. The teacher's gaze, fixed upon Raynell, held a serious and unwavering quality. This penetrating look served as a clear and unmistakable indication that Raynell's newly embarked path would not be a simple or effortless one. It was a silent, yet potent, communication, conveying the message that she would need to accept the challenges that lay ahead, to embrace the difficulties that were inherent in the process of acquiring the necessary understanding and skills.
Now, Kemet saw that Raynell is exhausted from her loaded homework and the many tasks that she needs to do. And for him, he had already guessed it. since Raynell has been trying to learn a lifetime's worth of lessons in such a short period of time. So he's thinking if maybe he should tell Punxia's wife to slow down a bit with the lessons. But then, Kamet remembers that he saw that teacher earlier, and she was filled with determination. She also said good words about Miss Raynell, praising her learning ability as the fastest among all the students that this teacher has ever taught. She mentioned that Raynell is very good at memorizing, and that her comprehension skills are excellent. She also added that Raynell was truly a woman who would be able to stand by Kamet's side. But hearing all of those sweet and encouraging words about Raynell is different from the current situation, where she is crying while eating some sweet fruits. She tells Kamet everything that she did, and also explains how the teacher even gave so much work on just the first day of the lesson, plus a mountain of homework that she has to finish. Kamet can't help but just smile, and he suggests that maybe they can change the tutor if Raynell feels that it's too difficult. Raynell tries to agree, but in reality she knows she can't do that, since she's the one who said that she wanted to learn in the first place. So, she can't just run away on the very first day, because if she keeps running away when things get tough, then she will be left with nothing. So for now, Raynell decides that she will ask the teacher if she could slow down the lessons a bit. Raynell also noticed that Kamet looked exhausted lately, but for him, he didn't know about it. Because of the golden wolf blood that flows in him, he feels nothing about tiredness. But for Raynell, she was concerned because Kamet hasn't had a proper rest ever since she came back with him to the palace after fighting with Llewellyn and the Bosgurt. Except for that time when Kamet got hurt after he won, he has just been working nonstop without taking any real break. So, for Raynell, she was just worried that Kamet might collapse all of a sudden if things keep on going like this without stopping. So, no matter what Kamet said or how much he denied the tiredness of his body, Raynell believed that his heart can still feel tired. No matter how strong Kamet is, if his heart gets tired, he might collapse at any time without any warning. So, no matter how busy he gets or how full his schedule becomes, he should still rest when he can find the time to do that. That is an important thing he can do for himself, and it is something that really matters for his own well-being. Now, Kamet was silent for a moment, not saying anything, just feeling everything from Raynell's words. For him, no one has ever said that kind of concerned word to him before. All of it was always about surviving as a prince and increasing his power more and more. That's what people around him want him to do, and that's what they always told him to focus on. The words weren't said out of malice or bad intentions. Rather, what they said was necessary for Kamet, and those things were what they thought were best for his role. But even so, Raynell was the one who is becoming a place of rest for Kamet. So, for Kamet, no matter how tired his heart grows, he'll recover in an instant. Realistically, Kamet doesn't have a lot of time to rest right now. It hasn't been that long since he officially became emperor, and he also has to prepare for the banquet that will be held to celebrate the coronation. So, Raynell wants to help, but she wonders, isn't there anything she can do? Anything at all? Now, on the hallway while she and Maddie are walking together, the maid walking beside them offers a suggestion. The suggestion is to give a gift, something that Kamet can have on him at all times. It doesn't have to be something expensive or fancy, but if Kamet has something that Miss Raynell gifted him, something he carries with him at all times, then he'll definitely still feel happy, even when he gets tired. Now, Raynell doesn't know where she should buy it or where to start, but the maid suggests that Raynell should get someone to go with her. Someone who can serve as both a guard and a guide, because she might still get lost or scammed or something could happen along the way. So the maid suggests again that it might be best to go with Marquis Namiel. Now, they have already prepared the carriage, and inside of it is Raynell. Marquis Namiel is now happy because he gets to take a break for a moment and clear his head for a while, because he has also been researching this and that with Lady Myrddin. And so they've been trapped in work and haven't been able to go home for a few days already. So, Raynell is shocked hearing this, like postgraduate students who have been locked up by their professor. So Marquis Namiel goes on to explain that it's either something to do with the Croban Rock or research into divine animals. They have also been doing research on demonic magic too, in order to prepare for Bipellos, who could possibly reappear at any time. And they need a lot of knowledge about demonic magic, So they've also been researching items that hold divine powers, as well as special magical items. This accessory that Marquis Namiel is wearing right now is actually a prototype. Finally, they had already reached the capital of the Bullfrick Empire, which was located in the southern town of Lunarin. Raynell was delightfully surprised and excited to see this place with her own eyes. She didn't really realize how different it was, since she had been staying inside the palace the whole time, without going out much. To think that all these different species were all gathered here together like this, it was quite amazing. There was a werewolf woman walking down the street, and an elf standing nearby. And this place was selling some really interesting items, things that Raynell hadn't seen before. There was even a street performance happening right there in the middle of the town, adding to the lively atmosphere. So, for her, she told herself that she needed to be careful not to get distracted. But then again, there was a happy atmosphere around her, and delicious food was right in front of her. That's why she had no choice but to grab some of this food. While she was happily eating the food and talking casually to Marquis Namiel beside her, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, there was an outrage, a commotion caused by a group of unknown people. One man was holding what looked like a rope weapon, and he was pointing it or threatening it against a young man with blue hair. But this face, that young man's face, it was familiar to Raynell. Marquis Namiel is watching this scene, knowing the world is overflowing with people like that. When Marquis Namiel was among Emperor Kamet and his people, it was easy to be under the illusion that everything was peaceful and everyone in this world was kind. However, as soon as you take one step away from the light, you see the despicable people. Those who slip through and evade the law to enslave others. And those who ignore scenes where human beings are treated like objects and consume it as if it were a spectacle. While he is in his deep thinking, Raynell doesn't wait for any seconds just watching this, because she turns into crow form and flies against the long-haired man. Raynell does not stop pecking the man's hand, and Marquis Namiel is shocked at this, since when Raynell transformed to her true form as a crow. Now Raynell is busy with this long-haired man. But she knows she has seen in the game before this blue-haired man. Raynell is mad on how could people leave a scratch on such a beautiful face. The visual otaku in Raynell will not allow it. Must protect beautiful boy at all cost. Now the fighting is done, and Raynell goes to the beautiful boy to inquire about his situation. So the long-haired man grabs his whip rope, but Marquis Namiel speaks. That won't work. If this guy does not want to be punished by their guardian spirit, it's better he can stop now. But this long-haired man is mad, asking Marquis Namiel to not butt in and get lost. So Marquis Namiel will introduce himself first as Charmalt Namiel, the son of Duke Charmalt, the younger sibling of the previous emperor. And he holds the title of Marquis and is training as a magician. He says this because the humans who only value power and stomp on others become nothing in front of higher power, on the basis of their own logic. It's as if you are choking yourself. Now this ignorant man is just a Baron Gilla. So, Baron, show respect to someone who is much more important than him in a place like this. Now Raynell is talking, and for Baron, he realizes who is this crow. Now Raynell transforms into her human form, with a mad face that she seems to want to give a gentle punch to this Baron. So for Baron, he instantly bows to pay respect and apologize for what he did, trouble, because he knows that he is talking to the future empress, who's the talk of the town. And Baron even saw Raynell with his own eyes during the coronation. But for him, he doesn't have any idea that he will see Raynell outside of the palace like this. Suddenly, an old woman, is coming, and it's Lady Mirden, the head magician of the royal magicians. But she looks like an ordinary woman. Just by appearance, no one would think she is such an important person, but she is. Now, Lady Mirden casts a spell to the people, and she commands them to go back to minding their own business. That spell makes Baron shocked. That's a widespread hypnosis, a spell that affects many people at once. Lady Mirden goes back to the topic, where she says she will pay enough to the blue-haired boy so that Baron Guillaume will free this young man. But Baron does not want that. He refuses. So Lady Mirden gives some words that Baron wouldn't choose to ignore. She says that he shouldn't turn her, Marquis Namiel, and the lady who will become the most valuable person in the empire, into his enemy. Now, Baron feels the weight of those words, and he doesn't have a choice. He has to agree. And so, he leaves the place. Now for this blue-haired man, he was always a slave. He was always someone who belonged to an owner. So he never thought to run away. Running away was never in his mind. But unbeknownst to him, he felt an extremely strange aura today. And he got distracted, even just for a moment. That moment caused his master to become angry, because his master thought he was trying to run away. Now more and more problems and questions are entering for this blue-haired man. He doesn't know what will happen. Now that his master left, everything is unclear. So Raynell shows that expression, and she is asking if he is alright. For her, she knows too many things happened at once, and it must have startled this boy. But Raynell gives reassuring words to not worry too much, because he won't have to suffer anymore. He just has to live his life now. That word, that smile, that warmth make this young man amazed and speechless. A truly new light of hope that he can feel. Now that Lady Mirrodin is casting a spell, that means they need to go now. And for the young man, he is thankful for Raynell, and he won't forget this. He really won't forget what she did. But for Raynell, she just wants this boy to get a proper treatment for his wounds. That's what matters to her. And she wants him to live a happy and healthy life. So the young man is happily agreeing. He is really agreeing with joy. And even Raynell is happy too, to see this type of teleportation spell, the one that she kept hearing about. Now Marquis Namiel gives a new robe for Raynell, because the old one got dirty. It's not usable anymore. So Raynell thinks about the person she saved. That person had an extravagant appearance in the original game, very different from his current slave appearance. It's really unlike how he looks now. Considering the situation, Raynell is sure Grandma Mirrodin would have rescued him even if Raynell hadn't. It's far more important to save a human life than to get hung up about the original story. That's what really matters in this moment. So Raynell sincerely hopes that person becomes happier. Truly, she just wants that person to be happier. Now Grandma Mirrodin is going to let this young man live not as a slave, but as a respectable person. She has made that decision clearly. That means this young man will no longer be treated like an object, but like someone who deserves respect. She says that she can teach him everything she has learned until now. All the knowledge, all the skills, she will pass them on. So he can much better prepare himself for what comes next. He needs to be ready. He needs to grow. One more thing. If this young man follows everything, if he listens carefully and learns well from what Grandma Mirrodin teaches, then she will let this young man see Raynell again. That is a promise she gives. Now everything is done. The situation has been handled. And for Grandma Mirrodin, she is now going back home, because she needs to take care of a friend. That friend is very ill, so she has to return. They can start the lesson tomorrow. There will be time for that. So, for the young man, he will do anything for Raynell. Anything at all. Because she is the light he can see for his life. The only light. Now, Raynell is tired because they seem to have already explored half of the town. They have walked a lot and checked many places. But still, she can't find anything. Nothing that feels right. Suddenly, she sees something interesting. Something that catches her attention. And she rushes over to it. She doesn't wait. She starts buying some of these things. These items seem useful. And with this item, she can make a gift. A gift that she knows Kamet will like. She is sure of it. Now back at the palace, Kamet is really giving his best. He is working hard for the upcoming banquet. A banquet where he can invite as many people as possible. He wants everyone to enjoy it. And he makes sure it fits perfectly within the budget. He is careful with everything. Suddenly, Maid Nadia is knocking. She is informing him that Miss Raynell is looking for him. So Kamet instantly steps out. He doesn't wait. He steps out without even knowing that the time is already late. Now the maid informs him that Miss Raynell wants to meet in the garden. She tells him clearly. And within a few minutes, Kamet has already arrived. He is in the garden now, and he is calling Raynell's name. Suddenly, a small petal is slowly falling to the ground. It floats gently, and it's Raynell in her crow form. She is coming down, little by little. She slowly turns into her human form. Gracefully, And then she lands on the ground. She asks Kamet for his hand, because she will give something. Now Kamet is blushing while his eyes are closed. His face is warm and his eyes gently shut. But for him, he is expecting this type of gesture to be a ring gift. That's what he's thinking. Something small, something shiny, something that fits on the finger. But Raynell is focusing. She is concentrating on the things she is going to put together. Her hands are moving carefully. She is placing every part with care. And finally it's done. And surprisingly, it is not a ring. It is not a necklace. It is not anything that fits on the finger or sparkles in the light. But it is a pair, two wonderful and amazing bracelets. A matching pair. She calls this a lucky bracelet. It's something special that she made by herself. Kamet is surprised by these things. He didn't expect this. So Raynell explains. She explains that Kamet has been busy these days. Very busy. And since she has classes now too, they can't spend a lot of time together. That's why Raynell made this gift. She made it with a reason, so that she can at least take care of Kamet's feelings, even if it's just a little bit. Just a little gesture that can stay with him. Raynell just smiles. Her smile is calm and soft. She says it's a bit simple to be a gift for an emperor. Just a simple thing. Nothing grand. Kamet hears these words. He listens, and he smiles. Then he denies it. He shakes his head. He says that even if someone searched the entire empire, they wouldn't be able to find a gift that's more valuable than this bracelet. Since Kamet has this now, he feels stronger. He feels more ready. He says he can endure any hardships, any lonely moments, any difficulty he might face. He can face it all, because he has this. So now he will treasure it. He will protect it. He will keep it safe with his own life. Raynell just smiles. Her smile is full of ease. She is happy, while they both hug, gently and quietly. For her, she doesn't want Kamet to risk his life for that bracelet. She just wants him to be okay. With that, it becomes a happy moment. A really lovely moment. For these two as a couple. A truly happy and touching scene. A scene that you can feel. Now they're going back to the room, taking slow steps along the hallway. So Raynell can take a rest, and Kamet will finish the remaining tasks that are still waiting for him. So Raynell, while walking beside him, suggests that he should continue and finish it tomorrow instead. Kamet wants to do that, he truly does, but if he does that, it will only create more work for those under him, and he does not want to trouble the people working for him. Now Raynell gets an idea. She suddenly sits down on the floor right in front of Kamet, and then she asks Kamet if he can lie down there for 5 minutes before he goes. If he can't sleep early, then at least he should rest, even just for a short while, even if it's just for a single moment. Now Kamet hears this and responds. He mentions that the present wasn't enough already, and now Raynell is even giving him this opportunity too. So he says that he will have to make today a national holiday. Raynell is shocked after hearing that, shocked at this kind of power, wondering if he can really do that. Kamet informs her calmly that he is the emperor, so he can do anything he wants. Now with that confident expression on his face, it amazes Raynell in a way she didn't expect. But for Kamet, it truly would not be a problem to create a national holiday. So if he really does that, then Raynell won't be remembered in history very well. So she just accepts Kamet's wish for it, without saying much more. Now, in the dreamily illuminated park, with the soft glow of moonlight shining down, Kamet's soft golden hair and his gentle breathing. If Raynell could have moments like this forever, even just like this one, how good would it be? Now that happy and relaxing moment for Raynell instantly changes. It changes quickly because right in the morning, she is back to her class. She needs to straighten her back again and focus her smile too. Just like always. She is struggling with this lesson, but she knows she needs to learn proper posture and to learn many other behaviors as well. Now the crow spirit is whispering in her mind. It's suggesting something. It's suggesting that she should run, that she doesn't need to study anymore or take all these torturous lessons anymore. Just imagine, the spirit says, not having to worry about anything and just living freely, flying through the sky without care. That she can just forget all about studying and manners and all those other things that give her a headache. Now that short moment of relaxation is suddenly interrupted. It's interrupted because the teacher is calling Raynell very loudly, because Raynell has turned into a crow again, and the teacher sees it. The teacher says she cannot do that. Even if the lesson is difficult, even if it's very tiring, if she keeps transforming into a crow every time something gets hard, then her life in the palace will become more difficult too. The nobles will take this as an opportunity to attack her. Raynell understands this. She really does. And that's why she came here in the first place, because life in the wild was too hard. It was full of ogres, full of monsters, full of large animals. So if she was going to run away like this, just like that, she wouldn't have even started in the first place. Now she is back to her human form once again, and she apologizes for what she did earlier, acknowledging her mistake. But now she says that she will try her best to overcome it, no matter how difficult it may be. And the teacher, seeing this change, is pleased to see Raynell looking so determined and motivated. The teacher then asks a question about Raynell's daily routine, wanting to understand how her days have been going, and Raynell responds by telling everything she did from morning until evening. She explains her routine from the moment she wakes up to the moment her day ends. So the teacher writes everything down carefully, taking note of the details, and now says that they will need to fix Raynell's entire daily routine first before anything else. Then the teacher informs Raynell that the emperor had said not to worry about the budget when it comes to Raynell's training and needs. So, because of that, the teacher went ahead and made a special room just for Raynell. That will be the place where they're going to learn the behavior and etiquette of a noble person, step by step. Additionally, the teacher has even arranged for a group of maids to assist Raynell in her learning. As she learns to manage and interact with these maids properly, Raynell will slowly become more comfortable and natural in her role as a noble. She will grow more used to this kind of life. But Raynell is worried about one maid in particular, her friend, Nadia. So the teacher gives her some good news and informs her that Miss Nadia will be the one to lead these maids. That's because Nadia has been promoted, and now she can assist Miss Raynell even better than before with this new position. Now Raynell is happy after hearing this, and she congratulates Nadia for her promotion. But the teacher gently reminds her that she must remember to be graceful, even when giving congratulations to someone. It's part of her training and behavior as a noble. Both Nadia and Raynell nod and agree to watch their behavior carefully, both as a maid and as a noble. Now, for the last part of preparation, Raynell needs to become more familiar with noble culture. So she will need to change into a new dress, one that is much more colorful and one that is well dressed, proper for her noble image. But this dress is still a nightgown, used as a starter dress for Raynell to begin with. However, what Raynell is wearing now is not just a normal dress. This special dress has a unique feature. It can follow her form even if she transforms into a crow and then back into her human form. The dress will still remain on her. But now this new dress is a problem for her, because if she turns into a crow or back into a human again, it looks like a plucked bird, and it's really a big problem for her. Now, Raynell doesn't want to get humiliated by the people if ever that kind of thing happens, so she starts kneeling in front of her teacher and begs to change the order. She would rather study all night because the dress she is wearing now is her feathers. If she takes it off, Raynell doesn't know what will happen. She is not sure how things will turn out, and that uncertainty is something she doesn't want to deal with in front of other people. Being exposed in that way would be too much, especially when she is still learning how to live among nobles. She feels like it's better to avoid any situation that might bring shame or embarrassment, especially in front of others who may judge her. Now the teacher hears this, and the first thing she thinks about is her curiosity. She wants to see what would happen. That thought is strong, and it lingers in her mind for a moment. But showing her curiosity is not becoming of a noble. No matter how curious she is, she cannot be rash here. She must act according to the proper ways and maintain her image as a noble. Letting her personal interests get in the way of Raynell's comfort is not the right thing to do, and she knows that. So she holds herself back. Now the teacher already understands the problem and asks Raynell to not kneel anymore, and they will bring Lady Mirrodin here to give them her counsel. That way, Miss Raynell can also feel more comfortable. Raynell doesn't have to worry or panic, and she won't feel forced to do something that might cause more trouble. It is better to wait for someone with more knowledge and experience. With Lady Murden's help, things might be solved in a better way. Now, within a couple of minutes, the head magician Myrden arrives and is happy to hear about the problem. Even she never once thought about what would happen if a crow changed their clothes, so she wants to see what happens in that situation. She finds it fascinating in her own way. As head magician, she can fix every problem Raynell is facing right now. That is what she is here for, and she is confident about that. So Raynell agrees and changes her dress, and as soon as she steps out, a beautiful and cute Raynell appears. Her new dress fits her perfectly. The design, the fit, and the way it moves with her is all just right. Everything about it feels like it was made for her and only her. Even she is a little surprised at how good it looks, but she stays quiet and focuses on the next part. Now Myrden wants to see if Raynell can transform, so she agrees and instantly transforms into a crow. Everyone is standing and watching this scene, and the teacher is slightly disappointed because Raynell's feathers are still attached. She expected a more clear transformation, maybe something that changes the dress fully. But this is how it turned out. But for Myrden, this is something new, and they will try to research and study it. It's not every day they get to witness this kind of event. Even when Raynell transforms back into her human form, that feather dress disappears and takes the place of the previous clothing. So this is another new thing to research. They don't yet understand the full details, but it's something that might help in the future. Now the problem seems to be solved, and the teacher will now order the dressmakers immediately to make new and beautiful dresses for Raynell. So Raynell is surprised by the result, and from now on, she can wear expensive clothing just like the other nobles. She never thought this would be possible, but now it is. And finally, she can flex the gems and jewelry that Kamet gave her as much as she wants. She doesn't have to hold back anymore. Now the time has passed, and finally, a new morning has arrived. The sunlight gently brightens the palace walls, and the atmosphere is slowly shifting into the kind of busy pace that only happens when there is an important event about to start. For Raynell, she is preparing for her new dress and makeup for the banquet. Nadia and the maids are helping her with this preparation, assisting her step by step to make sure everything is perfect. They bring in various accessories, they check every detail of the fabric, and they work on making sure her hair and makeup match the theme of the evening. Now, in the ballroom where nobles are dancing with their own partners or loved ones, music is playing softly in the background while a conversation is happening on the side. Two knights are talking. They are standing near the edge of the room, keeping watch, and they are talking about how Miss Raynell still hasn't arrived. But since she isn't officially married to the Emperor, according to the order of entrance, she'll be entering before the Emperor. So they need to escort Raynell until the Emperor arrives and make sure she is safe and properly guided to her position. One knight agrees with this, since this place is filled with nobles who weren't present at the coronation, along with those from foreign nations who are attending the banquet for the first time. And there are those in the newly created nobles faction that are targeting Miss Raynell's position. There will definitely be those like Llewellyn who will have an unnecessary amount of interest in Miss Raynell as well. Therefore, this knight will have to protect Miss Raynell in the Emperor's place. It is not only a duty, but also a responsibility to make sure she is not left unguarded in a crowd filled with unknown intentions. With just a few hours of waiting, finally, Raynell is now entering. She walks calmly yet confidently toward the entrance. Everyone inside seems unfamiliar with this name when they first hear it. They look at each other quietly, some whispering, wondering who this Raynell person is. They even think that Raynell is a commoner because her name has not been widely spread or recognized yet among certain noble circles, especially those from foreign places. But then, a step sound echoes through the room. The sound is sharp and clear, and it causes the music to lower as people turn their attention. A pair of blue sandals with gems on them touches the floor gracefully. The gems shimmer under the ballroom lights. A gown with a color like the sky moves gently with each step she takes. The soft fabric floats and flows in a calm but elegant way, capturing the attention of those watching. For Raynell, she knows that there are still people who do not recognize her. She is fully aware that some guests are unfamiliar with her identity. so she will introduce herself officially here. She walks with grace and holds a golden-colored fan in her hand. With that simple fan and a confident presence, she prepares to announce herself, making sure that everyone will know who she is from this moment onward. Now, the funny and energetic Raynell that we know is now different, completely different from how she used to be, with a serious and full of aura look, the kind of look that is strong and composed, the kind of presence that stands out quietly, but surely, a presence that even the nobles are speechless at, completely silent and unsure of how to react to what they saw and felt in that moment. Finally, the knight steps forward, clearly knowing his duty, stepping ahead to assist and guide Raynell properly as expected. One of the knights then uses magic, a specific kind of spell that will make sure their voices cannot be heard by other people nearby, making it safe to speak. Now that news makes Raynell happy, truly happy in a quiet way. So she can now speak comfortably, just as she wants to, without worrying about being overheard. She finally breathes freely now, as if a weight is lifted. She knows how to change her movements as a noble, and she learned to walk, stand, and carry herself differently. But changing the way she speaks is the hardest thing she can do, something that's not easy for her. She has received a lot of scolding from Countess Pinxia, not once, but many times. Even now, Pinxia is standing and watching every action of Raynell, observing her every step. But the knight is very happy, clearly pleased, that Raynell has improved a lot. When she entered just now, just a few moments ago, she was more elegant than any other noble he had ever seen in his life. Now everyone has already attended and entered the room. All the guests have arrived and are in place, and only the most important person will enter last, the final entrance, and it's Kamet, the emperor, the ruler of the empire. And that time has arrived. It's finally here. The music begins to play, the kind of music that signals the grand entrance as a sign of Kamet entering the room. And now, in elegant and beautifully sparkling clothes that shine under the light, he is wearing a formal outfit fitting for an emperor, and with his handsome face, his dignified expression, he announces that everyone can enjoy today's gathering, and he is thankful for the people attending, all those who are here, since the banquet is being held for all of them. Raynell is watching the nobles dancing with all their hearts, dancing gracefully, and she has only seen scenes like this in movies or games, stories or images before, but now with her own eyes, right in front of her. She wishes to dance like this with Kamet. She wishes to have that moment too. Suddenly, one man steps forward, a man with blonde hair color, asking for Raynell's honor and giving him the opportunity to have a dance with her. Raynell is surprised by this, really surprised, because this situation is a dance request, a moment that feels important, and she could really be the main character of a romance story, just like in books or stories. But dancing with a stranger from the get-go, right from the beginning, before Raynell even dances with Kamet, is a bit not cool. It doesn't feel right. Suddenly, Kamet arrives, appearing just in time, with a confident tone, clearly confident. He informs that the lady has a prior engagement. Now these two finally meet, face to face, and the most awaited part, the part everyone has been waiting for, is that they can now dance, a beautiful lady and a handsome man, together on the floor. These two are dancing perfectly, from the first step to the side, then another step forward with one hand slowly going up. Then a step backward follows, and the right hand slowly goes down while the left hand rises up. A beautiful turnaround step comes next, and with a small smile on their faces, it becomes the final and lovely moment of this dance. For a couple of minutes, they continue dancing like this, and then they begin talking to each other. For Kamet, he is really happy to see Raynell become more and more like a noble person now. But for Kamet, he still prefers Raynell to act like her usual self, at least when it's just the two of them together. Raynell agrees and says that as soon as nobody is watching, she will go back to normal immediately because Countess Pinxia is watching her very closely right now. While these two are having a good conversation and enjoying the moment, there is suddenly a visit from Myrdin, who arrives and pays her respects to the Emperor and to Raynell. Myrdin has someone to introduce, and this person is someone who will be of great help to Kamet. Also, this person is someone that Miss Crow, Raynell, will be happy to meet. Then, a young man with blue hair appears. He is wearing clothes that look very cool and suit him very well. His clothes are a perfect fit for his neat and handsome face and for his blue hair. The way he looks now is totally different from how he looked in the past. Now Kemet asks Mirrodin for the details about this young blue-haired man. Mirrodin says she wants everyone to see Miel's ability first. Suddenly, one spirit appears. It is a large whale. Then another one appears, a bird with 4 eyes and 4 wings. Finally, the last one appears, a fire serpent. The nobles watching call these spirits the 3 superior spirits. There has not been even one spiritualist in history who could summon these kinds of spirits all at once. Now, Kemet sees this and already starts to understand how helpful this young man could be. This young man is the first person in history to make a contract with 4 superior spirits. With this kind of power, he will be able to help a lot when the time comes. Especially when Bepelos returns, this young man will be an incredible help in the battle that will take place. Now, Kemet informs everyone present that, as a general rule and long-standing tradition, any individual who signs a contract with a superior spirit is immediately awarded a noble title, specifically the title of at least a baron. This rule has been followed for generations and applies to all spiritualists who form contracts with high-ranking spirits. However, in this case, since this young boy, standing before them now, has signed contracts not just with one, but with 4 superior spirits, which is an extraordinary and unprecedented achievement, Kemet declares that he will promote this boy to the title of Count instead of the usual Baron. This promotion is not only deserved, but necessary, due to the sheer magnitude of the boy's rare spiritual talent. As soon as the banquet comes to an official close, Kemet states that he will immediately begin the formal and legal procedures to initiate and complete the process of officially granting the noble title of Count to this boy. While these 2 men are continuing their important conversation in the middle of the banquet hall, Raynell, who is standing nearby, suddenly remembers something from the original novel. In that story, Miel, the young boy currently being praised, pledged his fealty and undying loyalty to Kemet, and in doing so, he became someone known for his absolute and unwavering dedication. He was even someone who could have rivaled Garlinos, a famously loyal figure, when it came to his faithfulness and sense of duty. At that moment, the young man suddenly turns his attention to Raynell. He calls out her name and addresses her directly, making eye contact with sincere determination. He then states clearly and respectfully that if it hadn't been for her discovering him at that critical time, if she hadn't found him when she did, he wouldn't be here today standing in front of everyone. He explains that her actions changed the course of his fate. Therefore, with the weight of his entire existence behind his words, he solemnly swears to serve her, Raynell, for all eternity, offering his loyalty without limits. Hearing these words, and especially hearing this heartfelt vow and promise of eternal loyalty spoken out loud in front of so many people, Raynell is completely shocked. This reaction is not only due to the sincerity of his words, but also because this event and his declaration are very different from what she remembers happening in the original story. The events now unfolding before her eyes are clearly taking a new direction. Now, this type of story setting is not something normal for Raynell, especially knowing that she already knows the original story. Even though she was the one who saved this young boy, it's not like she was the only person present during that moment. There were others around, people like Namiel and even Grandma Mirrodin, but it turned out to be her, Raynell, who made the biggest difference. That's why she is confused now, unsure about what she needs to do in this situation. She doesn't know how to react because everything is turning out differently from what she remembers in the original plot. Now, the young boy notices the silence from Raynell. He can feel it clearly. He starts to think that Raynell must be flustered or surprised, most likely because he said those words so suddenly, without any warning. He understands it might have been a lot to take in at once. So, while waiting for her to say something, his mind goes back to the moment that happened before all this, when he summoned or cast his spirits, all 4 of them. At that time, he gently petted each one of them, showing his care and connection to them. During that earlier moment, Lady Mirrodin had given him her advice. She told him that he should consider swearing fealty to the Emperor. That's because normally, People who form a contract with just one superior spirit are already given a noble title, which is a big honor. But in his case, it was something even more amazing. He didn't just have one superior spirit contract, he had 4. That made his position special and rare. That also meant that all the noble factions would be interested in him. They would all want to bring him to their side. So if he didn't choose wisely, he could end up in a lot of trouble, pulled in different directions by different groups. It would become a very messy and difficult situation. But if he swore loyalty to the emperor, then he would avoid most of those problems. He would be protected under the emperor's authority, and no one could interfere with him so easily. However, despite all that advice, the young man already had someone else in mind. He had already made a decision in his heart. He wanted to swear loyalty, not to the emperor, but to another person entirely. That person was very important to him. And Miss Mirrodin, being as wise and observant as she is, had already figured out who that person was. She already knew the answer before he said it. It was Miss Raynell. And from her point of view, it wasn't a bad choice. In fact, it might actually be a good thing. After all, Miss Raynell has already been chosen as the next empress. That means she needs strong allies and support. If someone as powerful as this young man stands by her side, then the people who are against her or who try to block her path won't be able to do much. They won't have the strength to stop her. With such strong support, Raynell's position will be much more stable. At the same time, the Emperor, Kamet, will also feel more at ease. Knowing that Raynell has powerful backing will allow him to worry a little less. It would take some weight off his shoulders. So in the end, Mirrodin agreed with the young man's idea. She supported his choice. Now, Kamet stepped forward to help Raynell make a decision, one that could be very important. He recommended to Raynell that it would be best to accept this young man's fealty. Kamet explained clearly that he did not want to let go of someone who had abilities that were so rare they had only been seen a few times throughout history. Because of this, it would be a good decision if Raynell could hold on to him and keep him close. So, Raynell listened and began to fully understand the situation. Even though she still remembered the original novel and knew what happened in the story, she realized that she was not really in a position to keep worrying about what was or wasn't written in that novel anymore. Since everything had already changed, she thought that it made more sense to look at the reality she was living in now. And now that she was on Kamet's side, if Kamet ever needed this young man's help, then she could simply ask him on Kamet's behalf. With that in mind, Raynell finally decided to accept the young man's fealty. This decision made the young man feel very happy. Since for him, his entire life had started with her, he now devoted everything, his energy, his strength, his power, and all his loyalty to Raynell. Now that the banquet was over, Kamet and Raynell were in another room together. They were eating and drinking tea while relaxing. Their conversation turned to the young man that Raynell had saved. For Kamet, it seemed like Raynell had brought true salvation to yet another person. The kind of emotions that the young man must have been feeling at that moment, Kamet understood those emotions deeply because he had experienced the same feelings himself. So, Kamet spoke sincerely to Raynell. He asked her not to get too close to the young man, whose name was Miel. Kamet told her that while he respected her deeply, he could not simply ignore it when another man was giving his everything to her. That was hard for him because Kamet himself had already given everything he had, his full heart and loyalty, to Raynell. And seeing someone else do the same was not something he could overlook easily. Kamet admitted that making this kind of request might seem childish to some people. He understood that it was probably not something that sounded worthy of someone who held the status and dignity of an emperor. Still, he decided to say it out loud and make the request honestly because it was important to him and it showed how much he cared. Raynell was surprised when she heard Kamet's request, but she agreed happily and without hesitation. Her agreement made Kamet feel truly happy. Even though he was a little bit embarrassed after saying such things, it meant a lot to him. For Raynell, she found this side of Kamet very cute. She hadn't expected him to show that kind of honesty, but it made her smile. With everything said and done, the long and tiring banquet had finally come to an end. Now, Kamet and Raynell could finally take a proper rest and relax after everything that had happened. As I mentioned earlier, it seems like the party isn't over yet. The Grand Hall remains lively and vibrant, filled with people who are still dancing gracefully to the music, enjoying their drinks with smiles on their faces, and engaging in wonderful, flowing conversations under the shimmering chandeliers. The joyful atmosphere continues without pause, with the nobles relishing the rare chance to celebrate and socialize. Meanwhile, in the middle of all this celebration, the Knight Garlinos is watching the situation with a serious and focused expression. He is growing increasingly concerned because the young man, who recently pledged his fealty to Raynell, continues to stay close to her side. He moves around her, always keeping her in sight, and speaks with her often, using his newly sworn loyalty as an excuse to remain near her. Garlinos, being both protective and loyal to the Emperor, starts to feel uneasy about how this might appear. This knight's concern is not unfounded. He is worried that the Emperor, Kamet, might be growing uncomfortable with the young man's constant presence around Raynell. After all, Raynell holds a very special place beside Kamet, and the knight fears that someone else's closeness to her, no matter the reason, could create tension or misunderstanding, especially during such a high-profile event like this banquet. However, for the young man, Miss Raynell is not just any noble. She is someone truly meaningful and important to him. In his eyes, Raynell is the very person who reached out to him in his darkest moment, the one who saved him when he was at his most desperate and lost. That act of kindness left a deep and lasting impression on him. Because of that, he feels a strong sense of gratitude and responsibility. The idea of something bad happening to her is unbearable for him. If anything were to harm her, he admits, even just in thought, that he wouldn't be able to imagine it. His entire sense of purpose seems tied to her safety and well-being. Kamet, who overheard or was informed of this sentiment, listens quietly but attentively. After a moment of silence, he shows that he understands. Kamet agrees with what the young man feels. He understands the emotions behind the young man's actions and acknowledges the sincerity of his devotion. He knows exactly why the young man is acting in this way, and he doesn't dismiss it lightly. Even so, Kamet is not a man who can simply overlook such behavior, especially when it involves Raynell. He may understand, but that doesn't mean he'll ignore it. That's why he steps forward. He walks closer to the young man, closing the distance between them with calm but firm steps. Then he locks eyes with him and gives a serious, piercing man-to-man gaze, a look filled with silent meaning and strength. That look says everything that words don't need to. It says that the young man can take a step back, at least for a moment, and let go of his watchfulness. Because Kamet himself is there. Kamet is 100% certain that nothing bad will happen to Raynell while he is present. He exudes confidence and silent authority, sending a clear message that Raynell is safe, completely and absolutely safe with him. Now, this is getting more and more exciting. Kamet's manly aura is showing like a true wolf protecting his pack, making it clear that no one can take his queen. Now Raynell watches as the atmosphere between the two men becomes more intense. Kamet and Marquis Miel, both radiating a strong, manly aura as if silently clashing with their presence alone. It almost feels like an invisible battle, with each one trying to assert their role and place beside her. Seeing these two men standing with such powerful energy for her sake, Raynell can't help but feel the reality of her beauty and presence as a woman. It's a surreal moment, almost like a dramatic scene from a movie, something full of tension and charm that would be exciting to watch if it were happening to someone else. But unfortunately, that's not the case this time. The situation is centered around her, and that makes things a bit more complicated. While it may be amusing in another context, Raynell knows she must intervene now, before things spiral further out of control and become even messier than they already are. So she takes a breath, steps in, and speaks up clearly. She addresses the young man directly, calling him Marquis Miel, using his title to show respect. She assures him that for now, there is no need to worry too much about her safety. She calmly explains that there are already many capable people present at this banquet, people who are more than qualified to protect her if anything were to happen. This gathering is one that many have looked forward to for a long time, a celebration where everyone should enjoy themselves freely. For Raynell, it would be disappointing, truly upsetting, if someone like Miel couldn't enjoy himself because of her. She sincerely hopes he can let go of the tension and spend his time at the party in comfort and ease, without being burdened by unnecessary worries. Her words come across with grace and calmness, but with a firmness that shows she means what she says. Upon hearing them, the young man falls silent, caught off guard. For a few seconds, he is speechless, surprised and a little embarrassed by how forward he had been acting. Then, realizing that he may have gone too far, he lowers his head respectfully and apologizes. He admits that he never intended to upset Raynell and that he realizes his actions may have been out of line. With a humble heart, he confesses that he still lacks experience and understanding in many aspects of behavior and court life. So, moving forward, he promises to be more careful in his actions and more mindful of Raynell's comfort. With his sincere apology said, he steps back and leaves Raynell and Kamet alone to enjoy the rest of the evening. Even though he has stepped away from the direct conversation, it is clear that the young man has not left the party altogether. He still remains within the banquet hall, quietly staying nearby, watching from a distance, ready, if anything should happen, to step in and protect Raynell without hesitation. As for the people around them, those who had witnessed the interaction, they are filled with amazement. Many of them are nobles, and they can sense that Raynell handled the situation with both elegance and wisdom. Her calm way of diffusing the tension between two powerful men has only added to her charm and presence. Among those observers is Lady Myrden, who has been watching the entire situation carefully. As she expected, Raynell seemed a bit uncomfortable with the rising tension, and Myrden, with her keen insight, quickly picks up on the need to act. She quietly makes a mental note to speak with Marquis Miel later. She intends to give him some much-needed advice to help him better understand how to act in settings like these. After all, situations involving loyalty, nobility, and personal feelings are not so simple, and handling them properly requires more than strength. It requires timing, experience, and subtle guidance. Lady Myrden is ready to step in with her wisdom to ensure that everything stays balanced. Now, after quite a long time had passed, the long-awaited and much-anticipated gift season had finally arrived. Everyone was eager to see what kind of gifts would be exchanged, especially from those of high status and great ability. And to begin this part of the event, the young man was the first person to step forward, confidently presenting the gift he had prepared with sincerity. Though the gift might appear small and simple at first glance, the young man offered it with genuine respect and heartfelt intention. He handed over a blue, shining stone, something beautiful and radiant. But this was not just any ordinary stone. In fact, it was a spirit stone, an incredibly rare and powerful item. Spirit stones are created when a spirit's power becomes condensed and crystallized in a single location over time. What makes spirit stones so special is that anyone can use them without needing to form a contract with a spirit, which is usually a complicated and selective process. Because of this unique trait, spirit stones are considered extremely valuable and hard to obtain. Based on the stone's deep blue color and glowing aura, it was clear that this one came from a water spirit, meaning that its power could be used for healing and restoration. Moreover, the size of the spirit stone made it even more impressive. It was large enough that its healing power would not just help in minor injuries, but could potentially save a life, making it the same as having an extra life. Such a gift could be seen as a symbol of life and protection. Kamet, the emperor, initially felt hesitant about accepting the gift. In his heart, he did not want to receive it, possibly due to the young man's close relationship with Raynell. However, as a ruler, Kamet understood the responsibility that came with his title. As the emperor, he had to maintain the dignity and grace of a leader and avoid letting personal feelings interfere with formal matters. He had to show his people that he was a tolerant and wise emperor, someone who could separate personal concerns from public duties. So, in front of everyone, Kamet accepted the young man's gift with dignity and composure. He offered his thanks and added that he hoped the young man would continue to protect the empire, just as he had shown his loyalty and strength today. The young man, hearing the emperor's words and seeing him accept the gift, felt a great sense of relief. He was worried earlier that Kamet might still be upset, but now he felt reassured. He was especially glad that he had listened to Lady Myrden's advice, which guided him to approach this moment in the right way. Myrden had always been wise and knew exactly how one should behave in front of people of power, especially if they truly wished to achieve their goals. One admirable trait of this young man was that he always followed his master's advice without question, without hesitation, and without any doubt. He believed in Lady Myrden completely and trusted her guidance. That is why, after presenting his gift, he knelt respectfully and bowed his head. He made a heartfelt wish for the safety and well-being of Miss Raynell and Emperor Kamet, and also for the continued peace and prosperity of the empire they were building together. Raynell, who had been watching and listening the whole time, felt a sense of joy and appreciation for the young man's sincere words and actions. His loyalty was genuine and his respect clear. She thought to herself that this kind of dedication reminded her of how Kamet treated his own sworn knight, Garlinos, with trust, closeness, and mutual respect. If Kamet could trust Garlinos so deeply, then Raynell realized she could do the same with her own sworn sword, Miel. There was no need to distance herself just because others were watching. If she accepted him fully, then even if he remained close to her, it wouldn't be awkward. Instead, it would be a sign of trust and loyalty. With that thought, Raynell's heart felt lighter, and the air between all of them became calmer. The gift-giving had brought a deeper understanding, not just of loyalty, but of mutual respect and connection. Now, Raynell wanted to ask a favor, and when she looked toward the young man, he responded kindly and asked what it was that she needed. As we all know, Raynell has always been wearing a necklace with a blue stone attached to it, and within that beautiful blue gem is where her spirit resides. Though the stone may appear small, it holds something incredibly important and precious to her. Now, she wanted to take a step further and introduce her spirit personally to the young man, and so she asked if that would be all right with him. At first, the young man seemed a bit surprised. His eyes widened slightly at the unexpected request, but almost instantly, his expression softened. He gave a small smile, clearly honored by the trust Raynell was showing him, and without hesitation, he gave his full agreement. He told her that it would be more than okay, that he would be glad to meet the spirit connected to her. Now, stepping outside where the night air was calm and quiet, the surroundings blanketed by a peaceful silence, the two of them prepared. The young man began casting something softly, his hand raised slightly, moving in a rhythm familiar to those who call upon the spirits. At the same time, Raynell stood nearby, focusing deeply and calling upon her spirit from within the necklace she always wore. It is known that a spirit contract can only be formed by those who are deeply attuned to nature, those whose hearts and souls are closely connected to the elements around them. It's more than just a magical ritual. It is about harmony, about mutual understanding. Then, in the connection they share, a unique and beautiful scenery is created. There is meaning in the pain they have carried, in the emotions stored deep within them. And just for a brief moment in time, those feelings can be released and cleansed by nature itself, as though the earth and sky were giving them a moment of healing. And so, just like that, the final night of the Emperor's grand coronation celebration came to a peaceful and meaningful end. The soft breeze that passed through carried with it a refreshing scent of the wind, and in that moment, Raynell felt that many of her once conflicted feelings had started to settle quietly inside her. It was as if, after everything she had gone through, the invisible clock tied to the original story had started ticking again, slowly moving forward. But then, without warning, that peaceful, dreamlike gathering was abruptly shattered. A loud, panicked voice echoed through the space, startling everyone present. People turned their heads as they heard it again, louder this time. Adriana. The name was shouted again and again. Panic rose in the air as more voices joined in, urgently calling for help. Someone get a doctor. Quickly. All of a sudden, a woman had collapsed to the ground without any explanation, right in the middle of what had been a calm and elegant evening. And just like that, in an instant, the cheerful celebration transformed into confusion and fear. What had once been a peaceful event was now filled with shouting, rushing footsteps, and growing chaos. The morning was new, fresh, and bright, a quiet beauty that seemed to signal the start of a new chapter. perhaps even a sign of happiness. The sunlight gently filtered through the windows, casting a warm glow on everything it touched. Birds chirped in the distance, and the world looked peaceful on the surface. It was the kind of morning that felt like it held promise. But for Raynell, this brightness was met with unease. Because today wasn't just any day, it was the day the original novel began. The very day she had been dreading all this time had finally arrived. What she feared most, however, hadn't happened. The world around her hadn't suddenly twisted into something unfamiliar. Time hadn't rewound. She hadn't vanished or been forced out of this life she had grown used to. Everything remained the same. On the outside, nothing seemed to have changed at all. Yet inside her heart, an unexplained anxiety continued to grow. It wasn't loud or overwhelming. It was subtle, like a thorn buried just under the skin. It pricked at her gently but constantly, never letting her forget its presence. A soft voice in her mind whispered doubts over and over again, making her question everything. In the stillness of that beautiful morning, Raynell quietly asked herself, could she really get through this? Could she truly move forward without anything going wrong? Without the story swallowing her whole? And just as these thoughts spun through her mind, a new character made her entrance, almost as if summoned by the novel itself. She was a girl with slightly blonde hair that shimmered softly in the morning light. Her skin was smooth and clear, glowing with youthful radiance. Her smile was warm, inviting, and full of life, but her eyes were something else entirely. They held depth, presence, and meaning. It was obvious from just a glance that she wasn't a background character. No, her presence alone seemed to demand attention. She wasn't someone who could just fade into the background like a passing side character. Everything about her felt important, special, significant. And it was that very presence, the aura of importance surrounding the girl, that made Raynell feel a deep sense of unease. It wasn't jealousy, nor was it fear of losing something she already had. It was the knowledge, deep in her bones, that this girl's arrival meant something bigger was coming. The question now echoed in Raynell's heart. What role would this girl play in the story? What place would she hold in the grand narrative that was beginning to unfold? And more than anything, why did Raynell feel so uncertain, so worried about what her presence meant for the life Raynell had fought so hard to build? Was it just instinct? Or was this the moment the story truly began to move again? Kamet was just sitting in his chair and reading some papers. However, even though he was looking at the papers, his real focus was on Raynell. He asked if she was all right, because he noticed that she seemed a bit out of it today. Despite this, Raynell was only focusing on her own thoughts. She was so deep in her thinking that she even asked the birds around her all kinds of things. But the birds said that they had not seen anything out of the ordinary. Raynell also spent some time secretly listening to what the nobles were talking about in the palace. But everything she heard was very normal. The nobles were mostly talking about the political scene after the coronation of the new emperor. Some of them were talking about how someone's son had lost in a duel. Others were talking about many other topics, but all of them were boring. There was nothing unusual or interesting. All the things being said were very normal. Because of this, Raynell started to feel uneasy. Everything being so normal gave her a strange feeling. It made her uncomfortable. She did not want to continue being anxious like this. She thought that if she could just personally meet the female lead, she could simply fight her properly. That way, the problem might be solved. But there was one big problem. Raynell did not even know what the female lead's name was. If she knew her name, she could invite her over or go and meet her. However, the only thing Raynell knew about the female lead was what she looked like, and that she was a noble. But being a noble was something that was already expected. This is because all the dating simulation games that Raynell knew about were made so that the players could feel comfortable while playing as the main character. The game lets the players choose their own name. Because of that, Raynell would usually just put in any random word when working on the game. This was her job. She had to make the romantic interest characters say weird things to match those random names. So, if she had been doing things like that, then it would make sense that Raynell had no way of knowing the real name of the female lead. Raynell had never played the game using the default name, not even once. That is why Raynell is stressed out now. Now, Kamet stepped forward and he informed Raynell that he had been calling her for a long time. He explained that even though he had been calling her again and again, he did not receive any reply from her. Because of this, he became worried. He thought that maybe her condition was so bad that she had reached the point where she would forget about Kamet completely. After hearing this, Raynell changed into her human form. She felt a bit embarrassed, and while facing Kamet, she began to explain. She told him that she was just thinking about something, and that was why she did not hear him calling her. For Raynell, the truth was that she was worried about the original female lead. However, she could not say this out loud. She knew that she had to keep that part a secret. So instead, she told Kamet that it was a problem that only she could solve by herself. Then, Raynell asked Kamet a question. She asked him what she should do if she wanted to meet a few young noble ladies. She wanted to know the proper way to do that. She asked if there could be a gathering or something similar. She said that it would be good if she could have a chance to sit down and talk with them just for a while. After she asked this question, Kamet started thinking. This question surprised him because Raynell had never asked something like this before. She had never shown interest in social gatherings or noble ladies in the past. So now, Kamet was thinking that Raynell might be planning something new. He thought that maybe Raynell was now preparing herself to become the Emperor's companion. In order to do that, she might be thinking that she should solidify her position. To achieve this goal, she would need to create personal connections with the noble families. That was what Kamet believed. Because of this new thought, Kamet felt happy after hearing Raynell's question. He said that he was willing to help her. He explained that if Raynell really wanted to organize a gathering for noble ladies, he could help make it happen. In fact, he said that he could invite all the noble families across the entire empire. He added that he could help her make it the best tea party of all time. After hearing what Kamet said, Raynell realized that this idea might be a bit of a problem. She did not expect things to become that big. The plan that Kamet suggested was much larger than what she had in mind. Because of this, Raynell thought that she would need to ask Countess Pinxia for help. Now, Kamet felt a sense of disappointment, realizing that he could not provide the help Raynell needed for the upcoming event. However, Raynell quickly mentioned that she would use this moment as a form of practice. She explained that this event was something she wanted to handle on her own for now, and that in the future, when she decides to host something more formal or organized, she would definitely ask Kamet for help. Because of this, Raynell kindly asked Kamet not to be too disappointed over this situation. After hearing Raynell's explanation, Kamet felt reassured and happy with whatever decision Raynell wanted to make regarding the matter. He supported her fully, regardless of the approach she chose. Meanwhile, preparations for the tea party were ongoing. A maid was already in the process of preparing the tea and arranging some sweet food on the serving trays. The invited ladies were already seated in their chairs, showing polite smiles and expressing how happy and honored they were to have received an invitation to a tea party hosted by Raynell. This was mainly because Raynell was known as someone precious to the Emperor, and that fact made the event even more special to them. These ladies appeared genuinely delighted, not only because of the setting and the host, but also because they now had a valuable opportunity to get closer to the individuals who stood beside the Emperor. Some of these individuals included Sir Garlinos, Namiel, and Miel. Based on their reactions and quiet chatter, it could be observed that a number of these noble ladies possibly had a crush on these handsome and respected men. As for Raynell, she was currently being guarded by these men during the event. However, she told them directly that they did not need to accompany her during the tea party. Despite her request, Sir Garlinos explained that the Emperor was quite worried about Raynell's safety and well-being. He further stated that the Emperor felt sending just a few escorts wasn't enough assurance, which was why the guards were asked to be more involved in ensuring Raynell's protection. At the same time, Kamet had been quietly hiding behind a nearby bush. Eventually, he was discovered. Having no other choice, Kamet stepped out from his hiding spot and gave a quick excuse, saying that he was simply passing by. However, he honestly admitted shortly after that he was actually planning to briefly see Raynell before the tea party officially began. Since this was Raynell's first time hosting such a social event, Kamet said he wanted to see her and show support. Upon hearing this, Raynell felt a sense of comfort. She was happy to know that Kamet had been worried about her, and she appreciated his presence, even if it was unexpected. Shortly afterward, Nadia arrived and informed Raynell that it was now time for the tea party to start. She reported that all of those who had received invitations had already arrived, except for one person who had not yet come. Upon hearing this, Raynell expressed her satisfaction, saying that she was glad that almost everyone had already arrived at the venue. This tea party had been specially arranged by Raynell to include noble ladies who, based on specific traits, matched the possible identity of the original female lead. Raynell believed there was a high chance that one of them could be the person she was looking for. Because of this, she had asked Countess Pinxia to invite as many of those possible candidates as she could. However, Raynell also thought to herself that if she could not recognize the female lead among the attendees, then she would just consider herself unlucky in this attempt. Still, even if things did not go as planned, the gathering would not be meaningless. Raynell could still collect useful information from the invited guests and learn more about her surroundings. Now, finally, one more guest arrived. She seemed a bit messy and slightly out of breath. It appeared that she had gotten lost on her way to the tea party, which explained her delayed arrival. Now, Raynell informed the lady that she had arrived at the perfect time, as they were just getting ready to start the tea party at that exact moment. Raynell calmly explained that preparations were nearly complete, and that the timing of the guest's arrival was quite ideal. Upon hearing this, the lady responded with a question regarding the identity of Raynell, showing curiosity about who she was. In response to this, Raynell introduced herself politely and clearly stated that she was the host of this tea party. She mentioned her name, saying that she was Raynell, and that the entire event was arranged under her direction. Following Raynell's introduction, the lady's expression subtly shifted. Although she maintained a smile, her gaze suddenly became strong and noticeably intense. With a calm and confident tone, the lady then introduced herself in return. She said her name was Gwyval Fawn Adriana. This reaction caused Raynell to flinch slightly. She quickly realized that, despite Adriana's smile, there was a sharpness in her eyes, and it became clear to Raynell that Adriana was, in fact, glaring at her. Raynell recognized this not just as a simple look, but as a deliberate and focused glare directed toward her, and it made her more alert about Adriana's presence and behavior. As you can see, guys, the story keeps getting more and more interesting. While I write the script and read this manhwa, it makes me want to stop writing and just keep reading. Now that the introduction was officially done, Kamet was currently sitting in his room. Surprisingly, at that moment, he also experienced something unusual. He felt the bad gaze coming from Adriana. It was only for a brief moment, but despite the short duration, he sensed a strong and clear feeling of incompatibility with her. This feeling stood out enough that Kamet took notice. Based on his experience and intuition, he thought that Raynell must have also felt the same way when she met Adriana earlier. It was not something easy to ignore. Kamet observed closely and could tell that Raynell had been uncomfortable in many ways during that interaction. This situation was something he considered concerning and worth thinking about. While Kamet continued to reflect on this matter, one of the high mage assassins who had been standing beside him took the opportunity to speak. The mage calmly asked Kamet if he would like Adriana to be placed under surveillance. The suggestion was given in a professional tone, likely as a precautionary measure. However, Kamet gave a clear response. He did not want that action to be taken. According to him, Adriana had not done anything wrong or suspicious enough to make such surveillance necessary at this time. Kamet made it clear that until there was a justifiable reason, it was not appropriate to act. He believed that the best approach was to wait until the tea party was officially over. Once the event had ended, Kamet planned to ask Raynell's escorts directly if they had observed anything strange or unusual throughout the gathering. He believed this step-by-step method was more proper and would give more accurate results. Now shifting back to the tea party scene, Sir Miel was observing Raynell carefully. He noticed that she was shaking slightly while holding a teacup. This small movement did not go unnoticed. Concerned, he gently leaned closer and whispered to her in a soft voice. He asked her if she was finding the event difficult to handle and suggested that if it was too much, she could excuse herself and take her leave. He gave the suggestion in a respectful and supportive manner. Raynell responded by admitting that she was okay. She said there was no need to worry, though she honestly shared that she was just feeling a bit nervous. Sir Miel accepted her answer and did not press further, trusting her judgment. However, the situation continued to develop differently. Adriana's behavior became more noticeable. Her gaze remained fixed on Raynell, strong and unblinking. It had been going on for quite some time. Raynell was starting to feel the pressure. She silently questioned why Adriana had been staring at her like that nonstop. Raynell tried to think if she had done something wrong, but nothing came to mind. As far as she knew, they hadn't done anything beyond a simple introduction. There had been no argument, no disagreement, and no previous incident. Their meeting had been brief and formal. Raynell began to wish silently that Adriana would just speak up and clearly say what exactly she thought Raynell had done wrong, if there really was something at all. This silent standoff created a certain tension, and Raynell remained unsure of the reason behind Adriana's cold and continuous stare. Now, the tea party is officially ending, and the sky is slowly getting darker, turning from its bright afternoon light into a deeper shade of early evening. Some of the noble ladies who joined the event expressed that they enjoyed the tea party, and they hoped that they would be invited again in the future if another one would be hosted. They appeared satisfied with the atmosphere, the refreshments served, and the company they had during the gathering. As for Raynell, she was really tired. She genuinely did not know how she managed to get through the whole tea party. From the moment it started until now, it had been a long and draining experience. At this point, she just wanted to go back, rest, and lie down. However, of course, there was no way her day would end that easily or quietly. That was because Adriana approached her. Adriana wanted to have a private conversation with Raynell and asked if that was all right for her. The request came at a time when Raynell was already exhausted, and upon hearing this, she began to tremble and found herself confused. She did not know if she would be okay to accept the request, or if she should refuse it. She was not sure what Adriana wanted, or why she requested a private conversation now, after the event. Luckily, Sir Miley, who was standing at the front, stepped in at the right moment. He intervened before Raynell could give an answer. Miley informed Adriana that Raynell was already drained from hosting the tea party. He then asked if it would be all right for Adriana to take her leave now. Miley explained that such an action would be for the best, considering Raynell's condition. Two men standing nearby also agreed with what Miley said. They both noticed how Adriana had been glaring at Miss Raynell for quite some time now. They stated that they could not forgive any further insolence on Adriana's part. They were watching closely and seemed ready to step in if needed. Now, Raynell heard this and realized that her friends were standing up for her. She felt that they were here to support and protect her. Because of that, she did not have to feel afraid or alone. So she spoke up. Raynell said to everyone that she was fine and explained that it was not too difficult for her to have a short discussion. She added that if anything bad ever happened, she would immediately ask for their assistance. They listened to her response, and they agreed. After that, they walked away from the scene. But before going too far, they said they would wait close by, so they could quickly return if needed. This gave Raynell some peace of mind, knowing help was nearby. Now, finally, Adriana and Raynell were left to talk in private. Adriana began by asking something specific. She said she heard a rumor and wanted to confirm it. She asked if Raynell was a crow and whether she was a crow hybrid. Raynell gave her answer. She explained that she was just a normal crow, but she ate Crowbin's rock. Because of that, she gained the ability to transform into a human. The conversation continued to move forward. Adriana changed the topic again and started talking about what she had heard among the noble ladies. She said that there were many popular or hot topics being discussed lately. One of the main topics was about the relationships between Raynell and several key figures. These relationships, Adriana noted, were being envied by many people within the noble circle. Adriana began listing specific points. She said that the emperor had publicly taken Raynell by his side. She also said that Raynell had received protection from Sir Winster, who was known as a royal knight that served His Majesty the Emperor. In addition to that, Raynell had also been escorted by Marquis Namiel, who was the firstborn son of Duke Charmalt and recognized as a promising young mage. Adriana continued by adding that Raynell had even received the fealty of Marquis Milo. He was the Empire's first ever spiritualist who had formed spirit contracts with 4 different spirits, each with different attributes. Adriana seemed to be making a clear point by showing how many powerful people were now closely connected to Raynell. After hearing all of this, Raynell became confused and a little upset. She questioned why Adriana was saying all of this. She asked what any of it had to do with her personally. She wanted to know the reason behind bringing all of these topics into the conversation. Adriana then slowly walked closer to Raynell and made her next statement. She said that all the eligible men of the Empire had gathered under a crow, a bird that the entire Empire usually shuns or looks down on. Adriana then expressed her curiosity. She wanted to know how Raynell managed to do this. She asked if it was through magic or a miracle. She asked if Raynell had a special method, something that she had repeated several times to gain such attention. Adriana ended by saying that she wanted to know everything about it. She wanted to know exactly what Raynell's true identity was. Now, Raynell was confused by the question that Adriana asked her. She needed to clarify it first before giving an answer, because it did not make much sense to her at that moment. She was not sure what Adriana really meant by the question. And before Raynell could ask for clarification, Adriana, being a person who always goes straight to the point without hesitation, spoke again. She casually revealed something unexpected and unusual, something that would have been surprising to anyone hearing it for the first time. According to Adriana, the world that they were both currently standing in, the world they now lived in and interacted with, was originally from a game. She explained in a direct manner that both she and Raynell had possessed bodies within this world. Specifically, Adriana said that she had taken over the body of the original female lead character from the game. In contrast, Raynell, she said, had taken over the body of a character that did not exist in the original story. She emphasized that Raynell was an unknown figure, a person who had no place in the game at all. This information, as explained by Adriana, made the situation very strange. She believed that due to the existence of Raynell in this world, the entire flow and direction of the game's storyline had been ruined. She said that everything in the game was supposed to happen in a certain way, but because Raynell appeared, none of it was going according to plan. Adriana blamed this disruption on Raynell directly. She claimed that, thanks to Raynell being here, she herself had been left incredibly dumbfounded. She had not expected this kind of deviation from the story she was familiar with. After explaining this, Adriana asked another question. She wanted to know which path Raynell had taken to arrive in this world. She wanted to confirm whether Raynell had been possessed like her, or if she had been reincarnated. While asking this question, Adriana continued to speak in the same casual tone. Even though she was talking about something very important, something that could change how people saw the world, she showed no concern about being overheard. She did not lower her voice. She did not look around to see if anyone else was listening. It was clear that she had no intention of hiding any of the details she was sharing. For Raynell, this approach might actually be better. Since Adriana was treating the entire conversation like it was nothing important, it gave Raynell the space to respond with honesty. If Adriana could talk so openly about the situation, then Raynell thought she could also say everything she needed to say without worrying too much. So, Raynell began to speak in response. She explained that she had been possessed. She said that after her accident, though she did not go into detail about what kind of accident it was, she woke up in this world and found that she had become a crow. That was how her experience started. It was the first strange thing that happened to her, and from there, everything continued to change. Now, hearing this, Adriana reacted positively. She appeared to be happy that Raynell had answered her question honestly and without trying to hide anything. After that, Adriana had one more question. She asked Raynell what she was planning to do to her. This question confused Raynell. She had no idea why Adriana would ask something like that. It did not seem to make sense. But for Adriana, the meaning of the question was clear. She was shocked by her own knowledge of the game, and she used that knowledge to explain what she meant. Adriana said that based on what she knew from the game and how a normal storyline worked, If an extra character somehow discovered who the true female lead was, it usually led to trouble. There were always consequences in the story when that kind of thing happened. That was why she believed something serious might happen to her now that she had revealed the truth to Raynell. This explanation made Raynell speechless. She had nothing to say in response because, in her mind, she did not understand where Adriana was going with this. Her only thought at that moment was, what the hell was this girl talking about? Now, the issue between Adriana and Raynell seems to be slowly getting clear and gradually being solved. For Raynell, this girl, Adriana, has the same worries as her. Not only did they both have the fear of living in a world that is completely different from the one they originally grew up in, but they also found themselves in a situation where they had to somehow make use of hints and information from the original game. They are also in a position where they need to worry about each other, since both of them are the biggest variables in this world. Then, the reason why Adriana was treating Raynell so coldly at first becomes more understandable. It was not just because of dislike, but it was actually because Adriana was scared of Raynell. Now, Raynell wants to make things clearer by asking a direct question. If Adriana was scared of her, then rather than attacking her directly or being distant like right now, wouldn't it be better to be friendly to her and be on the same side instead? Adriana, who was not expecting such a question, becomes a bit shy when answering. She admits that she was obsessed with villainous stories before she was reincarnated into this game. Since she found herself in this kind of situation, she wanted to try referring to those stories and wanted to beat Raynell to the role of the villainess. That was why she acted the way she did. But in the end, both Adriana and Raynell are finally able to breathe and relax. That is because they now know that neither of them had any intention of hurting the other, and that is already a good result. This shows that talking is the best solution and not using violence or threats. Then Adriana mentions that she really likes Namiel and goes on to inform Raynell of all the reasons why. That is why, when she first came to this world, she was so excited. She truly believed that she could meet her one true favorite character, the character she could only ever see through her phone screen, now in real life. For her, it really feels like a dream. And that is also why she feels thankful to be able to have her dream come true. Even when Namiel acts cold, she still thinks he is very cool. And since things are already like this, she also says that she does not think she will mind if she just keeps being hated by him. Raynell becomes worried after hearing this. She is concerned about this girl, but Raynell also knows that she does not have much choice. If the female lead becomes warped, then it might cause more issues later. Still, Raynell is now happily willing to help Adriana, even though her first impression of Adriana was not great. She believes that if Adriana keeps trying, things might even work out. Raynell also believes that she can help make sure that the two of them, Adriana and Namiel, meet once more. And if that happens, Namiel might start to acknowledge Adriana's true feelings. Now, Adriana hears this and becomes a bit excited and also a little shy. But for Raynell, she feels happy too, because she also needs someone who understands the hardships of being reincarnated. Raynell has suffered quite a bit after being reincarnated into this world. And if Adriana is going to hear about everything that Raynell has been through, then they are going to have to stay up for a few nights to talk about all of it. Now, those words make Adriana happy. And out of excitement, she hugs Raynell. She says that she will never forget this favor. Now, guys, if you were also one of those who got mad at Adriana because of the attitude she showed to Raynell, the ridiculous questions she asked, and the sharp gaze she gave, please understand that it was all just a misunderstanding. She acted that way because, in her mind, she believed that her life was in Raynell's hands. That was what she was thinking at the time. But in the end, everything went smoothly, and that outcome was very important. So, let's not judge any character too early. Sometimes their actions come from fear, confusion, or survival instincts, not from malice. Now, while they were hugging, Raynell started thinking carefully. If their situations had been switched, what would have happened? Raynell probably would have seen the chaos in front of her, and, just like this person, tried to mess it all up. She considered the idea that she wouldn't have even dreamed of being as close to Kamit as she was right now. In that case, it was clear that things could have turned out very differently. That's why, In this particular moment, she was honestly a bit grateful for the way it turned out, that she became a crow. Even though it was unexpected and confusing at first, this twist in her life had led her to this situation. But at the same time, Adriana's eyes were becoming messy. She was crying quietly, and through her tears, she expressed that she wanted a favor. It was not clear yet what the favor was, but her emotional state showed that it was something she thought about seriously. On the other side of the area, the three men who had been standing guard continued to wait for any signs of danger that might happen to Raynell. Their attention was sharp, and they were observing the surroundings carefully. However, since the spirits hadn't appeared, it seemed that there hadn't been any major commotion or urgent disturbance in the area at that moment. But then, without warning, a loud voice echoed throughout the place. The sound was sudden and powerful enough to break the calm atmosphere. It caused immediate concern. Upon hearing this loud voice, the three men instantly panicked. Their reaction was quick, showing how alert and prepared they were. They did not hesitate. They immediately ran toward Raynell's location at full speed, believing that something bad might have happened. Even though nothing was confirmed yet, they moved fast, ready to respond and protect Raynell in case the situation turned dangerous. Their fast movement showed how much they cared about Raynell's safety and how important it was for them to act without delay. The loud voice might have simply been a misunderstanding or a warning, but the priority for them was to make sure Raynell was safe at all costs. This kind of swift response gave a sense of security and showed how serious the situation could turn if not handled with caution. Now they arrived at the scene and immediately noticed Raynell, who was in her crow form. But what the three men expected to see was entirely different from the reality in front of them. They had thought something serious or dangerous had happened. However, Adriana's favor seemed far from what they imagined. It turned out that she only wanted to see Raynell in her crow form, so she could give her a warm hug. Adriana, as she explained, was in love with feathers. She found them soft, smooth, and fine. That was the reason for her request. Now, the three men were completely speechless after seeing and hearing what was going on. Everything they had assumed about the situation turned out to be wrong. They had rushed to Raynell's location, thinking something urgent or threatening might have taken place, especially after hearing a loud voice that echoed through the area. But instead, what they saw was something totally unexpected and unrelated to any danger. It was simply a personal request from Adriana that had caused the moment of confusion. Still, despite the unusual nature of the situation, it was good news for everyone. Raynell was in a safe and stable condition. Nothing bad had happened. The misunderstanding had cleared up. What unfolded between Adriana and Raynell was not a conflict or emergency, but a harmless interaction based on curiosity and admiration. For these two lovely characters, it was a moment that reflected their growing bond and mutual understanding. As for the three men, although they were caught off guard by the scene, they were ultimately relieved. The fact that Raynell was fine and that there was no danger present was the most important outcome. The scene ended on a peaceful note. No conflict occurred, and the situation turned out to be calm. It was another reminder not to jump to conclusions too quickly, as sometimes things may appear serious at first, but turn out to be completely harmless in the end. Now, Raynell is back in her room together with Kamet. Inside, they begin having a conversation about the recent events that took place during the tea party. Raynell starts to explain the things that happened step by step. She tells Kamet that Miss Andriana has a strong obsession with crows. More specifically, it is not only about crows, but an overall obsession with birds. Because of this, something unexpected happened. Due to Andriana's love for birds, Raynell was smothered a lot with cuddles during the gathering. It was not a small thing. Raynell experienced a lot of hugging, petting, and touching, mostly focused on her feathers, which Andriana found very soft, smooth, and fine. While explaining this, Raynell also starts thinking more deeply about what actually happened earlier at the tea party. She tries to recall why Andriana kept staring at her with such an intense gaze. It was not just a random look. Raynell remembers that Andriana even mentioned something quite direct. She said that she wanted to see Raynell's true appearance at least once. That was what she said while smiling. At that moment, Raynell had no clear idea of what that meant. But now, after some thought, Raynell realizes that Andriana wasn't trying to be mean or insulting. Instead, Andriana had another reason behind her words and actions. It was not something bad. It was simply another motive that made sense once the situation became clearer. Now that the misunderstanding is gone, Raynell is happy to share all of this with Kamet. She explains how their talk ended with a much better understanding between both sides. After their discussion, Raynell and Andriana realized that they had a lot of things in common. Because of that, they decided to agree on something important. They will now be friendlier with each other. This new agreement between them is a good development, especially considering how things looked earlier. Kamet listens carefully and feels glad that the person he loves has now found a friend. However, as he continues listening, he becomes confused about one particular thing. He notices that Raynell is packing her clothes. This part surprises him. He wonders why she needs to pack clothes when she just came back. Raynell explains that sometimes, when girls start talking, the conversation can go on much longer than expected. So, since she plans to meet up with Andriana again, she decided to pack her clothes and stay the night there. This makes Kamet shocked, as this is the first time Raynell is going to spend a night outside. She has never spent a single night away from Kamet before. This is completely new. However, even though Kamet is surprised, there is not much she can do to stop her. Raynell has made up her mind. This is her first sleepover, and she is determined to go. Deep inside, Kamet feels something strange, but he doesn't say anything. He allows her to go, even though it is difficult for him. Raynell steps outside. As she leaves, she starts to feel lighter. She finally gets a chance to let out all the thoughts and feelings she couldn't tell the others. She takes this opportunity to clear her mind. She also uses Namiel as an excuse to get more important information related to the original game. Raynell knows that there are still details she has forgotten from that game. Getting that information now is very useful. If she uses that knowledge correctly, she might be able to do something important. Raynell's goal is to confess to Kamet. Even though the original female lead has already appeared in this world, Raynell now understands that she herself is not going to disappear. Knowing that gives her confidence. There is no reason to keep delaying or stalling. It is time to move forward. Raynell also believes that even though she caused many changes to the original story, the likes and dislikes of the other characters probably haven't changed too much. That is why she thinks now is the best chance to do what she needs to do. This is the moment when everything becomes clearer for Raynell. She is prepared, she has a plan, and she knows the direction she wants to take. And now, with all these steps lined up, it seems like the story is ready to move forward to its next stage. Now, Raynell has already arrived at Andriana's house. As soon as she entered, they both started to talk. The topic was about the game world where they are living now. It became a serious talk between them. Raynell wanted to know more. She wanted to understand everything clearly. But during their conversation, something surprising was revealed. For Andriana, she said that she really does not know anything else about the characters in this world, except for one character, Namiel. This answer shocked Raynell. It surprised her because, as far as she knew, Andriana was the female lead. She thought Andriana must know a lot. But what Andriana explained made things clearer. She said that she is just a person who ended up possessing the female lead's body, just like Raynell did. For her, it was not about being the female lead of the story. It was more like being a player in a game. That's how she saw her role. Andriana also said that she only played a certain route in the game. That means she did not explore other storylines or routes. So she only knew the characters she interacted with, like Namiel. The rest of the game's content was unknown to her. She didn't know what happened in the other storylines. Because of that, she believed Raynell would know a lot more about Kamet than she ever could. After hearing this, Raynell accepted it. She didn't push the topic further. It was still good that she got a little hint. Even though the help was small, it still meant something. Right now, Raynell admitted to herself that she didn't have that much confidence either. Even with the little information she remembered, she was still unsure about a lot of things. As time went on, Raynell started to notice something growing stronger. It was the idea that Kamet's feelings for her were much stronger than she expected. Even if she had no experience in dating and didn't understand romantic signs clearly, it had reached the point where she could no longer ignore it. Kamit's actions were clear, and his feelings were real. Rionel felt that her confidence was getting lower. She kept asking herself if her confession would be enough. Would it be good enough to match the strong feelings Kamit had for her? She started to wonder if she could meet that level of love. She remembered what others said before. Wolves are known to mate with only one person for their whole life. That means if she accepts Kamit's feelings, she would be the only one in his heart forever. It also means that her confession would be Kamit's first and last love confession. Knowing this made Rionel want to do her best. She wanted to make sure that her own confession would make Kamit as happy as possible. She wanted her words to be special, even in a simple way. After hearing Rionel's thoughts, Andriana was left speechless. She was quiet for a moment, but then she started to understand. She said she hasn't been reincarnated in this world for a long time. She only had a short time observing Rionel and Kamit together. But even in that short moment, she noticed something clear. Andriana said that no matter how Rionel confesses, that moment will still be the happiest moment in Kamit's life. It doesn't matter how the words are said. The important part is that it comes from Rionel. She also said that even if they don't follow the original story anymore, she believes that not even the original story could make Kamit as happy as Rionel can right now. These words were the best advice Rionel ever received. It felt honest and clear. Before this moment, both Rionel and Andriana were afraid of each other. They were not close and didn't fully trust each other. But now things had changed. Rionel felt that Andriana was speaking truthfully. Because of this, Rionel began to believe that they could be good friends. Not just for now, but maybe for a long time. That thought made Rionel feel thankful. She felt glad to have someone like Andriana she could talk to. This moment made her feel like she had found a true friend in this world. Now, Andriana is feeling a bit more worried when it comes to her love life. This is because Rionel is already very close to the person she loves. Rionel and Kamit have already reached a point where their connection is strong and clear. But for Andriana, the distance between her and Namiel still feels extremely far, almost like light years apart. Rionel agrees with her and understands what she feels. But even though their first meeting was a little ruined after seeing her hugging the bird, Rionel has a feeling that something important has changed between Andriana and Namiel. Even if it's just a small change, it's something new that wasn't there before. The biggest challenge now is the fact that, in the original story, Namiel was a character who was known to be the most difficult to get close to. Even if someone tried to flirt or act sweet toward him, Namiel was the type of person who kept all his emotions tightly locked inside his heart. He didn't show what he truly felt. And in the game, if the player chose the wrong option while talking to him or handling a scene with him, it would immediately turn into a bad ending. That made it extra hard for players. In fact, Namiel was often called the main reason why many people quit the game halfway. His route was very hard to complete. But for Andriana, that kind of difficulty is not something to fear. Instead, she finds it to be what makes Namiel even more charming. For her, the exciting feeling of slowly making progress with someone who doesn't open up to just anyone and then earning his love and trust, that is something very special. That kind of journey makes the heart flutter, and even though the process is hard and full of challenges, the reward at the end feels even more satisfying. It's because his heart is something you truly worked hard for. Andriana also believes that if she becomes a bit more sincere, if she just puts in more effort, maybe it will help. Because someone like Namiel, who hides his feelings and avoids showing his heart, is probably someone who feels lonely deep inside. A person who doesn't open up easily is someone who needs someone they can trust. So Andriana wants to become that person for him. If this was just a game, Andriana says, then maybe it would not matter as much. It would just be about selecting the correct choices and unlocking the best ending. But now, this is a real place that actually exists. The people here are not just game characters, they live, breathe, and feel emotions. And after seeing the real Namiel in this world, Andriana's heart became sure. She wants to make Namiel happy no matter what. That is her goal. And because of that, in the end, both Rionel and Andriana are not so different after all. They may have had different paths, different experiences, and different roles, but both of them share the same desire. They both want the person they love to be happy. That is what connects them. That is what makes them stand together now with the same goal in mind. Now, the conversation just continues as they both talk more about Namiel, about what he does every day, the things he is best at, and the little details that make him different from others. Rionel and Andriana both know that Namiel is not an easy person to approach. That's why they are trying their best to figure out the most natural and simple way for Andriana to meet him again without making it awkward or forced. Andriana is curious and a bit hopeful. She turns to Rionel and asks if there's a way she can help them meet again. But at the same time, she also shares that she doesn't want to use Rionel's influence too much. She believes that doing so might end up hurting or affecting Rionel's current relationship with Namiel, and she doesn't want to risk that. Rionel agrees with that point. She also doesn't want Namiel to feel anything strange or act differently if he feels something is being planned behind his back. So now, Rionel starts thinking more carefully. She knows clearly that this situation has to feel natural. It must look like a normal meeting. If it feels too planned, it might raise suspicion, and that could lead to more problems. Rionel begins to think about past events, daily routines, and the usual flow of their days. She wants to find a small moment that can be used to make this meeting happen without forcing anything. She takes her time and goes over every small detail. Finally, after thinking it through step by step, Rionel comes up with one method that they can try right now. It's not complicated, it's not too obvious, and it fits into their normal schedule. This might just be the best chance they have at making Andriana and Namiel meet again in the most natural way possible. And with that idea, they are ready to move to the next step of the plan. Now, a new morning has arrived. Miley is sitting at his desk, focused on his research. He has been reading the same page over and over again, trying to find the answer he needs. But no matter how many times he looks, his thoughts are stuck. He starts to feel stressed as his research reaches a dead end. Then, a sudden knock comes from the window. It's Raynell in her crow form. She flaps her wings, lands by the window, and gently taps again. Miley looks up in surprise and opens the window. Raynell flies inside and changes back to her human form, calmly explaining that she came to ask for his help. Miley listens, and after hearing her request, he agrees. Since his research is going nowhere today, he thinks it might be nice to step out for a while and clear his mind. Getting some fresh air might help him later with his work. Soon, they arrive at a place filled with people. Andriana is already there, waiting, and she welcomes Raynell with a big smile. Miley notices this and becomes confused. He wasn't expecting to meet someone else. He looks at Raynell, unsure of what kind of help she really needs, and why it involves being in a place like this, with a person like Andriana. Raynell sees the puzzled look on Miley's face, and she quickly understands that she has to be careful. If she says the wrong thing, he might become more suspicious. So, Raynell gives a simple explanation. She tells Miley that she is thinking about officially confessing her feelings to Kamit. Even though everyone already knows that she and Kamit are together, she wants to make at least one moment that is extra special. For that, she asked Andriana for help with the planning, but she also thought it would be helpful to get a male opinion, just to make sure everything feels right. Miley nods, and he understands what Raynell is trying to do. But he suggests that maybe Sir Garlinos would be a better person to ask, since he is much closer to Kamit and knows more about what he might like. Raynell agrees. However, she also points out a small problem. Sir Garlinos is very passionate when it comes to anything about Kamit. If he gets too involved, things might become too serious or too loud, which could ruin the natural feeling of the plan. Raynell shares that this plan has two goals. The first is to help her prepare her confession to Kamit in a way that feels special and sincere. The second goal is to give Andriana and Namiel another chance to meet, without using Raynell's influence or making it feel forced. If the meeting happens naturally, then it won't raise any suspicion, and it will give Andriana a better chance to connect with Namiel. This, Raynell says, is the best way to make sure everyone gets what they want. Of course, Andriana will have to do her part and capture Namiel's heart on her own. Raynell can only give her the chance. She is curious, though. She wants to see how Andriana will use this opportunity. Watching two people slowly grow closer, step by step, feels like a dream. And if everything goes well, it will be a dream worth remembering. Raina looks at the two of them and thinks that maybe, just maybe, she's witnessing the beginning of something special. Now let's go to Kamit, who has been feeling very stressed lately. It's been a few days already, and Raynell keeps going out to spend time with Andriana. Kamit, being the emperor, cannot easily leave the palace due to his many responsibilities. But when it comes to Raynell, he finds it difficult to stay still and ignore what's happening. So, without waiting any longer, he grabs his robe and decides to go on strike from his duties as emperor just for the day. He heads back to the people's town. As he sits in the carriage, he remembers something Raynell mentioned earlier about her favorite place in the Lunaran Theater district. That clue is enough for Kamit to decide that it will be the place he visits first. The moment his carriage arrives and he steps out, he is instantly recognized. Raynell, Andriana, and Namiel are there, and they all see him at once. Raynell is shocked to see Kamit there in person. She didn't expect him to leave his duties just to come looking for her. But Kamit is not someone who hides or gets shy easily. Without showing any hesitation, he walks straight toward Raynell. His eyes are focused on her, and he tells her clearly that he wanted to see her, so he came. His face is calm, and he stands tall just like always. Raynell is caught off guard by Kamit's sudden arrival and his words. She begins to blush slightly and feels a bit of panic because she doesn't know what to say right away. She quickly looks toward Andriana and Namiel, hoping they could somehow step in or say something to make the moment less awkward. But both Andriana and Namiel know that this moment is just for Kamit and Raynell. They decide not to interrupt and quietly leave to do something else. Now that they are alone, Kamit gently holds Raynell's hand. He starts to explain why he's been so busy. He tells her that he has been working very hard, not just for the Empire, but to protect her as well. Becoming emperor was not easy, and holding that position is even more difficult. He tells her that the time he gets to spend with her has been getting shorter and shorter, and he's been feeling that he hasn't been able to take her out or enjoy normal days like this with her. Kamit says that all his energy has gone into staying in power and making sure things remain in order. But everything feels harder than he expected. Raina listens to him carefully. She starts to worry that Kamit might have misunderstood her recent outings. She quickly leans in and explains quietly that the reason she has been spending time with Andriana and Namiel is because Andriana has feelings for Namiel. Raynell has just been helping as a matchmaker between them. That's the real reason she's been going out so often. After hearing her explanation, Kamit finally understands everything. The misunderstanding is cleared up, but now that he's already outside and with her, he asks if he can stay and spend the day with her. Raynell thinks about it and agrees. Since they are already here, she says they might as well turn this into a double date. Just at the right time, Andriana and Namiel return. They have already bought the tickets for the show, so the group gets ready to enter the theater. They walk inside together, with Kamit and Raynell slightly behind the other two. As they move through the theater halls, Raynell notices something on one side. Her eyes catch a special painting hanging quietly in the corner. There is something different about it compared to the others. It's not just an ordinary painting. Among the many artworks displayed on the wall, this one stands out. It shows a wolf and a crow. The painting has a simple design, but the image of the two animals standing together feels important. Raynell keeps looking at it for a while. There is something about the picture that makes her pause, and she wonders why this painting is there and what it might mean. Now, they were already sitting inside the theater. Raynell kept thinking about how Kamit unexpectedly joined them. His sudden arrival surprised everyone, but somehow it worked out in a good way. One of the best parts was that because of him, the seating had to be rearranged, which led to something interesting. The VIP booths were arranged in pairs, which meant only two people could sit together in each booth. Originally, Namiel was supposed to sit by himself, but when Kamit showed up, Namiel gave his seat to Kamit, so he could sit beside Raynell. As a result, Namiel ended up seated next to Andriana instead. This unexpected situation made the whole thing feel like a perfect setup for a double date. Raynell noticed this change and thought that if things kept going like this might turn out to be a successful double date. Namiel, noticing that the play was about to start, looked at Andriana and offered to explain what it was about. He said that the head of the Royal Mags had arranged a few plays that aimed to present crows in a more positive light. These plays were created to help improve public opinion and increase Rionel's image and influence. According to him, this play was one of them. Namiel added that the plot was probably based on the real-life story of Miss Raynell and His Majesty. This meant the characters in the play would closely resemble Raynell and Kamet. The goal of the play was to show their story in a way that would make the audience understand and support them more. When Raynell overheard Namiel's explanation, her eyes widened. She didn't expect this at all. She was completely shocked. A drop of sweat formed on her forehead. It became clear that this entire play was going to show her life story in front of everyone. Right then and there, she wanted to get up and run away from her seat because of the sudden embarrassment. But before she could even react, the lights dimmed. The curtains slowly opened. The actors and actresses came out, and the theater performance began. From the very start, the performance was impressive. The actors delivered their lines clearly. The stage design looked detailed. The lighting was just right. Everything was done with precision and skill. But for Raynell, each scene made her feel more and more nervous. Some of the lines and events in the play were exaggerated. Some didn't even happen in real life. Still, they were included to make the story more interesting. Raynell recognized that many of the lines were based on real events from her own life, but they were told in a different way. She realized that the one responsible for arranging this play was Head Magic Mirrodin. Since it was approved and organized by someone important, she couldn't say anything about it. She had no choice but to stay still and keep watching the entire performance. For Raynell, sitting there felt like a challenge. She had to watch every scene, even if the actors were repeating lines that didn't match her actual experiences. While Raynell was feeling embarrassed, Kamet was quietly watching beside her. His face stayed calm, and his eyes remained focused on the stage. He seemed to enjoy the play. In fact, he looked proud. It was like he was satisfied with how the story was being shown to the public. On the other side, Andriana and Namiel were having a conversation in their booth. Andriana started talking about topics that required deeper knowledge, which caught Namiel's interest. He began replying with detailed answers. The two continued talking while the play was going on. Andriana clearly knew what to say. She picked the right topics that matched Namiel's knowledge. Because Namiel was known to be a smart and skilled person, their conversation continued without pause. Andriana proved that she understood how to keep him talking and how to make the discussion interesting. Raynell noticed their conversation and started to feel disappointed with how her double date was turning out. From her point of view, the other two were getting along well, but the play made her feel more and more awkward. Time passed, and the play reached its final scene. The audience clapped as the curtains closed. Kamet looked pleased and happy with what he had watched. But Raynell didn't share the same feeling. She just wanted to leave the theater quietly. As for Andriana and Namiel, the two of them were still sitting together, continuing their conversation like nothing had happened. They were having a slow but steady talk. Andriana's strategy worked. She had captured Namiel's attention, and he kept replying to everything she said. Raynell realized that she didn't need to act as their matchmaker anymore. They were already getting closer without her help. That meant she could finally focus on spending time with Kamet without worrying about anyone else. Now that the play was finished and everyone was ready to leave the theater, Raynell and Kamet decided they wanted to go have lunch together. With the other two busy with their own moment, this was their perfect chance to enjoy some time alone. Now, while they were enjoying their date alone, two men nearby were experiencing a different kind of pain. These two weren't just any men. They were guards assigned to protect Kamet and Raynell. But instead of watching over them quietly, they started arguing. The argument was loud enough to draw attention, all because they both insisted they wanted to personally see how Kamet and Raynell were spending their date together. Their bickering quickly became a problem, especially for Nadia, the maid who had been assigned to manage them and keep things in order. Nadia, clearly annoyed, stepped in and reminded them of their actual purpose. "Just how long are you two going to keep barking at each other like dogs?" she asked. putting her hands on her hips. The two guards quickly gave an excuse, saying that they were just exchanging opinions to improve their skills as guards. But anyone watching could clearly see that their words didn't match their actions. They were far from focused on protecting Kamet and Raynell. They were more interested in winning an argument over who deserved to witness the Emperor's romantic moment. While they continued to talk, they didn't realize that Kamet and Raynell had already moved to another location. Once they noticed, they panicked and rushed to follow. If something were to happen to either Kamet or Raynell, the consequences would be serious. It could cause a major problem for the Empire. Even though they were arguing, the two guards never forgot their main mission, and they quickly moved to catch up. As they searched for them, the two guards spotted two suspicious men hiding in the crowd. These men, dressed like ordinary townspeople, had strange movements. Without hesitation, the guards took action and caught the two in a swift move. The suspicious men didn't even realize the guards were watching them and were taken down easily. After checking them, it became clear that they weren't after Kamet or Raynell directly. These attackers were likely aiming for someone else, a softer target, probably to shake the people's trust and make it seem like Kamet couldn't even protect his citizens. Nadia arrived on the scene quickly. She calmly said that she would handle the situation and take these men to the local guards for proper questioning. That way, the two guards could continue following Kamet and Raynell without delay. Nadia, knowing how serious the situation was, had already been given help by the royal mage, who placed some protective spirits around her just in case. This kind of situation wasn't new. In fact, it wasn't even the second or third time. These kinds of threats kept showing up again and again. Nadia, despite being a maid, had become used to these situations. With her years of experience in tying up heavy luggage and runaway bags, she now used the same skill to tie up criminals tightly so they wouldn't escape. One of the attackers, however, tried to speak up. With a firm voice, he said something about not accepting a crow as their empress. Nadia, not even flinching, gave him a light smack to make him stay quiet. "Keep your opinions to yourself," she said, calm but clear. "Now, let's go back to Kamet and Raynell." Raynell, walking side by side with Kamet, started to feel very nervous. What she was experiencing now was probably the biggest crisis of her entire life. She had looked forward to this day, being alone with Kamet, having time to walk around together, enjoy lunch, and maybe even confess her feelings. But something unexpected happened. As they walked around together, they ended up visiting a location that had been very special to her. It was one of the spots she had secretly picked out as a place to confess her love to Kamet. In fact, it wasn't just one location. She had a list of famous landmarks, parks, plazas, and hidden spots around town, all carefully chosen over time. This place they had just arrived at was actually number 52 on her list. It was a place she had visited many times in the past, quietly imagining how her confession would go. She would walk in, Kamet would turn to her, and then she would speak the words she had practiced so many times. But now it had all been ruined. Without meaning to, they had visited her secret confession spots, one after another, just as part of their casual date. Now that he had already seen these places with her like this, Raynell felt like she had no more special places left to confess. Her entire plan was falling apart. One by one, her carefully chosen confession spots were being used up. And now, as she looked ahead, she realized something terrible. There were no more perfect places left to confess. The list that she had kept for so long was now completely useless. She didn't know where to go or what to do next. All of her efforts seemed to be wasted. For Raynell, this wasn't just a date. It was the moment she had hoped would mark the beginning of something special. But now, everything she prepared for that moment had vanished right in front of her. And that's all for today, guys. If you enjoyed this part of the Manhwa recap and want more, just kindly comment below. Thank you, and see you in the next one.